Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along to Scorcio Portimao for our first European 24-hour race of the year, our second 24-hour race of the season. And it is a traditional encounter with the Circuit Algarve here, just a couple of kilometers north of the city of Portimao. It is 30 degrees out there at the circuit, and we have already, quite a while ago actually, if you remember, been to Mugello for the 12 hours in March, the 12 hours of Spa in April, and the 12 hours of Hockenheim in May. A little bit of a break for our teams before focusing on the 24-hour series. Portimao here, and then Barcelona in September, with a mystery race for the last round of the championship, and of course the addition to the champion of the continents. It is a cloudless sky here in Portimao, and it is Scorcio on the grid, but we've sent out our intrepid reporters anyhow. Joe Bradley is right down there in the mix of things.
Bradley's got his hat on, though. The sun's going to be kept at bay. Diana, it's going to be a fantastic race as ever. Behind us, the championship trophy, the European Championship trophy. We've got the Spirit of the Race Award. We'll be talking about that much later. And also, this pretty cool thing. Have a look at this. Every driver gets one of these. It's kind of a souvenir memento for every driver. It's quite heavy.
It's very heavy, very nice. Yeah, a lot going on here today. Obviously, these trophies are in sight for many of the drivers and teams, but of course we've got a big race to go, 24 hours of this roller coaster circuit. So many factors to come into play, drivers, teams, machines. Everyone's got to be alert, hydrated. The heat, as you just said, is enormous. So a lot of things to get into play for, Joe.
It's what we love endurance racing for. Anything can happen, and it probably will. Who's your money on?
I'm going for Phoenix Racing.
Oh, that's a steady bet. Let's have a word with Phoenix Racing. They're the team that put the car on pole position. Let's have a word with Pierre Caffer. He's a big influence in the team. Pierre, you may be a driver for Phoenix Racing, but you're more than that, aren't you? I've seen you being involved in the race strategy and certainly the engineering on the car.
No. We have our engineer for this, and Phoenix Racing does a very great job. I mean, my main point is to drive the car and give the right proper feedback. And of course, from my experience the last couple of years, I try to help them as much as possible, because I think the Creventic series is a very unique series and is very growing up. And as I said yesterday already, I really like this championship, and it was so close yesterday in the qualifying, and I'm really happy to be on my Audi Evo 2, and the Phoenix guys have done a really great preparation, and it's quite hot today. I think after the start, I think everyone will look after the tires, and it's quite a challenge to bring the tires over the distance, so we will see how we can handle this with our Audi.
What about we always talk about the tires, we always talk about the cars, but what about the drivers, Pierre? This heat is really, really physical.
Yeah, I have to say it took now many years inside Audi, but now the engineers are listening to the drivers, and we have a proper aircon inside our car, so and it's working quite well. So from that point, I agree. It's a bit more, let's say, better than the last couple of years.
Yes, thank you, Pierre. Wish you and the Phoenix team the very best of luck. But I hopefully you'll have someone that will give you a good race.
Yes, I'm really looking forward for the battle, because I think it's a great series, and it could be a couple of more cars, especially GT3, and I think we will have a great battle here in Portimao.
I think we will. Thank you, Pierre. And perhaps the team that are going to bring the race to the Phoenix Audi is the WTM Ferrari team. Let's have a word, see who we've got on the sidelines for the WTM team. We've got one of the drivers. No, nobody around. George Weiss. George Weiss is here. You're a driver for this car, aren't you?
No, I'm a mechanic. No.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm a driver. Yes.
Yeah. What's your name?
Indy, don't you?
Of course you are. I knew the first. Indy, that Phoenix Audi is very fast.
Yes.
Can your Ferrari beat it?
Of course we can.
What's it going to take?
Well, we need to stay out of trouble. I think that's one thing. The other thing is keep within the track limits. It's an important thing here in Portimao. And then we will see. I think the package is really good for our Ferrari, and yeah, looking forward to battle with the Phoenix car.
Are you guys approaching the race with a plan that you will stick to?
Of course, you make a rough plan. We'd like to do some strategy with the drivers as well, also in the night. So we have a roughly plan. But of course, when there's a full course yellow or a code 60, it will change a bit. But we have a rough plan. Yeah.
Thank you, Indy. Thank you. Best of luck. So we've got the battle of the Audi and the Ferrari, and the more familiar fit. Look at this. We've got 4 different manufacturers on the first 2 rows of the grid. We've got the Herbert Porsche on third, and then we've got the CP Racing Mercedes. This team has really been a stalwart competitor. It's also on the GT3 and pole position, hence that big sign there. Let's have a word with the man with his name above the door, CP Racing, Charles Putman. Charles, we've just been chatting there about the weather, and it's not unfamiliar for you guys all the way from America to be racing in hot conditions, but it is going to be a hard race.
Oh, it's going to be hot. It's, you know, in the U.S. we race typically in a little more heat than Europe. It's a little bit hotter normally in the U.S. than here, but by any standards, this is hot. This is going to be a challenge for the cars, for the machines, and for the drivers, no doubt.
Are you guys looking at an overall win, or are you just going to be happy with the class?
We always look for that overall podium. We always want to be there. So yeah, we'll be aiming for it.
One of your superstar drivers has been he's got a different role here. Let's have a look at this, Seb. Here we have Shane Lewis, right, who's a legend, a legendary US race driver that I've known for years. I think you found your vocation.
I have. I'm the umbrella guy for the grid girl. Whatever it takes. I'm a team player.
You are. You really are.
Just in case of
Shane Lewis there. How long have we got, Ben? Have I got time for another interview before we head down to TCE? Let's have a word with our 992 pole position car. It's the Ayrton Redon. Ayrton.
Hello.
Great idea with the brolly. It's really hot just standing here. 992, you know, arguably one of the most competitive classes here in the 24-8 series. I would imagine you're ready for a big fight.
Yeah, of course. It's a long race, 24 hours. And will be a close fight with 4 cars. But I'm looking forward to it. So we'll see where we end up by the night and see from then.
I spoke to your father yesterday, Bert Redon, and I mentioned to Bert about how great it must be to race with your sons. I'm going to ask you the same question. It must be fabulous to be racing with your dad here.
Yeah, of course, yeah. It's a dream come true. It's from the moment we were born, we were on a track with him. Of course, we went through go-karting, and from then on, yeah, the logic step was starting with this.
I think he accepts that you guys, you're much younger, so he accepts that you guys are faster.
It's still quite close.
Yeah,
It's still very competitive. He's now 51 years old. Maybe he's going to kill me by saying this now. But he's still very competitive, so it's really nice to drive with him.
So what is board game night like at your house? Is it pretty tricky?
Yeah, always.
Everybody's too competitive.
Yeah, indeed. Even my sister.
Well done. Thank you, Ayrton. The 903 Porsche on the pole position then. For the 992 class, and perhaps the car that it's going to be racing with perhaps most of the day is going to be the Red Camel's car. So we've got a Red Ant racing car and then a Red Camel. So both the same colour but different species. And maybe the pesky little ant can get and start aggravating the larger Camel variety. Rick Breukers, another driver that's very familiar to the 24 series. You've got the Red Ant car in front of you, Rick. What's it going to take to beat it?
Well, I think just being consistent. I mean, it's a long race. We will see what happens in the first hour. I think it will be mainly about tire management, so we will focus on that. But try to be as fast as possible, of course.
And is that going to be from you as a driver, being disciplined and not being dragged into overstressing the car and tires?
Yeah, you just need to limit the sliding. But in the end, it's really hot. It's a long stint that we have to do. We have 100 liters of fuel in the tank. So, yeah, we do our best, but in the end, we will see how the tire survives.
Rick, it's a very similar dynamic to Red Ant Racing, father and son racing. You're racing with brother Luke and your father Ivo, and Fabian Dance, of course, in addition to the Breukers family. You've been doing this for quite a few years now with your family. It's quite special, I'd say.
I think it's really special. I mean, I'm very happy that we have the opportunity to do something like this. And yeah, I think every race we improve, and I think it's good also for the relationship in our family. And yeah, we're having a lot of fun, and it's something special that we can do.
I've noticed Luke's times are getting very close to yours. Are you a bit worried about that?
No, I'm not worried. I mean, I would only be happy if he has the same pace as me. So
As long as he's not quicker.
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't mind. That would be very good from him if he would be quicker. So I only enjoy seeing him getting quicker every race.
Yeah, just as long as he stays behind you. Yeah. Luke, he reckons you're getting too fast, mate. He doesn't want you to be too quick.
Yes, yeah, we will see. I don't have a lot of time. I can only do the 24-hour series. So some guys do cups like Benelux, Dutch Porsche Cup. So I have a limited time, but I try to do my best. And yeah, I can get closer every time. So.
Well, you are. You're doing very well, mate. You keep it going. Keep it going. Let's have a wander further down the grid. Good friends of the series as well. The Leipa Motorsport Lamborghini. I mean, what's not to like about these Lamborghinis, Seb? They are a fantastic looking car. Jean-Francois Bruno, you've got, and Karen Lee. Hi, guys.
And Tyler Cook.
And of course, Tyler Cook. Come on. Just because you're not in your race suit doesn't mean you're not going to be involved. So you guys, you're on the class pole. Are you looking for a class win, or would you like to get in amongst the big guys?
No, I mean, I think we were actually just talking about it strategy-wise. It's going to be, heat management, meaning driver heat management in the next few hours and entire heat management. So we can't push hard in the beginning. I'm not going to try and play with the GT3s. I'm just going to do my thing, and and then as it cools off, then we'll pick up the pace. But yeah, so it's going to be a chill start.
Karong, the Lamborghini can be a little fragile. Is that something you as a driver is aware of, so you're going to be careful as careful as you can be?
Yeah, definitely. You guys can see it's really hot today, but we got the cushion this time. The key thing for the 24-hour race, if we want to win, we need to stay at the track. We need to run away from any problem in the track. Just get the laps as much as possible because we're leading the championship. It's really important for us for our race, so we're just trying to do our best. Yeah.
Thank you. Tyler, let me have a word with you. An infamous American driver we've known for a while. Here you are racing in Europe. Give our viewers and listeners a bit of an idea of the major differences you've found racing from starting in the United States and then the differences of racing in Europe.
The tracks are quite a bit different over here. You can't even compare the two. These have different runoffs. These feel a little faster too. But I mean, I know Road America's quite fast. Sebring's quite fast. The danger level is completely different in the two. I do like racing over here. I do miss racing in the States. I'm running GT World Challenge, so obviously Spa in 2 weeks. That's the mecca of all GT and World endurance races. So, but it's quite a big learning curve, but it's a cool one. It's a definitely different driving technique they have to do over here, which I love.
And of course, GT World Challenge, shorter races, completely different psychological approach to a longer race like this, 24 hours.
Well, it's like we had that Spa test 2 weeks ago, and first I think 50th was within like a second and a half. It's a very, very tight field. You can't make mistakes. You have to be on it nonstop. So the cool thing about this race here, it's kind of a warm up to that one. It's just kind of the team gets warmed up, I get warmed up, and I think we're gonna have a good car for that race in a couple weeks.
And you're not starting the car. You're in your, let's call it, civilian clothes. Is it just about staying cool before you turn in the car?
Yeah, I'm getting in. I'm the last driver to get in, so we'll get in towards the tail end of this. The inside of the car is getting quite hot. So we're just trying to all stay cool, sitting in the rental cars, stuff like that. But we have to make sure the crew guys stay nice and cool too. They're the ones that are going to be struggling. They were up all night rebuilding this thing because they had to put a lot of new parts on the cars. So making sure they're okay more than us. We have the easy job compared to them.
Tyler, don't pull a face when I appear. I enjoy talking to you. You're a great interview. Best of luck, guys. Hope you guys with the Leipa Lamborghini.
Thank you very much, Joe. And here is the Portimao circuit in the Algarve. We're using the full Grand Prix circuit, 4.67 kilometers in length with officially 15 turns, and some of them incredibly challenging. The flat layout on a piece of paper does not explain just how much of a challenge this circuit is. Along the main straight, a nice plateau, but you drop down at pit exit at top speed into turn 1, which is a very fast right-hand turn. Turn 2, not really much of a turn, but you need to set yourself up well for the slow hairpin at 3. 4 in many of these cars will be an acceleration zone, up the hill, over the brow, and then diving heavy down into turn 5. Another slow hairpin, which you need to get right because you've got to get back up the hill again. A kink in 6 is nothing much. 7 tends to be a braking zone into 8, which is again slow. And then you've got a roller coaster up, down to the bottom of the hill through 9, then back up again. And then again, 10, a braking zone into 11. More ups and downs with turn 13 at the top of a hill. Back down into 14 at the bottom of the hill. And then the fearsome final turns, which for many, again, will be almost flat out. It goes up and down before going back up on the main straight. Curbs designed for motorbikes, therefore they're flat. There are some sausages on the inside of them, but track limits always a concern in the daylight hours around the Portimao circuit. Great place to come racing, though, whether it be the weather or the circuit challenge. Let's get down to Joe Bradley, who's relocated to the TCE category.
Ian Loggy, and don't go away, Katarina. We need to speak to you because you're the driver too. Firstly, Ian, congratulations for being on the GT4 pole. But why are you John in the entry list? Is that the sort of?
That's going to be a difficult one to explain to everyone. So yeah, I'm just known as Ian. Everyone knows me as Ian.
Right. So you were Chris and John, but everyone knows you as Ian.
You've got it 100%. Exactly.
Right. Okay. So viewers, if I refer to this man as Ian Loggy, that's what it is. I know him as Ian Loggy. Katarina, you must be looking forward to this 24-hour race. It's a little bit different to the Bentley 4.5 litre blowers that I normally see you in.
Yeah, indeed. I was last weekend in Le Mans with the Bentley, so this is a game changer. And the braking points are different, so with the help, from my team, I'm slowly getting my head into this and looking forward to it, yeah.
Your first experience of GT racing was here in Portimao, is that right?
I tested this car years back, the GT4 Mercedes, and decided just go racing, GT racing, exactly here. And it's my first experience, first GT race, yeah.
So you were at Le Mans Classic last weekend in a Bentley 4.5 litre blower. I mean, the prototype of the 1920s and 30s, those cars, and when you see the difference, obviously it's almost 100 years, isn't it? Which do you prefer, the older vintage cars or the new GT with all the grip and the slicks and the aero?
The classic cars for me, they sort of have a soul. I do connect with the classic cars a little bit more than these, but I absolutely love the professional side of the GTs, and it's down to driver. In the classic cars, we always have the book of excuses because the car here and there. We don't have it here. You can't hide. It's just down to driver. So I really enjoy this side of racing and the rewarding feeling I get from both. So that's the idea.
It's great to have you guys here. Certainly the prettiest car on the grid.
It looks great, doesn't it?
I'm looking forward to seeing it in the dark.
Yeah, no, I think it should look absolutely fabulous in the dark, especially on TV.
Yeah, brilliant. Best of luck, guys. GT4 pole sitter. Let's head down to TCR and the first car in the TCE. That's the Touring Car Endurance Series. We've already got a class of TCR cars for the Touring Car Endurance Series, and on the pole position is the BBM. It's a car and a team that has had great success in 2022. They went and had a great 2021. Here we are, the class pole for TCR, and it's a tied driver lineup, so forgive me, I'm going to have a go. It's Nuya, Sastan Kirukal, Stuvik, Superhongs. Who's going to talk to me, guys? Who's going to talk to me? Here we go. Right, tell me your name.
Sandy.
Sandy. Yes. Oh, that was easy. I see all the names on the side of the car. Baz, look at that, Seb. And I kind of have a go, but Sandy is great.
Yeah.
Sandy, you guys, the BBM team, underneath that BBM banner is the Monlau competition team, very experienced team from Spain. But you guys know how to win these races.
Yeah, I mean, this team, we formed some of the best drivers from Thailand, and we're, having a go here. We're having a lot of fun, and I think the results speak for themselves as well.
Yeah, give us an idea of the driver and the experience you guys have got. For instance, what have you driven before, Sandy?
I've driven Formula 3. I won the Euro Formula Open in 2014, and then I did GP3 and did some Formula 2, and after that I've mostly been in GT3.
So single-seater driving, completely different psyche. Yeah. Here you are sharing a car with other drivers. More of a compromise, is it?
Yes, a little bit more. Endurance is an entirely different discipline to sprint racing, I would say. But the team, we've raced together since go-karts, pretty much almost everybody in the whole team. So
you raced against those guys?
Yes, against them back in the day, and now we're all here together. So it feels like it's come full circle. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here, and I really have to thank the team owner, Kun Anuson, for bringing this team together and giving us this opportunity to show what Thai drivers can do.
That's fantastic. It is a great story, that. How great would it be to have a 24-8 series in Thailand? Where would we race in Thailand?
It would probably be Buriram. It's the biggest circuit we have, FIA Grade 1, so I think that would be the location for it.
What's the weather like in Thailand right now?
Temperature-wise, it's similar to this. I would say it's a bit more humid, but yeah, it's very hot here in Portugal, so it's something we're used to.
Yeah, it's not somewhere you think about, is it? When you think about endurance racing, Thailand, I mean, I know it's a massive racing scene in Thailand, but endurance racing, is it very big there?
No, it's growing. It's growing. So the sprint racing scene has been growing a lot, and I would say it's quite developed now. We have a good main series in Thailand called Thailand Super Series, so that's been growing a lot as well. But endurance is still growing in our country.
Yeah, brilliant. We'd love to race there. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you. Best of luck, guys. Those are the guys on pole position. Let's have a look at this Audi next to me, the 116 car that's qualified in second spot. It's the Wolf Power team. Where's your drivers, guys? Here we go. So who have I got from the 116? I've got Madam Preissig. Jasmine. Jasmine Preissig. Jasmine, here you are alongside. We know how quick those BBM guys are. What's it going to take?
We want to see at the start. I hope I'm quicker than the guys. But it's a long race, 24 hours to go. And I hope we come all over the first turn, no crashes, and then let's race.
Jasmine, the TCR class, it's all about those front tyres, isn't it? The front-wheel drive cars, especially in this heat. What's it going to take to get those tyres to last? Is it something that you're going to have to back off on?
I think it would be very difficult because of this heat. We have 37 degrees, I think, outside, and on the asphalt about 50. And I think it's very schwierig, I don't know in English.
Hard
to handle it. And to do a whole stint about 1 hour and a half minutes. So let's see. I hope I could handle this till the end of my stint, but we never know before.
And that's what we love about these long races. I would think that it doesn't matter what happens in the race. It's always going to be a case of getting the car back out.
Yeah. Firstly, I want to stay on the podium, or we want to stay on the podium. That would be great. But at first, we want to see the start and finish line after 24 hours, and then we are all happy.
And so will the team. Best of luck, Jazz. Are you starting the car?
Yeah, I will do the start, yeah.
That's why you're standing here in your racing overalls.
Yes.
Because nobody else is if you don't. Oh, he is. He's crazy. He's crazy too. Let's have a look further down the grid. I missed the M Sport BMW, the new GT4 concept car. That's further back up the grid. AC Motorsport have got a team of drivers who come from Hong Kong. Sir, what's your name? Tommy? I see it's Tommy on the...
Yes, I'm Tommy.
Yeah, you guys coming out of Hong Kong, fabulous to have you back here racing in Europe. What's your thoughts?
It's fantastic to be in here. It took us a long time. Hong Kong have been in lockdown for the past few years. And of course, we are the fortunate one that can come out here and enjoy the sun and enjoy the racing. Yeah.
Tommy, tell me a little bit about your teammates. It's Andy Yan, David Lau, Sean Thong. Tell me a little bit about who they are and how the team come together.
Yeah, we all for Hong Kong team, and we came together since we were racing in different events in Hong Kong, and we just happened to have the time and have the opportunity to come out to make it to this event. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Are we likely to see you guys out again, maybe in Barcelona?
Barcelona, maybe. We'll see how this race goes after, but definitely we'll try to come out more for other events.
I always think when you've got a team of drivers all from the same place, you are not just representing yourselves, you're representing Hong Kong.
Yeah, of course. It's actually fortunate for all in this lineup here. We see teams from Thailand, a lot of Asian teams from Malaysia, from Hong Kong. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's fortunate for us to come out. Yeah.
Does that add any pressure, knowing that the whole of Hong Kong, watching on the live stream, maybe thinking, go our team, they're all supporting you?
Yeah, of course. We carry the flag with us, and of course we hope to make the win, and this extra pressure is on, and we should make this more exciting.
Will you get the keys to Hong Kong if you win?
Oh, the keys to Hong Kong without the quarantine.
Yes, they may let you off with the quarantine if you win the race.
Thank you. Hopefully.
Thanks, guys. Great to see a team from Hong Kong. I'm not sure how long we've got, Ben. Have we got time for another one? Yeah, let's have a look down the grid. The 110, the number 110 is just behind that car that we've just been talking to, and it was down to be on the back of the grid. It's a Leicester Racing Volkswagen. This is a Volkswagen GTI. Driver's in the car though, so I'll talk to you. Are you the crew chief? Yep. Right, what's your name, sir?
My name is Fredrik Lestrup, so this is my team basically.
It's your team, yeah. You're the team principal.
Yes.
Are you also the guy that makes the decisions regarding the race strategies, the race setup on the car, etc.?
We have a race engineer that's responsible for everything from the tires, tire pressure, setup, driver choices, when, strategy, code 60. So it's important to have one person doing a specific task. Yeah. So we're just here now making sure he's happy. Peter Falström is taking the start. We're looking forward. It's going to be a really, really warm race. Not for the drivers only, but also for the cars and the mechanics. But we're really looking forward. So first time in Portimao. It's a lovely track. Lovely.
It's beautiful.
Area.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about the electric series you've just launched in Sweden.
Yeah, we've launched something very special back home in Sweden. So we want to help the young drivers coming through. We want to help the planet, going sustainable, the environment, so going electric. It's really exciting. I've done a little bit of the testing myself with the test car we have, and it's really, really fun to drive. So we will build 20 cars. We will run them as a one-make championship, arrive and drive scenario. So the drivers pays 45,000 euros to drive the full season. So we have 6 race weekends, 2 test days. One of the race weekends is a city race in Helsingborg, one of the main cities in Sweden. So it's a really nice concept. We've got some really good feedback so far, and we're looking forward.
What's the car based on? Is it a revamped model of, say, a Golf, or what is it exactly?
This one or the Mini?
No, the electric cars.
The electric car is based on a Mini Cooper SE, the road car. Yeah, so it's a Mini Cooper as a base, and then we've rebuilt the drivetrain for motorsport purpose and the suspension, and it's really nice. It's a 30 kilowatts battery, so depending on the track, we can have somewhere around 180 and 230 horsepower. If you have longer straights, we need to go down a bit on power. But you have instant torque, instant power. So as a driver, it's really, really nice. So it's only 1188 kilos at the moment. So it's a really potent race car.
Very, very fast race car. It's just, for me, it's a shame about the noise. It's very weird when you see electric racing and there's no noise.
Yeah, it's a comment we get from a lot of people, but it's a new era. It's a new type of race car. It's a new type of racing. So it's going to be a change, but for us, we only see the positives.
Yeah, so absolutely. Well, best of luck for the race. I'm sure we're all going to find it hard with this heat, even the crew.
For the drivers that are interested in the championship, go to nextgencup.com. You can apply your interest, you can find more information, and we are happy to answer any questions.
That'd be brilliant. Yeah, there you go, guys. Best of luck, guys.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. As he walks away from the 110 machine, Fredrik's going to have an email straight away in his box from Ben Colston-Juris. That's me. I'll take car number 1, please.
Can I... Is it just me, or does that seem ridiculously well thought out for something that's come from, with no disrespect at all to Lestrup, that's a private team who have put this together. This is not a manufacturer. This is not a big series. It's not an adjunct to a big series. But that sounds very well thought out indeed.
It does indeed. I'm very much looking
Guest
forward
car,
to it. And
I think.
I'm a convert. Joe's still a grandfather when it comes to electric cars, but I'm a convert. Absolutely love them. Let's focus on what's happening here in Portimao. We are just 5 minutes away from the start of the race, which means we're only a minute away from the start of the formation lap. And the engines are going to be firing on the grid. The mechanics are all clearing away from the grid, leaving just car and driver in front of this huge grandstand here in Portimao. A formation lap, and then we will get the full 24 hours. Let's not forget, unlike previous events, we are not stopping in the middle of the night. We're not having a 6-hour parc ferme. This is a 24-hour race straight through from 2 o'clock here local time to 2 o'clock on Sunday. And we have a decent field of GT3 cars to fight it out at the head of the field. Green flag at the head of the field, and the cars start rolling off the grid. Tyre preservation will be key. I don't think they'll need to do too much warming up of the tyres and brakes. They're probably already up to temperature just sitting on the grid. It is such a hot day. 37 degrees, did Yasmin Price say? That is unbelievable. But it's not, actually, from where we're sitting.
The forecast for the day was anything, depending on which radio station you listened to on the way in this morning, was anything between 35 and 39. There is a yellow weather warning for today and tomorrow for extreme heat. It could be as high as 40 degrees, 40 Celsius tomorrow. And if the track is only 50 degrees, because since the sun came up this morning at, what, 6:30, 6:22 or whatever it was, the sun's been beating down on this. And if the track is only 50, we'll be doing well. I would expect this track to be mid-50s and possibly hotter, and that is extreme for tyres.
And of course, the temperature of the track is taken at a single point around the venue. There are different surfaces around some of these corners. The darker surface, as we know from radiators and stuff like that, that'll be retaining more heat. So we've got a relatively light grey surface around much of the circuit, but there are parts of the track that do go darker and therefore will be hotter.
Circuit was opened in October 2008. The absolute lap record here was set by Lewis Hamilton in 2020 for the Grand Prix in the Mercedes 1:18.7. I was interested in some of the sports car records. Mikkel Jensen has the LMP2 record set in 2020 at the 4-hour race, 1:29.6. The LMH record, 1:30.9. Nico Lapierre set in 2021 at the 8 hours. The LMP1 Peugeot back in the news this weekend, 1:32.3. Nico Lapierre, 2010 1000 kc. I was there for that race. More important here, I would think, 1:40.7. Julian Andlauer in the Le Mans Cup is the best of the GT3. Lap records for the Porsche. And TCR Isidro Calles in the Leon TCR Europe car from 2022, 1:52.5. So 1:40.7, 1:52.5 for GT3 and TCR. Those are the lap records that we will be looking for.
Of course, different tyres and different situations.
Yes.
Sprint configurations versus endurance configurations. The cars are now in the final turn, the wonderful turn 15 that is uphill at the start, downhill at the end, and then bottoms out at the bottom of the hill to go back uphill before you get to the start line. This is a real roller coaster of a circuit. The car is never sitting still. It's always turning left, right, up and down, and it does prevent quite a challenge to the GT3 machines and the slower machines that'll be lapped as well. The lights are illuminated red for the moment. When they go out, we'll be racing for the 24 hours of Portimao.
Pierre Caffer on pole position, pulls in at the middle of the road as the lights go out, immediately blocking Jochen Krumbach. Interesting that they put Caffer in the car early on. He's weaved from left to right and back to the left again, down to turn 1, round the outside. Here comes another one of the Audis. That's the Santalot racing car. Nick Nicholas trying to get round the outside in that blue car, and he's going to run out of space, being ushered onto the side of the circuit by Robert Renauer in the Herbert Racing Porsche. But the pole man has done his job. Phoenix Racing from pole position. Pierre Caffer leads halfway around the first lap.
Very attacking from Nicolas Bart in Santalok 26, from 5th on the grid up to 3rd position, but ultimately the wrong part of the circuit, going through turns 3 and 4, having to go back into 4th position, and now has Charles Espenlaub in the CP Racing Mercedes right on their tail. We've got a good battle for 3rd position. I wonder whether Robert Renauer hadn't quite got the car into his liking on those first couple of turns. He's been quite ginger through this first lap, and the young charging Nicolas Bart, who was last here in TCR Europe back last year, is really on the attack in his first season of GT racing, and the car really does look a little bit nervous underneath him, but he's keeping it on the attack, and I see that Santalok Audi moving up into 3rd by the end of this lap.
Charles Espenlaub in the 85, the white, red and blue AM car, and that is the leader in the GT AM category. Charles Espenlaub in the number 85, the CP Racing machine. Such great supporters of this championship. Sitting at the moment holding a watching brief. It's all about tyre life here. I have a strong suspicion that tyre life will be more important than fuel consumption in these first hours. Effectively, it's pretty much noon. Look how small the shadows are on the cars as they go across the line. There's almost no shadows. The sun is at its height. This is the hottest part of the day. Over 40 degrees, over 40 Celsius in the sunshine, and the track temperature way, way, way above that at the moment. It is a dry heat, that's the good news, but in those cars, with 3-layer Nomex and your fireproof underwear, plus the heat of the car around you, it's going to be pretty uncomfortable whether or not you've got a very highly functioning air conditioning system. It's still going to be uncomfortable.
Nicolas Bart clearing Robert Renauer and up into 3rd position. It's Renauer who doesn't look particularly comfortable, because now Charles Espenlaub is all over the gearbox of that Porsche GT3R ahead of him. Renauer with a full crew this weekend. Herbert Motorsport will always be there and thereabout. They might not star at the head of the field, they might not run away with the lead at any given point, but they will always be there. They always seem to make the right strategy calls. They get the drivers in at the right time, and of course, how fast you go right now is not just dictated by the pace that you have as a driver, because those drivers are trying to be sensible with their tyres. They need to try and get the full stint length out of the tyres. And of course, right now, they might be the most full the car will be throughout the full 24 hours. True. Because they can refuel a certain amount, but actually the capacity of the car might be more, and you can start the race with more. So you could start the race with 150 litres, but that car might then be limited to only 120 litres per green flag fuel up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but I wonder if anyone might have actually not fulfilled the car in this first stint, seeing what they get from the tyres to start with. It'd be interesting to find out what we have got with a field of just on 24 is the likelihood that we'll get a lot of green flag running. So you might not be saved by full course purples, by code 60s.
Nicolas Bart is driving this like a 20-minute touring car race. He's absolutely on the mission. From 5th position on the grid, we didn't see those guys field their best lineup. He's going around the outside at the hairpin. That hasn't quite worked out for them, but if he does have an overlap through 7, he might be able to get down the inside into 8. There's a bit of a squeeze from Jochen Krumbach in the Ferrari, who is in 2nd position right now. But Santalok put all of their AMs in qualifying and only 1 semi-pro. They've got 3 semi-pros in that lineup. So that car could have been higher up in qualifying with the aggregated system of 3 different drivers. Nicolas Bart didn't qualify the car, but now in race trim, he is on the attack. And it's really great to see Nicolas Bart in GT3 racing. A good friend from the TCR series. His father owns Come To You Racing, and they've had a torrid time in TCR this year. Nicolas decided to get away from the front-wheel drive machines, get himself into rear-wheel drive. Come To You Racing have run rear-wheel drive. And unfortunately, Daddy's not here this weekend because they've got about 1 million Fun Cup cars racing in Belgium. And I'm surprised, actually, that Nicolas here, because I thought he might choose experience of Spa before the 24-hour race that he'll do in a few weeks' time, rather than experience of 24-hour race not at Spa. Anyway, good choice, Nicolas. Great to see you here. And it looks like he's going to get second any moment.
We have, and here he goes, looks down the inside as he dives down the hill into turn one. Fairness, Krumbach didn't really defend in the white, red and black Ferrari. We have had come to you in this in this series.
Yep.
They've raced in some of the 24-hour series. I've got a feeling that they were at Dubai once, at least.
They've got a fleet of 4 or 5 TCR RS3 Audis, which they could have in the TCR spec here, but that close relationship with Audi almost means that they are kind of obliged to run anything GT3 Audi spec. I wonder whether we might see Nicolas go back to Come To You racing in the future with his dad's team running a GT3, but at the moment gaining the experience with another team, it's a very intelligent move.
Sometimes you have to break away from the family firm, don't you, to find your feet and establish yourself. It is Pierre Caffer that leads by a rather healthy almost 3 seconds as we're in the opening minutes, just 6.5 minutes gone, if you prefer. We've also already raced, 3 and a bit laps. Rick Bright is in the 909 Porsche, so used to that being a touring car, the Red Camel's car, battling for the lead in, Joe Bradley mentioned this, probably one of the most hotly, pun absolutely intended here today, hotly contested of the categories for the 992 Porsche Carrera Cup cars. It's Red Ant Racing, and Eitan Redont, who is leading in their version of the car, and that's the red and black car from the very Dutch orange car in second. So Red Ant versus Red Camel, and at the moment the Ant obviously travelling at a much faster scale speed than a camel can. No, the Ant.
But I'm not sure an Ant can travel that fast either.
No, well, scale speed, I'm sure it's much quicker. Coming through behind them, by the way, not in their class, is Jean-Francois Bruneau for Leiper Motorsport in the leading GTX car, one of the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeos, getting another lease of life, new evolution for that car. But this, I think, is one of the Evo 1 cars.
Jean-Francois Bruneau stating in the interview at the start of the race that he didn't really want to get involved in cars that were not part of his class. But as we know from that Super Trofeo, it's incredibly fast down long straights. Yeah. It doesn't have many long straights to really stretch its legs. But he will find himself better equipped in certain parts of this circuit as we go side by side between the Camel and the Ant, and it's now advantage Red Camel with Rick Breukers ahead at turn 5 through the hairpin left-hander, just better on the brakes, and you get the feeling that Rick is feeling more comfortable at this moment. But surely this is the one car that you really need to be careful with preserving the tyres and getting them to the end of the stint, because the 992 category cars can go longer than the GT3s. The GT3s might do 45, 55 minutes, so the tyres need to last that long. In the 992 category, we're talking over an hour, not an hour and a half like the TCR cars, and there's also quite a lot of work to get those cars to 1.5 hours. But the 992 car, with its rear-wheel drive, with the way that you drive the car, to get the best performance out of it, I think they'll be, certainly in the height of and the heat of the day, as we will be in these first couple of hours, a real challenge to get them to the end of that stint.
It's a good point. I think they'll do an hour and 15, maybe an hour and 20, depending on who's driving and how hard they're pushing. Those two youngsters, Ayrton and Rick, or Rick and Ayrton as it is that way around now, seem to be enjoying it. I've had the great honour and pleasure of following Rick and having a bit of a race with him when he was in a TCR car and I was in a GT4 car, and it just happened he was out on the track at the same time. And although we weren't battling for either overall or class position, we just happened to be on the same part of the circuit at the same time. And this was long before he was picked up as a Lamborghini supported driver. And he is a very smart young man. He races very well. He's so incisive through traffic. Not so much of that here this weekend, but the opportunity for him in starting the race to set the pace in that 992 class, and he's obviously felt, and they will have been talking about that beforehand, he's felt that that needs to be done straight away. Let's look at some of the other classes, Ben.
Well, we've got 2 other cars in the 992 class. I just wanted to cover those off. A second Red Ant machine, the 904 car, tends to be the slightly slower of the 2. And we've got a GTX driving slowly on circuit. The Vortex gets himself back onto circuit. That might be a driver-induced mistake, but seems to be back up and running. The one I wanted to cover off on the 992 category quickly was the ID Racing. They have a 40-second penalty overhanging them. That is for an infringement in qualifying due to being too loud. Their exhaust system was found to be illegal or not conforming to these regulations, I should say. And so, unfortunately, they will have a penalty that they need to serve, as with any penalty that we'll see throughout the race, within 2 hours of that penalty being given. And that can be done at any point when they come into their pits. There is a penalty box where they serve their penalty and then make their way to their pit box to do a service. And then the fuel station here is after the pit boxes. So it's the end of pit lane. You go through the garages, actually, into the paddock. There's 8 Bowsers, or usually 8 Bowsers, in the back of the paddock, and then you come back out into pit lane and back onto circuit.
I do think it's much nicer for an incoming driver to not have to rattle straight out of the pits, and for the driver who's coming into the pits and getting out of the car not have to remember to go for fuel. It's much better to get it on the way out. It's the 421 going slowly. That's the Catesby Jones BMW M4 that's leading. It was leading the GT4 category. It's now already dropped down to 3rd position. The green and black car.
This car also leads the championship at
Yes.
GT4. And there's plenty of points to be picking up here this weekend.
Trying to stay off the racing line, Ben, on the far side of the circuit from our point. Just coming around through turn 11 and 12.
Can't see anything on the dash which would suggest what's going on.
He's down on. I think he's down on the left side. Has he got a puncture?
Okay.
Has he got a puncture? He's just taking it very easily, sitting in 2nd gear, trying to look to see what's going on the left front. We'll maybe get a chance as he comes further around the circuit. Still green on the track at the moment. Catesby doing a really good job of not getting in anybody's way. Well, my theory's up this morning straight away, isn't it? Oh, is that left front down?
It looks pretty equal to the right front.
I'm looking at the splitter angle on the ground, and I think you're right. It is very, very hot indeed, and I did talk to a couple of teams about cars potentially going into a default limpo mode if they get overly upset about the temperature. And he's staying out of the way of everybody. And whatever it is, he's done a good job linking it. I wonder then, mate, is it a transmission problem and he's stuck in 2nd gear? It's Dinah Binks who's down in the pit lane. So we'll try and get a word with Di when that car comes in. It's clearly still got fire in its BMW motor.
Yeah, and rolling, you know, and driving.
Yes, driving, not just rolling, correct, because he's going uphill into the pits, quite steep uphill.
So mechanically wise, it doesn't look too bad. This could be very well one of those mystery, annoying issues that you can't see. Luckily, BMW M here this weekend from a works capacity, so they can go and knock on the door quite quickly. Oh, I didn't think we had Seb for the first hour, but there is our man Seb down in pit lane. We're going to have
He's just about to go off, actually.
He's about to go off, is he? Okay. Well, here's a first story for us then that we can really get our teeth into and find out exactly what's going on with just... how many laps have we done? Not many. Where's laps on our timing screen? 8. Ah, yes.
So they're immediately cooling the car down. But,
Hi, John, I'm here.
Let's talk to Diana and see what's going on down there.
They're saying it's not a puncture. They're just plugging in the laptop now to do the diagnostics check, to check what it is. But they've raised the bonnet, having a look inside. They're just keeping everything cool. They've got the guns on at the moment, but they're not sure. So until he's sort of gone through the diagnostics check on the laptop, they won't know what's happening.
It's Diana Binks down in the pits for the first shift. We'll be swapping out our commentators down in the pit lane. Our pit reporters quite regularly in this kind of weather. Thanks, Di. And Seb, who we affectionately call Das Pit Machine, even he will be taking some breaks. We almost had to talk him into it. He just loves being down there, lugging that camera around. And quick mention as well to all of our volunteer marshals, officials who are out in this hot weather, and of course our camera operators around the circuit, as well as the teams. Got a smattering of spectators as well in the grandstand opposite of Sandy Stuvik. Started the BBR Cooper Leon competition from pole and continues to lead the touring car category.
It was a good little interview that we had on the grid with Sandy. He's in the newer of the two Coopers. BBR coming here with two cars. We've seen them with one, but we don't usually see them with two. The 158 is the less known one, but it's the 158 which is the newer Cupra. We'll get to the bottom of why BBR have chosen the older Cupra for the more points scoring leading championship car, actually. The 159 car is the car that leads the championship, and they are in the older car. In Hockenheim, they're in the newer car. So interesting one.
Are they
there.
just doing turn and turn about?
Maybe they feel as though the older car has got more legs. We've got a battle for the lead of the race, would you believe? From 3 seconds down, Nicolas Bart is now on the tail of Pierre Caffer. We spoke to Pierre about how he's going to be saving tyres, and it's very important to do so. Not sure Santalok told Nicolas Bart to save tyres, because Bart is pushing hard. Fastest lap of the race for the Santalok car, a 44.0. That's 0.6 of a second slower than Pierre Caffer managed, and they're already in traffic, already starting to catch some of our TCR machines.
I think the second of those Audis, the blue Audi, with Nicolas Bart on board, I'm not sure if it's set up differently. We can't really see it from there. But he has a car underneath him that is moving around far less than Pierre Caffer. Now, Pierre Caffer is one of the smoothest drivers you will ever see. Pierre Caffer in the rain is something to behold. I remember seeing him at the Nürburgring on the Grand Prix circuit in the old American Le Mans Series days when we were racing there, and we raced in a monsoon, and he was driving around the outside of bigger, faster prototypes in a Porsche Cup car, I seem to remember. So he's smooth. He's got the full headlight package on that car as he goes through turn one to start another lap. And there is traffic ahead, and it's one of the Wolfpack Audis that's right ahead of him as they go through turn three. Just notice how Nicolas is. He's able to pinch the corners. He doesn't have to run as far wide. I think he's going to have a go down into turn 5 into the VIP Torre hairpin.
He's being very aggressive. And of course in SRO, even in the 3-hour endurance races, they are now sprint races. Each driver gets 1 hour to go out and absolutely nail it. They don't have to do any tyre saving or anything like that. But the Pirellis work absolutely perfectly to do a full hour's race, and so they don't have to worry here. It's a 24-hour race. You need to get the car to the end. And I think the approach is slightly different. Remember, this is probably, I would say, this is Nicolas Bart's debut in GT3 racing here in the Creventic series. He may well have done some TCR racing before. Pierre Caffer is an experienced veteran. He might sit there and go on then, off you go. If you really want to go that fast, I don't need to be battling with you. But to watch an Audi go past you in a similar kit and wave goodbye would be a little frustrating for Caffer. So he's not defending hard, but he is sitting in the way a little bit. We've got to change for third position as well. Robert Renauer has got ahead of Jochen Krombach, so that Porsche has got himself up to speed. Best lap of their race so far on the last lap from Renauer.
20 minutes in then, the battle for the lead has been turned up to gas mark 6, actually probably full blast. He's super hot outside at the moment. That's going to be the story. Sun at its absolute zenith at the moment. Hardly any shadows, any shade for the teams in the pit lane. You'd have to be in the pit box as the sun drops away to its sunset at just before 9 o'clock tonight. The main grandstand will cast a shadow over the start-finish straight. Vortex and Philippe Bonnet off the circuit at exactly the same place that he was after 11 minutes.
He's got a different line, hasn't he? Got a different line through wherever that is.
Turn 8, I think.
Is it turn 8?
Yeah, I think it was. It is exactly the same part of the track as it was. I've driven in conditions that are this hot, and in a car that had no aircon.
And that definitely doesn't.
And that one will not have. No. And I mean, at least they've got the advantage of having the engine behind you. When the engine's in front of you, and you've got the heat coming back, just actually, you know, if anybody asked you about previous crimes, you would just absolutely confess to them straight away, because you cannot. It's even hard talking on the radio in cogent terms when all you've got to do is say copy or read out your fuel number. It is that difficult because, and particularly for people who aren't full-time racers, because you're using so much of your brain capacity. Probably 105% of my brain capacity is being used just to keep the car on the track and do anything like a passable lap time. Then you add in having to talk to somebody or work your way past a group of traffic or whatever, and basically the brain just says no. It's like your CPU is just going to shut down and something's going to freeze, something's not going to work.
And we are going to see that with these first drivers get out the car. They are going to be, I mean, I've seen Nicolas Bart after a 20-minute touring car race absolutely glowing red. He's worked so hard, and I think we're going to see that with many of our drivers. Remember, so many of our drivers are not, well, many of them probably are more athletic than they are professional racing drivers, because you're able to be an athlete even if you are not a professional athlete, and so they will have trained hard to be able to cope with these very hot situations. But it's unusual to be in such a hot situation, and for some of the cars that don't have the air conditioning, this is going to be a huge challenge.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Let's go down to Diana in the pit lane, who's chasing up the situation with the number 421 BMW. Good afternoon, Diana.
Good afternoon. I'm with Vim. I'm just finding out what's happening with the 421. It is still here in the pit lane. Vim, you've just come out of the back of the garage to talk to the team to find out what's happening. They're not made too much progress. They've plugged in the computer with the diagnostics machine. What have they found?
Well, we still are not sure about what's the problem, but it seems to be that the throttle pedal is something wrong with, and we're now going to change the throttle pedal from the other car to this car to see if this can fix the problem, because otherwise we have no clue on the computer what's wrong. So
that's when it's really frustrating, isn't it? At the beginning of the race, you've had this issue, you can't quite pinpoint what it is straight away, but it's obviously worth fixing and getting the car back out on track.
I mean, we've been running 2 times 12 hours without any issue, and now we have this issue after, let's say, 50 minutes, so it's really frustrating because more or less fucked up our race, I think.
Is it throttle by wire? It's not a cable on this car.
What do you think?
Is it throttle by wire?
Yeah, it is, yeah. So, we will see.
All right, I'll leave you to it, Wim. Thank you so much for the update. We look forward to you getting back out there.
And that's the problem, isn't it? As even GT4 cars get more and more complicated, you know, if that had been a broken throttle cable, you'd have run a new piece of wire in, fastened it on, tightened it up, and sent the driver back out again. Nowadays, you're talking about potentiometers and ECUs and a little sealed black box that's on the throttle pedal or on the pedal box itself, and they're not going to take that apart. They're just going to swap it out for another component.
We're just watching on our onboard stream Patrick Kolb, who is fighting his Audi R8 LMS GT4 machine very hard. He was ahead of the Ram Racing Mercedes GT4. They've got a real battle for the head of the GT4 standings, whilst that Tangerine ACP car is in the pit box. But if Kolb is trying to preserve the tyres, he's not doing a fantastic job of it, because sliding doesn't preserve. I mean, fully locked up there, full all arms and elbows. We saw this in qualifying, didn't we, John? The way he was driving that car. He is apparently the more experienced driver of the lineup, but he's driving it like a rallycross car, and his teammate's the rallycross champion.
This is the black and red Audi, the GT4 version of the Audi R8. This is the 499 car, red and white on one side, black and red on the other. and Patrick Kolb in second position, with the leader in class just ahead of him.
Yeah, so that's just swapped around.
Being the Ram car. The Ram car's gone through. It's interesting sometimes. Sometimes the more experienced driver feels a little bit of pressure at the start of a race and goes out and rags the car. And I don't know what Patrick's been told to do and what the tactics are, but he does seem to be, dare I say it, from the cool of our commentary box, slightly overdriving that car at the moment. You wouldn't have a car set up so edgy that it was always moving around like that for a 24-hour race. So he's on the ragged edge of the setup of the car. The car will have been set up to make the best of it for the driver who is the least quick in the car, to make it most comfortable and most consistent for your least quick driver.
Yeah.
Meantime, in TCR.
And in theory, therefore, it should be more comfortable for everybody else. We did also see another change, just quickly. Jochen Krumback has lost another position to CP Racing, so the Ferrari now down to 5th position. This is a point, perhaps, with the GT4 and the GT3 cars, where we are seeing tyres overheating, perhaps, because they haven't quite got the tyre pressures right for the start of the race, or they've set the car up to be strong at the start of the race, but now they've overheated and start to move around. Change between 2 Volkswagens in TCR. This is for 5th position, and that is Jordan Mugino for the 700 miles team, losing a position to Peter Falstrom in the Lestrup Racing 110. Both Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR DSG machines.
So we are barely scratching the surface of the first hour, coming down to the first half an hour. 27 minutes now completed. Pierre Caffer has eased out to a 2-second lead in the Phoenix Racing Audi over the Santalok Nicolas Barthes car. Then it's another 4 seconds further back to Robert Renauer, who started the Herbert Porsche. Charles Espenlaub leads the AM categories, another 8 seconds further back. And just underlining what we were saying about Patrick Kolb, the GT4 car doesn't have a lot of aero. I mean, I've seen more extreme-looking road-going versions of the Audi R8. It's quite a small rear wing, so you're relying on mechanical grip. And if you are driving all arms and elbows as you described it, which he certainly is doing, his rear view mirror has rattled loose inside the car, and it's sort of looking all over the place.
That's providing a great view for the passenger that's not there.
And you don't have a rear camera on these cars. He's backing the car into the corners as if he was on a MotoGP bike. So he's completely, already in half an hour, he's routed his rear tyres. So his rear tyres have overheated. Now, he's got to slow down, and that might not get them back, but it will stop the car moving around. The problem is, the way he's driving, he's going to continue to overheat those rear tyres. He's overheating them on the way into the corner because the car's sliding around. And on the way out, even though these cars have got traction control, he's one of the more experienced drivers. He probably turns the traction control way down and potentially even off, because it does lose you a little bit of track time if you've got it on anywhere beyond about halfway and very sensitive. It will preserve the rear tyres, but it'll cost you a bit of track time. But what you've got to do is balance that with what you're doing to the tyres. And in fairness, he's keeping the Ram car ahead of him with Ian Logie behind the wheel in sight. That's another second or so since the last time we were watching this, but he's still within 3 seconds or thereabouts as he goes across the line.
He is, though, over 2 seconds slower than he has been in that car. The fastest lap that car has done during the race, a 53.5. That is faster than Ian Loggie's managed in the Mercedes, but he can't match that now.
Here's
a Vortex off the track again at the same place.
At exactly the same place at turn 8.
That's not fair. Take the graphic off. It's not Jean-Francois. That's Jean-Francois in the Lamborghini.
So, just going back to the Audi, the GT4 Audi. In defence of the driver, we don't know what his starting pressures were.
Yeah, exactly.
And we don't know what the setup of that car is. And it may be that the excess of heat that we've got here has tipped that car over into being very, very loose at the back and pointy at the front, because that looks like a classic qualifying setup where you hustle the car around for 2 laps and then you basically park it.
Yeah. We're getting penalties through, John, already. Not sure we've got the correct screen up for penalties.
I can make that happen.
But unfortunately, first award is to CP Racing, who've got a 10-second penalty. I'm going to just hazard a guess that it's for track limits. Oh, yes.
Overtaking another car outside the track.
Okay.
That was. Third offence for the 188, gets a warning. And a left rear puncture for Andreas Butkevicius in the pit lane. Diana has just told me that you didn't hear, but she's been talking to the Hankook tyre engineers. 53 degrees track temperature, 53 Celsius track temperature, 38 ambient.
Oh, wow. It is a hot day out there. 720 hopefully is just a rear left puncture. They're the only Lithuanian team represented this weekend. Usually we've got a couple of Lithuanians, including a Ferrari.
Driver change.
But no Lithuanian Ferrari this weekend, just RD Signs.
And Diana is there. That looks like a driver change, Di.
Yes, it is. It is a rear left puncture, as Ben quite rightly pointed out. It is a driver change. Unfortunately, I didn't see who jumped into the car, but they're just doing the usual checks, you know, cleaning the windscreen, getting rid of any pickup on the tyres that they can see, taking tyre temperatures as well, obviously, and settling the driver into the car.
Di, was it just one tyre? Was it just the left rear, or did they do the whole set?
No, left rear.
Okay.
One tyre.
Thank you, Di. Repressuring the tyres, or at least bleeding a little bit of air out of the front tyres as well. It has been very, very hot these last few days, but today is the hottest that we've seen. It was forecast to be around this temperature, but 53 on the track is excessive. As soon as you get 50 degrees and above, it has anyone who is dealing with tyres, it has them looking at their charts, because that is extreme weather for any tyre, any racing tyre. To be honest, any road-going tyre as well.
That RD Signs Lamborghini is the newer, the Evo version. I think they've got the older version, which they've previously used in other rounds in the garage. So that's a completely new livery, but I think it's also a new car for them this weekend.
The way you can tell is the air intake and the top of the car. They are very distinctively different. The other car that we were talking about earlier on, the second of the Lamborghini Huracans, the Leipert Motorsport car, I believe that's the original.
Yeah, that's the older
Series
one.
1.
Yeah, that's the one that they've been using throughout the season. But it is interesting that I think you counted 29 cars in testing, didn't you?
Yes.
There was, and I think there was quite a few teams running two cars, such as RD Signs, maybe back to backing them, seeing what's going on. Maybe Lestrip with two cars as well were able to do that. But RD Signs it's got a bit of lipstick on it as well. Oh, you can talk to the guys down at RD Signs because we can find out a bit more about what's going on with that team for this round.
Yes, I'm inside the garage at the moment, just talking to Andreas, who's jumped out of the car. We're looking at the tyre, Andreas, and clearly the puncture there is, the tyre degradation is very bad. The tyre split around the rim edge there. When did you feel that happen?
This is hell for us. From telemetry, my team told me that I don't have tires, and yes, this is problem. The same problem had in the test yesterday, and we don't know why this is. We make a biggest pressure in the tires, but yes.
Is there much sort of debris on the track at the minute at all?
No, I find safe position, and this is okay, but could be better.
I bet that was a bit of a scary moment.
Di, we're going to jump in here because his car in the pit lane, it is the new version of the car, and there's a fuel fire down there that's been dealt with very, very quickly. That's been put out. Can we find out who was in the car that replaced Andreas, Di, that you were talking to there? That car is fine. A little bit of a fuel spill.
It's just a little overfill, actually, isn't it? It's come out of the breather on the other side of the car. Oh, sorry, it hasn't come out of the breather. The breather was on the other side.
Nicola.
Thank you.
Nicola in the car. and quickly out of the car, but I think that should be okay. I think they've able to...
Was that even at a pump at that point?
Yeah, it was just leaving, I think.
I see.
It's been there for a while, so I think it's just a bit of an overfill. A little bit of splash and catching a light.
Well, the distinctive swan neck rear wing and the elongated air intake on the top of that car, marking it out, as Ben was pointing out, as an Evo version.
I like the lipstick, but it looks a bit like an Aston Martin with the way that they've done the front end of that car. Oh, puncture
Another left rear puncture, sorry.
For Herbert Motorsport as well. Up in 3rd position, and that's a rear left also.
Now, is there somewhere there running off the track and coming back on that is causing issues? This one, Robert Renard, exceptionally experienced, and BMW, their project car. Neil Verhagen, the US driver, started with a front left puncture now coming in. This is the GT4 concept, if you will. He's got it back into the pit lane. So is there some debris on the track? We had a little bit of contact, actually, in the Porsche GT3 race. 2 incidents where we had cars coming together, which ended the race for all 4 of the cars involved. I wonder if there is just a little bit of debris, maybe offline somewhere when people are having to pass or be passed, and that's causing a problem. Interesting, it's all left side so far.
Well, the left side's the outside tyres, isn't it? And
loaded tyres.
There's lots of loaded fast corners. Usually the fronts wear harder than the rears. Maybe that BMW puncture is just a simple wear issue. 40 minutes gone in the race, you'd be surprised. But there's also a lot of flat-ish curbs that you can run over at a lateral angle, slide, and they are nice and flat for the bikes to run their knees over, and therefore quite easy to run over on a car, but they do still have serrated edges.
So this puncture for Herbert has happened in the first sector, which is where we saw some contact. Now, it may have happened just as he went past the start-finish line, but my guess is that somewhere it'll be the inside shoulder that's given way, and somewhere they are running over a curb, and it's the coming back on again. As Ben said, the curbs are pretty flat here for the bikes. Beyond the curb, there is a green stripe. Now, this is one of the best things in any form of motorsport, I think, for track limits. You put anything in MotoGP onto the green, and you are off the track. And you know, there's no ifs, buts, or maybes about that.
This is an interesting one. Robert Renauer is coming into the paddock area.
He lose a lap here.
Coming through the back entrance of the paddock area. So at turn 5, if you go straight on, you end up basically in the paddock, such is the way that the circuit is designed. Now, he was about to begin to start pulling off the rear end of that car with the tyre flailing.
He's already lost time to the leaders, so losing this lap that he's on, and we've gone code 60.
Uh-oh.
So, now this is interesting because we are 40 minutes or thereabouts into the race. I think we will see cars coming in and taking half of their fuel load. It's for the debris on the track that Robert Renard has just spit out from behind him, running down into the braking area at turn 5. Just want to go back to the green at the edge of the circuit. Because this is a MotoGP and a World Superbike circuit, we in four-wheel motorsport, we beat green stripe. We beat ourselves one of the best things time and time again about whether people are on the track or off the track, whether it's all of the curb, part of the curb, whether it's the white line. You put anything in MotoGP and onto motorcycle racing, and also top class as far as the World Superbikes are concerned. You touch the green by a millimetre, you're off the track. You do it on the last lap of a race, you lose a minimum of 1 position. No arguments, no nothing. And it is much, much better. I don't understand why we can't do that in four-wheeled motorsport. The green there, you touch the green with any part of your tyre, any part of any tyre, you're off the track. Warning. You get 3 warnings and then you get a penalty. I do not understand why we keep beating ourselves up in four-wheeled motorsport about what is and what isn't track limits.
Leaders in 992 into the pits, leaders in GTX into the pits. Now we're starting to see the GT3 cars coming in, presumably just placement on circuit. I think we're going to see everybody bar the TCR cars. No, Douglas Koo, Viper Nisa has brought his car in. Everyone's coming in.
106, the Jordan Mugano 700 miles car has gone through and not come into the pit lane. The Vortex hasn't come in. The 110 Lestrop Racing Team Golf hasn't come in. They were in 5th in TCR.
And classic Red Ant Racing, they've ignored the fact that there is one, and they have ignored it. So we're going to have 903, I think, in the lead of this race, as the Lamborghini that was a light previously has come back out on the circuit. I didn't think it was too bad. We're going to have congestion down at the fuel Bowsers, though, because we are pretty much all the fields coming in. We've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars in the fuel area. Usually there are only 8 Bowsers.
Changing the lead of 992 cars because Rick Breukers has come in for Red Camel, and as you mentioned, Red Ant have stayed out. So Ayrton has gone through and taken up the lead. He is there for 903. He's just gone through turn 5 now, the hairpin, so past the stricken Herberth car, which might be able to get through and back into the paddock.
I only count 4, maybe 5 fuel Bowsers for this event. So we're fuel pumps, sorry. We've got a lot of people in there trying to get fuel. So now you go into the fuel zone, you then decide whether you're actually going to stay there or go straight onto the circuit. So we might have people simply unable to fuel at this point. It's not critical for any of them, but this is going to be a lot of time for those that were later into the fuel area. We are watching the 91 machine being recovered. They are going to lose some laps, and that's going to be a big fight for Herbert to get themselves back into a position for victory. They're one of the favourites always.
I think the decision for the team and the driver was with that damage to the left rear of that car. Did they take the time to get it all the way back? Or would that risk doing further damage to oil lines, fuel lines, etc. at the back of the car? The debris has been removed from the circuit by our intrepid marshals, thanks to them.
4 pumps, 2 lines per pump. 8 available opportunities to fuel. But I count over 12, 14 cars in that fuel area. So
13 cars.
Yeah, so there are some people queuing up here, and they're going to be losing huge time by doing so.
13 cars in the pits. The Catesby Jones car is still sitting at its garage. Diana just telling us they're still trying to take the parts off the other car. So I think, well, we know Jean-Francois got out in the Lippert 710. Then I think it was Fabian Dance for the Red Camel GT3 Cup car. Oh, Fabian. So Rick's got out of the car immediately after 40 minutes. Elliot Earhart in the Phoenix. So this is interesting because what they're doing is they're saving time on their quick drivers. So the quick drivers are out of the car, and some of their less quick drivers, is it fair to say? They are burning, again, pun absolutely intended. They are using up some of their time. They're behind the code 60, so it's full course purple. So they can't gain any time, but crucially, they can't lose any time on the rest of the field. So Phoenix and Santalot came in. Now Nicholas Bart has stayed in the Santalot car. They've gone back out again. Renault's car is still not recovered. It's just a slightly too tight turn. Robert, watching the recovery, the cars have lift loops in the top of them, which you fasten what effectively looks like a towing eye there. You just screw it down into it, and then the car can be lifted. They started very early on the lap. I'm just trying to see if there was any kind of damage to the wheel. Can't really see that. When it was there a little lick of flame underneath that on the left-hand side as well? I think there may have been, you know. So what was going on with that car? The 91 Herberth car in a wheel arch liner getting thrown out. That may be more damage than just the tyre. And one of the favourite cars undoubtedly always one of the favourites, the Herbert Motorsport car. The B&T group, the crossword car, if you will. And that car is out of the running early and losing lots of time.
So cars we have not seen in pits, it's the easiest way to cover off that. As we mentioned, the Sets on Miles French 106 TCR machine, that did not pit, so that's going to elevate themselves up through the field. It's about 3 minutes for the pit stop.
He can pit now because there's nobody in the fuel.
Well, yes, exactly.
So he won't have to wait. I think it's really smart when you know it's going to be a longish Code 60, just to let if you're not right at the pits, you don't come in, do you? You go around again.
Yeah, let's see if they do so, because we've got a couple of others as well. We've got only 2 others, in fact. Gunnar Jeanette in the ID Racing Porsche 992. When they come in, they have to do their penalty as well. If they came in under yellow flag conditions, their penalty would be something like double the 40 seconds. The other car that we haven't seen, as we mentioned, 903 Ayrton Redant. They never pit under Code 60s. They always ignore them and just go with their strategy, and they've done it here again.
And that has earned them the lead because Rick Breukers, who started that car and overtook the Redant racing car to take the lead, did come in to the pit lane. He's got out the car and talking to Diana Binks.
Rick, there seems a lot going on in that first, 40 minutes of the race so far. You've just come in, you're looking at the tyres. What's your expectations of what's happening out there on track?
Well, to be honest, the tyres are looking okay. It's just some small things, some small damages. But I think the tyre wear is fine. So, yeah, I just try to manage them as much as possible, and looks like they're quite okay.
That was going to be crucial, isn't it? So managing the tyres. Is there much debris and stuff on the track at the moment? Much stuff on there that is going to affect the tyres as well as the heat and the curbing?
No, it doesn't look like there's much debris. Maybe because the tyre is getting really hot, and then in combination with the curbs, it gets damaged a little bit. But so far, it's looking okay. We haven't had any puncture this whole weekend in the free practices or the test sessions. So we hope it will stay like that.
You seem to come in quite quickly. Was that part of the strategy plan?
Yeah, it was Code 60, and even though the tyres felt okay, we still didn't want to take any risk, and so we took new tyres and went for fuel.
A long way to go, clearly.
Exactly, yeah.
Thanks, Rick.
Fabian Dan's taking over from Rick as the recovery down at turn 5 in the runoff area continues. The car is now, this is the 91 Herbert GT3. The new version, by the way, the 992 version of the Porsche 911 has now formally had some pictures released by Porsche Motorsport. A lot of testing to be done. They have given themselves a real big task at the moment, launching their prototype sports car, the 963, and the new version of the GT3R with the new 992 bodywork, or what is now the current 992 bodywork. I suspect there will not be very many days off at Weissach in the coming months, with the new versions of those cars due to be delivered before the end of the year to customers so that they can start racing them straight away. We go back green, Ben.
Yep, go back green. I don't think Red Ant have ended up in the lead of the race somehow because of where they were on track. Even though they haven't pitted, they haven't gone ahead of any of the GT3 cars. This car, Charles Espinlab and the CP Racing Machine, they lost about a minute to their rivals in pit lane. Whether that was in the queue for fuel or whether they changed tyres, not entirely clear from our timing screens, but they did lose around a minute in comparison to Phoenix, Santalok and WTM. Now, Phoenix changed their drivers, Elia Earhart now in the car, and he has a 10-second advantage in the last split over Nicolas Bart. Nicolas Bart certainly didn't get out the car, and moreover, I don't think they even changed tyres on that car. I think they went straight to the fuel Bowser.
They did come down the pit lane, Ben.
Yes, they did, yeah.
So yeah, you're spot on there. They have also changed their driver. So it was Charles Putnam that started and Charles Esplanade who's in that car.
Sorry, I was talking about Santalok.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
But yes, you're right, CP Racing have changed their driver.
So I
therefore, they probably
changed their
tyres.
Now Joe Bradley's telling me that Charles Esplanade actually started that car.
Do you know what? I've got it in front of me. Yes, he did.
Right, okay.
Thank you very much to Pitwall.live for providing us with all the strategy side of things, it would be really nice to understand how many people had to queue for fuel and how many people got the Bowsers quick enough, because there was certainly some queuing, but it's difficult to know between whether they sat well, actually no, because we do know how long they were in the fuel station versus how much they were stationary. So
I was about to say pit wall will tell you that.
Yeah, it will. And actually they were not stuck in the fuel, so that is a tyre and driver change from the CP Racing Mercedes.
Well, tyre, if not, because Charles started, you told me.
Yes, yeah, thank you.
So maybe an extra set. One of the lovely things about the way this is structured is that under Code 60, the pit lane stays open both ends. So everybody's driving around at 60 kilometres an hour. The pit lane speed limit is 40 kilometres an hour. So you still lose a little bit of time trundling down the pit lane. If you do your tyres, you lose a bit of time sitting on the pit lane. If you go to the fuel Bowsers, the fuel pumps, which are pistol grip fuel pumps, same as you would see at the Nürburgring for the NLS races, then you lose that time as well. So everything that we look at in terms of the times that are split up between the pit lane and the fuel, we can sort of see, Ben, particularly through Pit Wall Live, who split it up for us, we can see how much time was spent in the pit lane and how much time was spent in the fuel buzzer. To drive through here at 40 kilometres an hour is around about 38 to 40 seconds.
Now, we did see the 710 Liepert Mercedes Lamborghini in the pits during that Code 60. Jean-Francois Bruneau has brought that car back into pit lane, so that is a slight concern for the leader in GTX, because he shouldn't be there, certainly.
Except his major competitor is the car that was on fire. So maybe they've just come back in again and topped the car right off and got full fuel.
If you've got space. You've only done a 40-minute stint. You might not have enough capacity. Hearing from Diana, they're changing tyres on that car, Diana, but do they need to do that? They obviously didn't do it last time.
Yeah, maybe they just did fuel and now they're doing tyres.
Unless they were one of those cars that went to the fuel Bowsers and found that they were full and therefore couldn't fuel. They spent 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the fuel area. So
they got fuel.
They got fuel, but they're in there again. Interesting split strategy.
Krumbach in the Ferrari, which leads the GT3 category.
I think I heard Diana. She got some answers to our questions, Diana?
Yeah, the Liepert Motorsport car came in with Jean-Francois behind the wheel, and it did actually have a puncture. It was the left rear. So that's how many have we seen now? Is that
3? 2 left rears, 2 left fronts. Car standing still on the exit of turn 14.
No, that was a frozen picture. That was my fault. Sorry for showing you that. There was another one at the top of the hill. That's why I assumed it wasn't a problem. Taking a long time to get the Herbert Motorsport car back to the paddock area, and they are really on the back foot now. It's not worth packing up and going home, though, because there is points everywhere in this race.
They're still only 4th in class. You know, that, in fact, actually, I think they're 3rd in class in the GT3 Pro-Am. So they can't get any lower than that. So there are points for getting to the end of the race up for grabs here. Speaking of getting to the end of the race, the TCRs are having a bit of a battle.
The other thing that CP Racing, just going back to why their pit stop was slow, they had a 20-second stop-go penalty because they had a 10-second that has to be doubled when you're under Code 60. So they spent 20 seconds sitting in that bit of the pit lane, and that will be the reason why that part of the sequence was slow.
Correct. That was overtaking another car outside track limits, a 10-second time penalty, now being served, and as Ben said, rightly so, during the Code 60, penalties are doubled. Still worth taking them in under Code 60, by the way. Change for position between the two Golfs. And that would be the Setson Miles car going ahead of Lestrup Racing Team. Or was that Lestrup going ahead? No, that was Peter Falstrom, I think, going ahead of this Setson Miles car.
There's been a slow lap from Sets on Miles. They're run by Code Racing Developments, which is probably a name that you know better than Sets on Miles. We'll get to the bottom of why the team have decided to change their name for this one. Code Racing Developments, well known in French GT racing, as well as the Alpine Europa Cup. It's weird that I know my French teams. Used to know all about British teams, and now I don't know about British teams anymore. I know everything about French teams. Strange. A quick look at the Lamborghini, which has got itself a new set of boots. Jean-Francois Bruno still aboard the Lippert Mercedes. Usually just a three-man team with Tyler Cook and Kirong Lee, but they are joined by two other Americans to make that a five-car lineup. And finally, we're hearing that the 91 machine has made it to pit lane, so it'll be deposited in front of Herbert Motorsport, and it'll be quite a quick turnaround. Make sure that the bumper and all the plastic bits are still in the right place. There obviously was a lining that got pulled out of that car. Other than that, put a new tyre on and get back to it.
I think you'd be wanting to make sure that everything around there was still in the right place. Red Ant 903, and that is Ethan Redon. From 5th position, but leading the 992 class by a healthy minute.
No, 10 seconds. 10 seconds over the ID Racing.
Oh, okay.
Gunnar Jeanette, but Gunnar Jeanette also didn't pit. So those
two have not pitted.
Yeah, they've got a decent advantage over Fabian Dance and the Red Camel that did pit.
I see.
Every timing screen in the world has to be read in a slightly different way, doesn't it? It just gives you about half an hour to work out how it works, and then it's all good.
That one there and this one here are even different. And they're coming from the same place. Micro ahead.
By the way, the gap that I told you was 10 seconds between Phoenix and Santalok isn't 10 seconds. That was a reflection of when they were going around at 60 kilometers an hour.
Correct.
It's 2.7 seconds with Elia Earhart ahead of Nicolas Bart. They are in the 40. Well, Nicolas Bart's last lap was nearly a 47, so that's 3 seconds slower than the best lap of that car. Whether he's been told to chill, cool it a little bit, whether that is a reflection on the car being slightly heavier. I don't think many people got fresh tyres in our Code 60. Doesn't look like that they had enough time to do so. Although you would suggest that Elia Earhart in the Phoenix Racing, if they changed the driver, they might as well have changed the tyres.
I think anybody who changed driver will have put a new set of Hankook racing tyres on the car. But I think you might have had a quick look at them, though.
Certainly.
Not as you were driving by, actually pull the guys in, stop them, have a quick look at them, possibly even re-pressure them.
Yeah,
just bleed out a little bit of air and then send them.
Yeah.
Effectively, you're asking them to do a stint and a half here in these ridiculous conditions for racing tyres, with the track temperature over 50 Celsius when we started this race, and it's not getting any cooler.
And of course they've gone back to being heavy cars again, taking on half a tank of fuel, so another 50, 60 litres worth of fuel for many of the cars. That would be, well, that's another driver, isn't it? I mean, it's only half of me, but
and me.
Katarina, for instance, she probably is only about 60 kilos.
Point
or
seven.
Yasmin Prezing, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, it's 0.7 of a kilogram per litre of fuel. Which is why you should always, and the weight of the fuel doesn't change with heat and atmospheric conditions, which is why you should always measure the weight of fuel rather than the volume. I'll just put that soapbox away for a moment.
Not litres versus, yes, put kilos of fuel in rather than litres of fuel.
Well, and when you are scrutineering cars after an event and looking at the fuel tank and how much fuel you've put in and then you can take out, particularly if it's the day after, like it would be, I don't know, Le Mans, and you think you're putting more volume into the car, what you have to look at is actually what it weighs. Ben Keating knows all about that.
Redemption this year at Le Mans.
Still twice a Le Mans winner, as far as I'm concerned.
That Team ACP Tangerine BMW M4 is still in the pit lane, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
So the mysterious electrical fault that we speculated it might be, is, and they have been there for 46 minutes. So that's a real frustration. They're going to have to keep at it because they are leading the championship and they'll want those points for the European Championship that ends in Barcelona. But it's going to be horribly frustrating sitting there with, the mechanics can't even do anything. They can't, get changing suspension bits or exhaust or whatever. It's just tappity-tap on a computer, which is just kind of the worst type of engineering.
Well, and somebody else is trying to strip a piece off a car that's sitting in the back of the garage or outside in the heat.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
And you're lying in the footwell upside down with your feet on the driver's seat, because we've all done that. And it's, the sweat's going to be running back down into your eyes and.
There are many teams here, and as we said before, 29 cars were doing testing 2 days ago. There are many teams who've got 2 cars so that they can take parts off a second car if they need it. I'm not sure whether Catesby Jones and the Team ACP Tangerine Associates car have a second donor car, if you like.
Well, but that's what the crew chief was saying, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah? OK.
Today, that they were going to try and strip the same part off
the other car.
Another vehicle.
Right,
yeah.
OK.
It's 2 Audis. We've had an hour's worth of racing. It's 2 Audis, Phoenix from Santalok. And they are being driven, 18, by Elliot Earhart, Nicholas Bert for Santalok. 3 seconds between them, then another 4 seconds back to WTM Jochen Krumbach, then 25 seconds back to Charles Espinal CP Racing. 20 seconds of that being him sitting on pit lane, of course, soaking up the penalty. 992 class leader, Redon Racing, and Ayrton Redon with the Porsche. Gunnar Jeanette 7 seconds back. Fabian Dance next up, and that's third in 992 at 1 minute and 15 and 45 seconds ahead of the second of the Red Ant racing cars, which has got Jimmy de Broeke behind the wheel. Leipert, Jean-Francois Bruno leading GTX by now actually almost 1 minute and 20 seconds. Oh no, more than that actually, because they've got GT4 cars between them. So they're leading GTX. GT4's led by Ram Racing, Ian Logie. Ahead of second place, the Lion Speed Patrick Kolb car. It's now 7 seconds the gap there. TCE category, Cupra, BBR, Sandy Stuvik for the 158 by about 30 seconds from Wolf Power Racing and Yasmin Preissig. Cantity Kusiri for the second BBR car is another 17 seconds further back, making up the top 3. Problems early on for Team ACP Tangerine Associates in that very nattily turned out BMW M4 GT4, and the Herbert Motorsport team, one of a number of cars, 4 cars that we've seen with left-hand side punctures, but that one stopped Robert Renard in his tracks at turn 5. He's been dragged back to the pits, or flatbedded back to the pits, but has lost now 11 laps to the leader, and Ty is down there now looking at the situation.
Robert, you've made it back into the team garage, the car's back in here, you're evaluating what's happened. First of all, are you okay?
Yeah, for sure. Just was a blow up from tire on the main straight. Shit timing, so I had to go nearly half a lap to the exit road, and they needed so much time to rescue the car and bring it back to pit. We lost a lot of time. Also, the damage in the left rear is massive. Still have to repair it, but we bring the car back to the track and continue from the last position.
Do you think the damage was caused when the tire blew out and did you hit the barrier or not?
Oh, no barrier. It was just for because of the puncture. It was a big explosion, so destroyed everything.
And it's always tricky getting the car back, isn't it?
Yeah, that's tried. I tried to go really slow, but then suddenly the engine gets hot, and I had to stop the car in the rescue road. So, yeah.
Was there any idea or any warning that there was something like that going to happen?
No, I just had vibrations out of the last corner, but I couldn't get into the pit again because I was too quick at this moment. So, yeah. 300 meters later it happens, and big shit for the team, for us, for me as driver. Well, continue and try to pass some cars.
Right, you've had an opportunity to sort of evaluate the damage. How much can you see, and how much can you get done, and in what sort of time frame?
I already told the guys from the track about the damaged parts, so we could bring everything in the right position. I'm sure we get out the next 10 minutes again, and then it's all done.
Thanks, Robert. Thank you so much. Well, we did see that, John. I said earlier the team were getting the parts ready from the spare car before he came in to the garage area. They're working quite quickly now, but there does look like a fair amount of damage to that rear, but they've got all the parts ready. They were ready to get onto it as soon as he came in. And obviously for our listeners there, I just want to apologise for any misconstruction of language that they might have heard during that chat. Obviously he's just jumped out of the car, and everything's happening.
Yeah, thank you, Di. Yeah, apologies for the swearing there. Car at the front of the field into the pit lane.
Ferrari in, WTM Racing in the fuel area. We did see them come in before, so we will get an idea of whether they have spent a long time getting new tyres, for instance, or is this just needing fuel? They shouldn't need fuel.
But they did stop in the first Code 60.
They did stop in the first Code 60. They didn't stop at their box. This is obviously a much longer stop because they have done over 2 minutes in their own box and then 2.5 minutes refueling, and are now out on circuit. So that for me is a change of tyres in a way that maybe they didn't change tyres under Code 60. They had been going backwards on our timing screens anyway. I wonder whether they just feel that the tyres have done enough. So actually, that has only been 31 laps in total, if those were the same tyres throughout the whole of that stint.
It's Ben Constaduras and John Hindolf in the booth. Diana Binks for the first pit lane stint.
I have an update for you, John, on the 421 Team ACP. Just spoke to Vim again. The car is still in the garage. They still don't know what the problem is. They've changed the sensors, and they're plugged in again to try and find the diagnostics, but they just cannot work out what the issue is. They're just really shaking their heads here. Everything they're trying isn't working at the moment.
After 2 days of full testing, after all of the track time they've had, qualifying as well, first car out into qualifying on both of our sessions and in the night session as well. It's just so typical, isn't it, that an unknown issue rears its head within 10 minutes of the race start. How frustrating. We've been spending a bit of time with John Loggy on the graphics, Ian Loggy better known as, and he is in the Ram Racing Mercedes. Beautiful livery on that car. I'm sure if you've been following our coverage, or indeed following social media generally over the last couple of weeks, you'd have seen this black Mercedes with yellow highlights. We had a good explanation from Dan Shufflebottom, the team owner, yesterday as to the amount of time and why that design has happened. 3 days to put the pinstripes around that Mercedes, and they are hoping to keep it clear of any damage so they can preserve that livery for until the next time they take the car out, because I think that car is the same car that Katarina Kovlova drove in the 24 Hours of Dubai a couple of years ago. Certainly from the interview that Dan gave us, it seemed to be so. Since then, off doing her classic racing and deciding to come back into GTs for this weekend. Portimao, a spiritual home for her, because it's the first place that she ever went racing in a 24-hour race in a 1928 Bentley blower.
As you do.
Would you believe? I mean, the amount of hours you put on a GT car here, let alone a car that's 80 years old. And we'll have plenty of time to chat to all of our drivers through the 24 hours. Our objective is to talk to every single driver on the grid throughout the 24 hours. So if you have a tick sheet, as I do, by the way, then you can tick off all the drivers and see if we managed to make it, Diana and Joe Bradley down in pit lane. I think Joe managed to do about 15 just on the grid walk. So
does that count? That's not in the race. I don't think that counts. That absolutely doesn't count.
Well, I've already started ticking them, so I've given them a little head start.
Okay.
We've already heard from Rick Broikers twice. That's not bad for 1 hour's racing.
Not sure.
Fight at the head of the field is still just 1.6 seconds between Phoenix and Santalok. Didn't really see much of Santalok in qualifying, because as I say, they used their AM drivers in qualifying and only one semi-pro. They've got 3 semi-pros in that car, all young drivers going to the Spa 24 hours at the end of the month, and Santalok using this opportunity to give them some 24-hour experience. Obviously 2 ways of doing it this weekend, with Come To You Racing at Spa in the Fun Cup, in the 25-hour Fun Cup race. So opportunity to do a round-the-clock race at Spa, but in a different machine. And Santalok obviously going with the let's use the car in the GT3 route for the drivers. A slowing BMW M concept machine. It had a puncture in the first stint of the race.
Change of driver. Max Hesse behind the wheel now. It was Neil Verhagen that started that car.
Is that a puncture again on the left front? I think it might be,
I think it is. I think it is. Look at the splitter. It's not aligned to the rest of the car.
Well, that's curious, because every other puncture that we've seen is left rear.
We've had 2 cars with left fronts.
Well, it was that car before.
Yeah, and we had another car with a left front. We had 2 left fronts and 2 left rears.
Okay.
So now that's 3-2 to the left fronts.
It would be a left front if it was a touring car. Absolutely, categorically, for sure. A TCR machine with running the drive on the front and obviously the steering. But this BMW GT4 car is rear-wheel drive. It shouldn't be putting that much load through the front left. So head scratching from the team. It is BMW Works team who are here evaluating
team, isn't
this.
It? Who we normally see racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. There was a 6-hour race there today. In fact, that is all just coming to its climax.
With a bit of rain, I think I just saw.
Oh, really?
Switch over to one of our other channels if you want to follow that.
It's RS3 for the audio, sound and vision for that, as well with Bruce and Snowy taking you through that one. And we've got WEC in audio with the return of the Peugeot. That will be on RS3 later on this afternoon. We're concentrating in sound and vision live here across the Radio Show Limited network of channels via radiolemans.com and our syndications around the world, as well as the 24H series website. Live timing there as well. Live timing getraceresults.com, and you can see the same information that we have in the booth here at RSL_studio if you'd like to get in touch with us.
So that BMW has the BMW Junior team as their 3 pro or semi-pro drivers. Dan Harper, Max Hesse, Neil Verhagen. Those guys have been driving together in GT4 cars last year, upgraded to GT3 this year in the Endurance Series and Sprint Series in the SRO, whatever it's called, Fanatec something this week. No longer the Blancpain, because everyone used to call it Blancpain, didn't they? And actually Blancpain's a watch, not a championship, and unfortunately a bit like Hoover. You know, Hoover's the brand.
It's a vacuum cleaner.
It's a vacuum cleaner, and Hoover make vacuum cleaners. Blancpain sponsored GT racing, and so now we've got a
Blancpain, as I
really?
Yeah, a lot of people called it that.
No.
I know that.
They were also joined. My point was they're joined by Jörg Weidinger, who is a vehicle dynamics specialist and works on his day job for BMW N on dynamics. So it'll be his kind of. He'll be putting his engineering head on there with the rest of the team and going, well, why are we getting front left punctures? Not a stationary car. That is a stationary picture. The left front, I don't think, should be the one that's working the hardest. So maybe too much camber in the front end. They're trying to get the car to turn in, so you put more camber on. There's quite a few corners that are transferring the weight quite heavily to the outside. And of course, this is a new car, new geometry for them to work with, and it's exactly why they are here, is to test them. Car's been had a new tyre replaced. It's now in the fuel area with Lippert again. So whilst we were talking, Lippert have been in another time. Is that their third? That's their third pit stop. So have they picked up another puncture? That's one for Diana to go and
yeah, that was another car that has had a couple of punctures.
Well, it had a puncture 4 or 5 laps ago, didn't it? And Diana told us about that. But it's been in again. So it can't be a scheduled pit stop unless there's a mistake there. Oh, round goes the Ayrton Redant
leader.
Redant Racing leader in GT in 992.
Yeah.
On the end of he's one of the last cars to pit, actually.
I think that's turn 8.
5. So it's
five,
accelerating out of the slow hairpin.
Okay, yes, running up to turn 6. Yeah, okay. So too much throttle, bit of a loop. So that's where the vortex has been going off as well, isn't it?
Struggling to get the power down in the vortex because it's hefty, that car. It's got a lot of power in it.
Oh yeah.
Philip Bonnell was obviously struggling to get out of that slow corner, and Ayrton Redant doing the same thing. So is that a message to the driver? It's been an hour and a quarter since the start of the race. Perhaps they should be getting those tyres off that car. Is he at the end of his tether?
Well, I suspect he's going to appear backwards. Well, he pinched the car down. He wasn't letting the car roll out to the right-hand side of the track, off the hairpin, almost as if he was trying to defend from a ghost car, because there wasn't really anything around him. So how far back is that going to drop him? 3 cars in the pit lane. So Robert Renaud now in fueling. So whatever else has happened to the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, it's rolling again. That's in fuel. The Catesby Jones, the Team ACP BMW. Electronic throttle pedal problems. That car still in the pit lane. And who else did I just see? It was Max Hesse coming back out again for BMW. As in comes Peter Feldstrom in the TCR Golf GTI. That's the number 110 from Lestrup. And also Lippert back out on a lap as well. Jimmy de Bruyke, Redant Racing, has come into the pits after that half spin.
Different car.
5.
So that's a 904 machine.
Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Ayrton Redant has lost the lead in 992, but did continue, interestingly. So Gunnar Jeanette in the ID Racing 992 is now our de facto leader. He's been out there 1 hour and 17 minutes. Himself and Redant, the 2 cars that did not pit under code 60, and gave themselves an advantage. We've got yellow flags now at turn 12. That's a fast downhill kink.
Oh, is it ever?
And it's gone quickly cleared again. Let's go down to Diana. She's got some news.
You were talking earlier about Lippert Motorsports, the 710 with Jean-Francois behind the wheel. They actually came in for fuel. They couldn't get it earlier, they said, so they had to make another pit stop for that. That's why they came in again. They didn't change tyres this time.
Right, understood. Thank you.
So they spent 2 minutes and 14 seconds in the fuel area during the code 60, but didn't do anything in their pit box themselves. Then they had the puncture and presumably didn't have the capacity to get any fuel into the car, so they didn't fuel the second time. And now, after 6 laps, got their 3rd time in the pits. Remember, they are fighting the newer Super Trofeo for class honours in GTX. They've got themselves the Vortex in that category as well. And they've also got the BMW M4 GT4 Concept, which we know is about a second faster than the M4. Oh, Jolly Drax? I can't say it.
What?
Dolly Jacks going under the vortex.
Jolly Jacks?
I was saying Jolly Jacks.
Yeah, I like Jolly Jacks
Who's
better.
Jolly Jack?
Yeah.
It's probably a bar in Portimao, isn't it, Jolly Jacks?
That used to be the nickname of the team chief. I started that and I had to say his face is in my head. I can't bring his name back. I'll get back to you on that. It used to be the nickname of a team chief. It was somewhat ironic. Jacques Lecomte. Who?
He wasn't jolly, though.
He never looked jolly. I always enjoyed talking to him, and he was quite funny.
Seb's getting excited by the duct tape going on down at Vortex.
Orange duct tape, of course.
There is a laptop plugged into that car, I'm afraid. Lionel LaRouche is aboard the machine, so that's their 4th pit stop. It was Bonnell who started the car, who we saw facing, well, no, we never saw him facing the wrong direction, in fairness. We saw him recovering 3 times in the same place. He's handed over to team leader Lionel Amarouche, and now they've got a little issue to contend with down there. Just the 3 drivers in the Vortex for this round. We started the season with 3 Vortex at Mugello, and they all got to the finishing line, didn't they? 2 cars entered into Spa, and there were 2 cars at Hockenheim, but only 1 entered. No, that's not right. There were 2 entered, but 1 had to be withdrawn because one of the drivers got thoroughly told off on Saturday evening and was not invited back on Sunday.
Reversing on track is
Reversing
a no-no.
on track into the path of another car at the final turn, which is a flat-out corner at the Hockenheim ring. And so Bonnell and Amarouche are the 2 kind of leading drivers. Amarouche idea for his Vortex, and they are joined this weekend by Olivier Gomez. I don't think we've seen Olivier Gomez in that car. I don't remember that name. Yeah, okay. He is one of the many drivers that come through in Vortex. But they've got an issue, so they are one of 2 cars in pit lane right now. Di's going to get her best French on and go and find out, because in true French style, they speak perfect English but don't admit to it. Oh, and it's going. That's great news. It's gone from Diana's, but that's okay. We've got plenty of time to get to speak to the drivers. But it's good news that it's running again. That's always a positive. 4 pit stops for the Vortex, which is the most of the cars in our field so far. Gilbert Ang is aboard the all Malaysian Viper Nisa Racing. They are getting themselves plenty of track time here after 2 days of testing, but they've never been here before, and it was all about getting to know the circuit.
So we have in TCR, all Malaysian team.
Yep.
Thai teams.
2 Thai teams.
And a Hong Kong team.
And a Hong Kong team. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's great.
Yeah.
Because they're so limited over in Asia right now with the ability to go racing. And also, as we heard on the grid, there's been such draconian and difficult COVID regulations over there. I know friends going in and out of Singapore have literally had to spend months in hotels in quarantine before they're able to see their families. And so it's been so hard to leave. They haven't been able to leave. And so now the opportunity to leave, to come to Europe in the summer and come racing, get out of confines of the cities like Hong Kong, a great opportunity. And it's fantastic to have such Asian representation. Let's go down to Diana in the pits.
Ben, you were talking about Vortex earlier, and I couldn't reach you, but I failed in my mission to find out what was going on when the car was in the pit lane, but I have spoken to one of the team members who told me they're having major problems with the fuel tank because of the heat. Everything's expanding and they're having some real issues, and that's what they were doing when they brought the car in, because obviously they're trying to monitor fuel levels but having some real issues, but I couldn't get to the bottom of what the actual issues were on that Vortex car in particular.
Get that on a motorbike, don't you?
What's that, vaporization?
Yeah.
You can boil the fuel in cars. It does happen. And even in fuel-injected cars. It depends where things like the plenum chamber is, where your fuel pumps are. I have no doubt at all that some of these cars are running at the absolute outer limits of what they can do. I know that manufacturers do hot climate testing for their street cars, and 40, 50 degrees isn't common, but it is out there in certain parts of the world, and so there you've got to get cars that'll work in that. But these are racing cars, and they are already souped up to the max and running in difficult conditions. So I think it would be surprising to me if we didn't get one or two electrical issues with components overheating, fuel vaporizations issues. On motorcycles, you tend to get, in fact, on all internal combustion engine cars and bikes, it was more prevalent back in the carburetor days. When you are pumping through in fuel injection, the high pressure tends to slightly mitigate it, the higher pressures, but it's not unheard of.
I'm afraid we've got two more penalties to report. Speeding in the pit lane for the 106, which is the Sets on Miles Volkswagen, and more frustratingly, the 710, which is Lipa Motorsports Jean-Francois Bruno. So Bruno not being able to get fuel into that car, having a puncture, pitting under code 60 and not being able to do as much as he'd like, and now speeding in the pit lane as well. And only 90 minutes of the race gone, so that's been quite a history for him to report back to. Once we get him out of the car, he's got quite a story to tell. In fourth position overall is the ID Racing 992, leader of that class. It's one of two cars not to have visited the pits. So that's impressive from Gunnar Jeanette, who's now up to 90 minutes in that car. Moreover, the tyres have done 90 minutes, not just the driver himself. The pace of the car is about 4 seconds off what he's managed so far. So, they're not providing their best grip. And of course, the other problem is when he does come into the pits, he'll have a 40-second stop-go penalty to serve from that infringement in qualifying. But up to fourth position right now, and making the tyres stretch. He's going to be certainly one for us to talk to just understand how far those tyres felt comfortable and how far those tyres felt like jelly.
Live from Portimao, it is the Hankook 24 hours of the Algarve. Good to have your company. The first of our European 24-hour races. Another car going slowly in Sector 1. We'll pick that up for you in a moment. I think it might be the 710, but we'll see if we can pick that. That's the Leipzig car.
Well, another problem.
Well, there's something going slowly in Sector 1, and I was just looking at the screen to see which one it might be. Yeah, I reckon it's the 710 that's got a problem. The Leipzig car. So coming up to another hour of racing completed, another half hour of racing completed, should I say. Di Binks in the pits, and it's Ben Constantinos and John Hindhaugh here. We're enjoying the air conditioning and watching the sunshine. The drivers and everyone else putting up with this excessive heat here at Portimao. So the Santalok Racing 26 is still in second. The GT4 version, which is the 499, and confirmed now as a left rear puncture on the 710. Taking the shortcut at turn 5. Di Binks is down there. I think that's probably what you were going to tell me, Di, was it?
It is. You must have read my mind. I was just inside the garage chatting to them. Karong Lee is getting ready to take over from Jean-Francois. But talking to the team, they told me that earlier, we reported that he had a puncture and he came in, I think, that first stop. But apparently there wasn't a puncture. When they took the wheel off and the tyre and they looked at everything, there was no puncture. So they don't know why he came in, but obviously Jean-Francois felt something on the car that wasn't right and came in. But this is the first official puncture that they're reporting now.
Right, it definitely is.
Yeah.
This time there's no mystery.
Yeah, agreed.
It's very flappy, and unfortunately he's got a long way to go. Had he been out of the car at the start of the race, he would have seen Rob Brunauer's strategy of getting round back to the pits.
Track infringements for the 977 Gunnar Jeanette car.
Oh, so that adds an extra 10 seconds to this already 40-second penalty that he had from qualifying. So 50 seconds stationary in the penalty box before he then gets the service of the car. Ayrton Redon also in the pit, so our last two pitters.
And they should then, that is one reason why they should have come into the pits during the Code 60.
Really, though?
So to burn that 40 seconds.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be 40 seconds. It would have been
it's still
a long time.
It would have been 80 seconds,
yes.
But it is still better to do your 80 seconds under Code 60 than it is to do 40 seconds in terms of the percentage of the lap times. It is always better to come in and burn them under Code 60. But, that's a team that and a set of drivers who are just working together. Jean-Francois is bringing that car, the number 710, and I'm sorry I got that right. It just so happened that when I saw slow car on track on our screens from race control, I happened to be looking at the tracker, which you can watch as well, by the way. Live timing, getraceresults.com.
Santalok Audi in the pits as well. Nicolas Bart for his second stop from second position. Would assume that will be a driver getting out. I think it's going to be quite busy for Diana down the pits in a few moments' time. Nicolas Bart getting out, getting a new boot, getting a full service on that Santalok Audi. Gunnar Jeanette is also still in pit lane, but Ayrton Redant and the Redant 903 now in the fuel area. So we will see a change in the 992 category let's see if Redant get out ahead of Red Camel, because of course that was the battle before our first Code 60.
Yes. Has been a wee bit of a spin though for that Redant car.
Yeah.
Still waiting for Jean-Francois to make it back to the pit lane. He's just coming to the apex of the final corner now. There is excellent. I was about to say, there is a very little used cut-off that cuts off the whole of the last corner.
Is it ever used? Because the bikes don't use it, do they?
No, they don't. I've not seen it used in competition. And there is also a secondary pit lane entrance as well, which I thought he might have used.
Did the Formula One guys use that? I have a feeling they might have done.
The secondary pit lane entrance.
Yeah.
So you came in between 14 and 15.
Yeah, I think so.
I think you're possibly right, actually.
There's not so many, there's not so much rubber down on it, so it doesn't suggest that it has been used often, that's for sure. So in the pits now, no more pit visitors other than the Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini that's now got itself to pit lane. We've heard that Jean-Francois Bruneau is going to be getting out of that car and handing over to Kirong Lee. No evidence yet as to who has taken over the others that were in the pits. Nicolas Bart still showing in the Santalok Audi, because they, of course, can get a full tank of fuel as well. The Lippert gets into its pit box, and they spring to work, regardless of the fact that there's a big fat puncture. Jean-Francois out of the car. He's going to have such a frustrating time. Let's go down to die.
He's just jumped out, but obviously he's still got his helmet on, so I can't speak to him right now. He just obviously needs a minute. But the car is in here. Karong Lee is behind the wheel. The team are now just checking underneath the car. making sure that there's no other issues after that puncture that they've replaced the tyre on. They're now firing the engine up. It's and off he goes there. I'll grab Jean-Francois in a moment and come back to you.
They took a good look at the back of that car, didn't they?
Won't need fuel though, will it? Because it only took fuel 4 or 5 laps ago.
Still got the fuel.
If you've got capacity too.
Yeah, I still think you take fuel. You're in the pit lane anyway. Yeah, they've got into fuel. You brim fill it now, and all it does is stretches your window. The only time you wouldn't bother taking fuel is if you came in and you had to do a driver change and tyre change on time, and you still had a reasonable amount of fuel left, and there was no fuel pump for you to have.
Yeah.
I don't see, and even then, you have a spotter down in the fuel area to say, right, we've had somebody on, he's been on for 90 seconds now, we know it's going to take him 2 minutes and something. By the time you get here, it might not be available, but you might only be waiting 5-10 seconds.
Christian Kilders is aboard the Santalok Audi, so that is a driver change. David Lau going a bit deep into turn 3 and missing the apex by a country mile. He's in the 118 Audi, which is the TCR RS3. We've also got Yannick Redon taking over from Ayrton in the 903. They are quite a way behind Fabian Dance in the now leading 992 category car. So Fabian, the Red Camel's car coming into the pit lane during code 60 and getting tyres and filling fuel. No, it didn't get tyres, did it? They looked at the tyres and they said it was all right. So filling up with fuel to get them to go longer. But of course, Yannick Redant will have been able to get full fuel in his pit stop. PJ Hyatt has got aboard the ID Racing 977. That will have dropped behind Redant because of its much longer pit stop, because of the penalty that it had to take. So there's a bit of a shake-up, and the strategy is going to be a little confusing here, because we've got some cars that have pitted under code 60, other cars that didn't. Some took tyres, some didn't, and we're right into the heat of the day now. So the evidence to find out from Gunnar Jeanette, for instance, or Ayrton Redon, just how the tyres coped with an hour and a half's worth of running in those 992s, and whether they can do it again.
Only the one full course purple for the recovery of the number 91 Porsche, which is back out on the track, by the way. Jürgen Hering behind the wheel. They are exactly 20 laps down on the leader of the race, so that is something like 35 minutes down on the leaders. Let's head back to Leipert and to Diana Binks for the tale of war.
Yes, I'm with Jean-Francois now. How tricky, Jean, was it getting the car back here into the pit lane after that puncture?
Unfortunately, I lost the car in the very last corner. I didn't lose the car, I lost the tire. I caught the car, but there was no way I could bring the car safely back to pit lane. So, you know, worst case scenario, I had to literally drive the entire track, trying to keep the remaining rubber on the rim so that we weren't on the rim, and going slow so it doesn't flap and start tearing up wiring and body parts. And, yeah, frustrating. I mean, we had another issue previously with tires a few laps earlier, and then I think I told Joe before the start the key was going to be heat management, right? So heat management of the driver, as you can tell, it's fairly exhausting to drive, and then heat management of the car itself. We're still getting some fuel cutouts because we're boiling the fuel, so we're getting some vapor locking. So that's why we can't allow the tank to run too low. We're having to top it off, and tires. Tires are greasy if you push too much, and now evidently. You know, with the heat, and I really wasn't pushing the curb use. I was, you know, trying to manage track limits, of course, but also protect the tire, and I still had 2 issues, so.
I mean, it's tricky conditions out there on track. What's the traffic management like?
It definitely degraded. I think this is the hottest point of the day, and I mean you can feel it. You know, the car won't stop, won't turn, won't put power down, oversteering. It's very, very greasy, very greasy. So combination of the heat in the car and being super physical to drive, it's very exhausting.
So early on in the race, but for the moment, John, I'll let you go and get some recovery in place, and we'll catch you later.
Thank you.
Another name ticked off, Jean-Francois. After that problem, and another issue a moment or two ago, and this is another left rear puncture, and that is the number 499.
It's still inflated.
Well, has he picked up someone else's rubber? Was that what it was from the GT4 Audi, which Patrick Kolb has been at the wheel of since the start of the race? He's come into the pits and gone. He's now in for fuel. But there's an unwound piece of tyre debris that has appeared to come off the back of that car collection motorsport machine. I think Patrick's probably got out of that car now. Yes, he has.
That would be a good chat, wouldn't it, for Diane to go and do, because he was the one that was really hustling his Audi on the first stint.
Driver wasn't ready for that because he didn't have his gloves on as he drove down the pit lane into the. So the replacement driver in the 499, I'll tell you who it is in a moment, in the Lion Speed by Car Collection GT4 Audi, was still putting his gloves on as he stopped the car and started the fill. They might get a rap on the uncovered knuckles for that from race control.
It was quite a lot of rubber that was flying around, wasn't it? But I'm sure the tyre itself was still inflated on the...
So could he have run over that and then it's just got thrown out the back? Yeah.
Or even just stuck.
Yeah.
If it's rubber to rubber. Very curious.
Very interesting. Yeah. We'll see if we can get an idea of that when Di gets down to that 499 pit. Also tell you who's taking over that car as well. At RSL_studio in the opening stanzas of the race, still 22 hours and a quarter to go. 22 hours and 18 minutes. I haven't mentioned the leaders for a while. Phoenix. And there are 46 seconds to the good of CP Racing. Team Stealth, as Joe was talking about them earlier on. And once again, the tactics have brought them up through the field. Charles Espenlaub, who's been in that car since the beginning of the race, as the Vortex is dead stick on the far side of the circuit, and Lionel Amarouche has now stopped the car to do a three-fingered salute, a full reset, turned everything off, the lights have gone out, they flickered back on, now they've gone off again. And this will be a Cord 60, I think. Yes, it is. Right, real opportunity here. We'll see the leaders surely coming in. Who's the top-placed car? Elliot Earhart is just coming to turn 15. Now, can that car get in? Was that called quick enough to get into the pit lane? My tracker is a wee bit behind live. So that'll be huge if they could get that car into the pit lane. I think they've gone by. But there's Espenlaub. Espenlaub is coming round, the 85 car, who was quite a way back.
But John, you go into pit now, you're only allowed to do half a tank of fuel. Ian Loggy in Ram Racing Mercedes GT4 was already in pit lane when the Code 60 flew. It means he can take a full tank of fuel and benefit from everybody going slowly around the circuit.
Yeah, that is a massive advantage. So everybody at 60, the leader is in the pit lane. So the call has come out. Now, Elia's only been in since the first yellow, or since the first Cord 60. Because Pierre Caffer started that car.
Still 32 laps, so an hour.
That's good.
Yeah.
So now
it's pretty much due, I would have said.
Right, Ben, you're the team manager. They half filled it last time. What are you going to do? Are you going to put a new set of tyres on?
Well, you're changing the driver, so you have to do the tyres as well. And the tyres have done the best part of 50 minutes. That would be about right. There was no real thought that they could double stint the tyres. There's a few bare legs out there. There's lots of hot tyres to be rubbing up against those bare legs.
It's very hot.
I'd be a bit nervous.
Very, very hot. Your legs are the intercoolers for your body. So how you regulate your temperature in your body is your blood going up and down your legs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely. Had a long chat some time ago with Alexander Zanardi. As into the pit lane comes the 165. This has fallen nicely for them, for the Viper Niza car. They've got a left front puncture on that car. Just finish off the story about Alex Zanardi. The thing that he said nobody tells you about when you lose your legs is how difficult it is to regulate your core temperature.
Well,
and when you look into it, they are the intercoolers for your body, which is why short track, lie in bed, get overheated in bed, stick one leg out from underneath the duvet.
Yeah, do a lot.
So full set of pit stops, and in the pit lane already 9 cars. This is good timing for the TCRs, I would say.
So a slight change in the regulations from last round. The 50% rule is now from the moment you start refueling. So if you are in the refueling bay when the code 60 is called, then you can take a fuel tank. If you're in the pits and then go to the fuel bay, you can only take 50%. So that's new rule for this event. Because there's a transponder that tells you when they're in the fuel bay.
Yeah, and there's a transponder that tells you when you're in the pits. And normally on our pit lane, it tells you who pitted under purple and who pitted under... Yeah. I'm not sure I agree with that, if I'm honest. If you see something out on the track and you commit to the pit and you get in before it's called, that's good. That's good strategy.
So effectively,
particularly if you drive straight through the pit lane into fuel.
We now need to see F beside their names when the code 60 is flown, so that they are clear. But that timing screen, it does no longer reflects what we know before, because Ian Loggy, for instance, was in with previous regulations, was in the box seat there because he was in pit lane and would have gone to fuel and be able to take a full tank. Because he was in pit lane and not fuel, the new regulation says he can only take 50%. So unfortunate, slight change of regulation.
Well, So the Vortex pulled in dead stick. It was a flat toe. And the the toe strop has broken on the car. It was around the toe hook.
Well, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult to tow then.
No, I think it was the strap that broke rather than the toe hook.
No, but it was a strap attached to the car that's no longer attached to the car.
Well, I thought it was the strap off the back of the tow vehicle.
Usually, the car has a strap. And
then rather than an exposed hook. Okay.
And then, you don't have a metal hook like you would have on a road car, because that would be obviously a bit more damaging if and when you were making contact with another vehicle. So unfortunately, we now have to put a flatbed to tow this car because it cannot be towed because it doesn't have a strap. Scrutineers should have picked up on that one, really, because the...
John?
That's one of the very basics.
Let's go down to Dai in the pit lane.
I'm with Phoenix Racing. The number 18, Elliot Earnhardt's just pitted the car and handed over... Who did you hand over to?
I think to P1 to Sven. Sven is now in the car, yeah. And then directly I go in the car again, and we will see.
How was that session out there for you? Because it looks like there's a lot of things happening out on track. Obviously, we knew the heat would produce some issues, but, so early on in this race.
Yeah, I think the race all about tire management, yeah. And we slowed down. We saw it 2 days ago that the tires are, the problem maybe, the left tire on the rear. And we do with the setup very, not on the best lap time to save the tire. And I had, I think, a very good stint. And then we have also a mistake with the radio. We don't have the radio at the moment, And then was the code 60, and I hope that the crew was ready. But the Phoenix guys are unbelievable, and I think it was a good one.
But making it hard for yourselves today with no radio.
Yeah, but the guys knows it, that we don't have a radio, and show me the board, and everything is okay.
Did you enjoy it out there?
Yeah, a lot, yeah, but look, I'm completely wet. I think we have 35 degrees, yeah, outside, and now I take a fast shower and then drive again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What's a fast shower? Is it just a shower that's fast?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They've turned it up to 11.
Better flow rate.
Yeah. You always want a good flow rate.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
I hate a shower that dribbles.
Dribbling is not an option, I'm afraid, in any form, shape or form, at any stage. So behind the purple flags, if you will, code 60, and Sven Herberger is out for Phoenix, having taken over that car. So that's 3 of their drivers they've had in. Elliot Earhart, before that it was Pierre Caffer who started the car, and now Sven in the car. So Michael Doppelmayr just still to be installed in that car. Charles Putman has now been placed in the 85. I tried to put him in the car at the start. It was... so that's the CP of CP Racing. Oh, and the Nisa Viper car, having had the left front replaced, is stopped out on the track. This is 6th in class for Melvin Moore. And that's dead stick. No engine at all. And he's recycling the car because it even took out the onboard camera there for a moment. So he had some power because the onboard flag in the cab was working. So now that car's just been in the pit lane as well with a puncture. The heat, he's got it going. The 2-litre 4-cylinder engine. Is that that's the 888 engine, I think.
Of the drivers, of the cars, sorry, that... Sven Herberger back in the pit for Phoenix.
Get the second half of his fuel,
yeah.
I would be thinking for that.
It'd be pretty empty.
Yeah, they're just waving him past. See you later, Sven. And that's brilliant timing because there's no one in the fuel area.
Yeah, they did the first half and they now have done the second half. Obviously, Elia Earhart had done 32 laps, so it was pretty empty on fuel.
Well, they would have had half a tank from when Pierre Caffer stopped because that wasn't that far into the race.
Yeah.
So I think they'll be getting pretty close to being topped off full, if you see what I mean.
The drivers, the cars that did not pit under Code 60 so far, the 26 Santaloc. Remember that Christian Kilders took over that car 6 laps ago. Also, neither Red Ant car has responded, as per usual. 903 and 902. Ignore Code 60s always, and so is the 977. We only saw them pit 5 laps ago, so we haven't seen them in the pits. And the Lamborghini, that's already done about 15 pit stops, has, now being facetious, it's done 4. They have not responded to the Code 60 either.
Very interesting what we were hearing. Jean-Francois saying that, you know, he'd come into the pits before he came into the pits thinking he had a puncture.
Yeah.
They changed the tyre and sent him, and there wasn't a puncture. So was that pickup, or was there something else that was going on? Multiple punctures on multiple issues on the same car is a worry, isn't it? We've seen it in other series. We've seen it down through the years. Here comes the CP second place car back into the pit lane. Also the Ferrari, the
so Calvit's coming in.
WTM car, Daniel Calvitz.
So we didn't see them last time. Why was he not starred on my list? We did. They pitted a lap ago. So they did the pit stops and fuel last time, but they didn't do a. That's very strange. They didn't do a driver change, so they didn't do tyres. They've decided to do a tyre change and give him...
I bet he goes back into fuel as well.
A new set of tyres, yeah. So they did tyres 21 laps ago.
Yeah, so
40 minutes ago.
2/3 of a stint. No, he's gone past, so he didn't need the fuel. So they've split up fueling and tyring.
Yeah, they didn't need the fuel because they pitted under green flags last time. So they got a full tank of fuel 22, 23 laps ago. and then they would have got half a tank on their last last pit stop.
Understood. Di, go ahead.
Possibly, I think you've possibly covered this, but the 22 WTM Racing that came in, I heard you talking about it. Unfortunately, I was having a conversation with a member of the team, and they've come in obviously under that code 60 to change tyres because the old ones were sort of, they said 80 laps old, so they took the opportunity to come in and change, which would explain the driver change earlier and refueling.
Right, 80 laps old. Well, we've only done 55 laps here, so that would be another.
No, I think there's lost in translation. 80 laps old. They're fantastically hard tyres. They've been well treated. You might just do 80 laps if you were doing half speed. If you just didn't put any load through the car.
Yeah, possibly.
I think the Code 60 might be going away soon because the Vortex is now off the track.
Yeah.
Interestingly, though, it's been removed from its favourite turn 5.
Yes.
We do have yellow flags at the end of the lap at 14 and 15.
That'll be for the debris that fell off the back of the 499 Audi.
Oh, yes. We were sending Diana to go and talk to them down there. So she'll be getting there eventually. There'll be lots of people to talk to.
I think it'll be Joe Bradley, actually. He'll be taking over in about 5 minutes. My pit lane schedule didn't survive first contact with the enemy.
Okay, there we go. What's going on at the top of the hill? Oh, we've got another issue with the curbs. Now, we had this before qualifying yesterday. We had some, what looked to be marshals with glue sticking things.
I think it was like filler, wasn't it?
Filler.
That they were putting down. On the outside of the red and white curbs, very difficult to see, but there are round about 8, maybe 10 centimetres of a grate, a drainage grate, which separates the edge of the track or the edge of the curb and then the green. Now, they're painted green, so they're actually quite difficult to see in places.
Is it for water? Get rid of the water?
It is to drain the water.
Yeah.
Warm countries and drainage at racetracks often don't go very well together. And it can be an issue. But here, there is good drainage. It's the same at Mugello, actually. Exactly the same problem at Mugello at the bottom of the hill. And the first time we went to Mugello, they had problems with the GT3 cars, particularly when they were running over them, just starting to rattle them around a bit. And the 165 has stopped again.
So we're not going to clear Code 60 then, whilst we've got these various different things going on.
Melvin is pushing every button he's being told to inside the car. Well done, Melvin. He's got it going again. I think that car might come in. We've got an intervention vehicle out there, and I wonder if the guys are looking at the edges of the curb, the gaps between the curbstones, or those drainage covers, which are perforated drainage covers.
We know from the Lamborghini and we know from the Porsche that they had failures at the very end of the lap.
Or halfway down the straight.
Or halfway down the straight. Now, these marshals, these track officials are actually on the entry to 14. Not on the exit, so no sliding lateral load going into the car, but actually on the turn-in point as you go up the hill.
Stand up between 14 and 15? Because that's the start of the Formula 1 pit lane.
It is the entrance to 15, you're right.
So people riding across the curb to try and open that up. The Vortex is back in the pit lane, by the way. It did need a lift after the tow strap.
That's going to be fix number 1.
Oh, yeah.
Because the scrutineers will not allow that car to go out again without a tow hitch.
And the Jolly Dax are there waiting for it. Jolly Dax is much, it sounds much more of a technical term, doesn't it?
They didn't need them last time. It only got put up on them. No idea why it was put up on them, because it was an electrical kind of reset, wasn't it, with a heat issue.
Yeah, Jolly Dax. That's what we put the car back in with. Very good. So the car's on the ground. The towing straps, which are through the wheel spokes, will be unravelled from each side, and then the team can push the car into the garage and start working on it. Now, that was dead stick again, Ben, so heat soak.
Yeah.
they are going to work immediately on affixing a new toe strap.
Well, see, now that toe strap should go through the bodywork and be attached to a piece of the roll hoop, the piece of the space frame underneath.
Correct.
I can see Bradley having a quick look. You cannot strap that strap to the piece of the bodywork.
Bradley is down there. Welcome to the race, Joe.
Good afternoon, everybody. Down at Vortex, as you were describing. The 2H, there's no way you can get a strap down there. It's not kind of a conventional 2H, so whether it's been pushed back in towards the front of the car, that's just what they're doing now. They're just embolting it. It's not the way the bolt's coming out. It's coming out at a bit of an angle, so I think that's been kind of twisted and adjusted somewhat in some sort of impact, but I'm not sure what it's hit because the split is fine. The splitter is untouched. Could it have been
damaged by something being thrown up at it?
Could have been, yeah. Could have been. Now then, we're just replacing it, or it's been pushed back in.
It's just a big bolt with a big washer on it, isn't it?
It's basically a bracket that goes through. A bolt goes through a bracket, and the red strapping is what the recovery vehicle would put an eye through and be able to pull it. And it's just basically, I'm not sure where that red strapping's come from. Whether that's been folded back in inside that air intake area, when you can see the mesh in front of that, that's just to keep any detritus out from going in there and getting wedged in there, and it'll block the air intake towards the radiators. So that's been rectified. That's job number one.
Now they need to get the engine fired again, Joe.
Yeah.
What's going on that front?
Well, we've got a laptop plugged in. I'm not quite sure what I'm seeing there. We've got some circuit testers in there. We're just testing whether or not we've got a feed to something. So I'm not quite sure. But well, I'll tell you what I am sure of. It's an electrical issue.
Joe Bradley, you'd pay hundreds for that down at your local garage. Coming up to 2 hours in, Ben, here are the results for GT to start with. At the standings at 2 hours.
Phoenix leading ahead of CP Racing as we are under code 60 with Santaloc in third position right now, slightly on a different strategy. The best of the 992s is Red Camel, again on a different strategy to their competitors, which is Red Ant 903 and 977. The 22 Ferrari, fifth position in GT3.
As far as the rest of the GT is concerned.
Well, best TCR car is 8th position, would you believe? 8th position overall, first in class for BBR, and that's the 159. So that's the more modern of the two Leons. Their teammate, the championship leading teammate, is the 159. That's second, but quite a way back on a different strategy right now. Wolf Power Racing in third, Lestrup in fourth, AC Motorsport, all Hong Kong-based team, in fifth, and Viper Nisa, the all-Malaysian team, in sixth. It's all TCRs at the top of the TCE standings.
Great first couple of hours here at Portimao for the Hankook 24 Hours of Portugal. Speaking, we've had some cracking racing.
Everyone's been well behaved, haven't they?
I think people have been well behaved, generally speaking, in the first 2 hours.
We do still have yellow flags down at turn 15. That was where they were looking at the curbing, trying to find out why we are losing these left side tyres. The left side does get the pounding around here. There's some pretty fast right-hand turns, and that does put a lot of load on the left side. But obviously the track officials are feeling that there may be something going on with some of their curbing or the back of the curbing. We've got yellow flags now at turn 8. And I'm not sure why that is, unless we've got another stationary vehicle there. Course car on circuit. whether they're just making their way back to pit lane. It was a Mercedes. Last night we were debating what this course car was.
You were right.
And all we could see was some very, very faint lights. It has now exposed itself in the light of day, and it is a Mercedes. Now they're stopping at turn. Is that 8? That's 4. Yeah.
I think that's turn
3.
Just after turn 3, heading up over the hill.
Yeah. So they really are making sure and checking every single one of these.
It's all
curbs.
left-hand side of the track,
sure,
isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't that interesting? That is interesting.
Well, the punctures are the left-hand side of the car. So if there is
it is turn 8. It is turn 8. You were right.
Okay,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you to Fabian. Down in the.
Can't see the curb from our lower angled camera there, but I think they've got to really go around the circuit and check every one of these left-hand curbs.
Sure.
It's a fuel pump issue on the 701 Vortex. I've managed to get in and see where exactly he was checking the circuits for, and it's basically he's checking there's no feed to the electric fuel pump. I'm not sure if there's no feed. That's what he was checking for. The fuel pump is the fuel tank. Actually, I'm not sure if you know this, guys, but the fuel tank basically sits in the passenger seat of the Vortex, and it's not a firewall in sight.
The top of it will be a firewall, though, presumably.
Where the filler goes in,
okay.
Where the pump pipe comes out. I just hope. I mean, I love these guys. I love Vortex. Anybody with an ounce of sensibility would have rolled this back in and gone to the pool or the bar. But these guys are insane.
Never.
They just keep
Wash
on
your
going.
mouth out.
They just keep on going.
Wash your mouth out, Joe. Keep an eye on that and let us know how it's getting on. Meantime, on the track, I've got a feeling they are filling in some of the gaps between the edge of the circuit and the edge of the green for the MotoGP and the gravel, and try that there's an area that has been carved out. You shouldn't be out there, really. This goes back to what I was talking about whether you should be on the green or not. But driving into the gravel has carved out a little bit of a valley behind the back of the green edge of the circuit.
Which is concrete.
Yes. And what happens is, so you fall off there, that's fine. You drive on the gravel, which isn't great, but that's kind of still okay. But it's coming back on. When you come back on, you are going up a little step, which might only be 1, 2, 2.5 centimetres, an inch. But what that's doing is it's catching the inside sidewall and shoulder of your left-hand tyres.
I'm surprised that people are out there at turn 8.
Me too.
We've not really seen anybody being that far out, but race control doing the perfect thing of checking any possibilities that there might be. So we've seen them
for left-hand side.
Yeah,
issues.
we've seen them fixing something at 15. They're looking at that drop between the concrete and the gravel at 8, trying to push some of the gravel back towards the concrete so that there's less of a drop. And if we do see lots of people running off there, then the drop will establish itself again. But if you are dipping your wheel into the gravel at 8 in an endurance race, you shouldn't be there. You shouldn't be there at all. Joe, you've been speaking to some engineers down there from Hankook?
Yeah, tyre engineers, and you guys speculating as to what they're checking for. The race director is down there. It's just a little bit. We get punctures in endurance racing, but so early and so frequently in the race, the suspicions are that there's something out there that's causing this. So that's what they're inspecting for. There's nothing definitive about what they're finding as yet, and we haven't found that out, but it's certainly their suspicions are in that area. So you were spot on, guys.
Thanks, Joe. The Hankook engineers, like any racing tyre engineers, all of the tyres that have had issues will be being looked at very, very carefully indeed. Now, some of them came back in less good condition than others, but they will be able to forensically examine those either here or away from the circuit and glean all kinds of information about what's going on. Joe has some good news for Vortex fans.
Yeah, it's coming back out.
Of course it is.
It lives.
Yeah, I never doubted them. I never doubted them.
It's a little
They've obviously
tongue now.
It's got a little.
rectified- Yeah, it's got a little red tongue. So we're just making sure that everybody's got their right coloured bib on. And Lionel Amarouche has gone back in. I love his martini overalls, by the way. He's got
they are
martini
very good,
racing
aren't they?
overalls.
What do we think
yeah,
about
hang
the
on.
logo on the bonnet? We are repeat.
We are repeat. They really are repeat. We are repeat visitors to the pit garage. Every single event. But I love their
ending, Joe.
attitude. He's given a negative wave of the finger.
Oh.
We've got electrics. The lights are on. Oh, gives the okay sign. Right then. We're about to. Are you staying with us for the fire up, guys? They're going to push it out onto the. Of course you are.
Can't fire it up in the garage.
No, can't fire it up in the garage.
I mean, it has
It's
got a
gotta be
great
pushed
rumble
out.
to it.
It's got to be. Sorry, Ben?
It's got a great rumble to it, hasn't it?
Oh, they have. They sound great. I mean, it's a great little tube for him, space for him. Oh, there it is. Oh, hang on.
Got to pump. It's going to have to pump the fuel through. We've gone back green, by the way. Brilliant.
I'll get it. I'll ask the crew chief. Fuel pump. Hang on. He's got radio communication going on. Fuel pump issue.
Yeah, again and again with the warm, the low pump pressure in the fuel tank, the ampere up, you know.
Très bien.
Oh, so it's overheating because it's not being able to pump as much as it can.
Correct.
It's what he means by low. I think what he said was when the fuel gets low, the fuel is vaporizing in the tank.
Yeah.
And hence it starts losing pressure to get the fuel pumped up.
Yeah, and it's losing amperes as well, he said. That's the electrical side. Thank you, Joe. We went back to green there. Sven Herberger for Phoenix Racing leads from CP Racing. And they have, where is CP Racing? 85 just coming to the line now. I'll give you a gap between them. The leader, Herberger, is just going down a turn 5, just rounded it. 26 in third is Christian Kelders now behind the wheel of the Santa Lock Racing Audi. And that car...
Yeah, he didn't pit because they pitted about 5 minutes before the Code 60 came out. So they have a full tank pre-Code 60.
46 seconds now between first and second.
Right, okay.
It was about 45 seconds before that, so that is pretty much status quo.
And isn't that amazing that both those two cars in the lead of the race, they did 2 pit stops under Code 60, and yet, and have done therefore 3 pit stops in total. Christian Kelders has done 2 green flag stops only, and is still behind them. So it just proves that doing pit stops in Code 60 is a good thing to do.
Red Ant Porsche 992 passing the third placed Santa Locked Audi down the front straight, outbraking Christian Kelders into the first corner. Christian just getting back up to speed, just being put into that car, I believe.
No.
Check.
No, he's been there 10 laps. He was in there before the Code 60.
Okay.
So he's, but he is one of the AM drivers. So perhaps not quite as up to speed.
Oh, he just want to be coming from that far back down to turn 5. Who is it? It's Luke Breukers in the red Camel. So who started the race? So who's in the Red Ant 9-0?
Yannick Redon.
It is Yannick, is it? Yes, okay. So you did say that. In the Yannick family outing, 903. And the Red Ant family outing, rather.
And
there
there
are a flash of the lights, and he's past the Nisa car.
So Rick Breukers started the race. Luke Breukers is now aboard the 909. They did pit under just once under Code 60, but the 2 Red Ants didn't. And again, it's advantage Red Camel over Red Ant. So when I spoke to Paul Truswell in Hockenheim about strategy, and I like the Red Ant thing. I like the idea that you don't get sucked into doing pit stops when you are told to by Code 60.
We'll come in for our pit stop when we need fuel.
It doesn't work though, does it? It's clear it doesn't work right now because they might have been able to fuel full the whole time, but because you're going so slowly on circuit versus the average speed that you can do on a racing lap, it is better off just to come and fuel when everyone else is going slowly.
We have to ask them why they persist with this. Look, I have a plan. I have written down a plan. I'm going to stick with it.
And it is a bit confusing. Once you start being a slave to the Code 60, you basically have to rip up your rule book every single time there's a Code 60 out there, which can be very frustrating and confusing for a small team.
I wonder that if, given particularly how hot it is, they're thinking it's better just to stay to their plan strategy, and we'll pick when we need fuel, and not a moment before.
That's a little battle. That's a little
Across
battle.
the start-finish line now, going down to turn 1 for 7th and 8th in class.
3rd and 4th in class, 7th and 8th overall.
All right, sorry.
PJ Hyatt behind the 2nd of the Red Ant Racing. Gavin Pickering in the 2nd of the Red Ant Racing. That doesn't sound very French. I am assuming.
Gav. It is, no, Gav.
No,
Gav.
He's
Gav's
English.
a Brit.
He's English, yeah. No, because normally there's either Belgians or French drivers in the Red Ant Racing cars.
I think Gavin has driven with them before.
The lone Brit in a sea of Belgians. So Gavin at the moment holding off PJ Hyatt, who is tucked
Sutton
up behind her.
is Gavin.
Sutton?
Yeah. Yeah, he's driven for Speed Lover a couple of times in 2020 and 2021 in Porsches. It might be the first time in a 992 here. We've also seen for Porsche Lorient Racing for a couple of times as well, the European Championship. And he also has been seen behind the wheel of an XR4i in the historic Super Touring Car Trophy, and a Fittipaldi F8 with the venerable Cosworth DFV.
Brilliant.
So Gavin coming from the historic side of things, and he raced at Le Mans in 2006 in a Lister Storm.
Wow. Box tick, that one.
And for a Pilbeam with the Judd in 2007.
You see, I'd be quite happy in the Lister Storm.
He raced for Epsilon Sport in a Courage way back in 2004 at Le Mans as well.
Well, we can fill about half an hour in the night chatting to him with all the experience of driving.
Well, he must. Snowy knows Garth well because he drove Lister Storms as well. Peter Snowden, and he drove one of our Celine S7Rs, didn't he? Yes, he did back in 2003 for Graham Nash Motorsport, and drove that at Le Mans as well for Conrad in the American Le Mans Series. Oh, and if you go back far enough, everything comes back to PK Sports. 2002 American Le Mans Series GT in a GT3 RS on Pirellis. Wow. I saw him race in the Lotus Elise Championship. When was that? That was 2000. Wow. So there you go, potted history of Gavin.
Wow, brilliant. Porsche 91, Daniel Alleman aboard that car for Herbert Motorsport, tucked up behind Phoenix. Unfortunately, though, this, which should have been a battle for position, unfortunately it's not. They are 20 laps down from Sven Herberger, I'm afraid, after a simple, tiny puncture, but on the wrong part of the track.
About to only be 19, though.
And a slow, well, yes, but a slow recovery as well for that car. It didn't take long to fix the issues, but unfortunately, 20 laps down. Can anybody go through this 24 hours with the heat that we have without any issues? I don't see it.
Well, we said early on, didn't we? Everybody is going to have to fight here because Daniel Alleman is still picking up third place points here in GT3 Pro-Am in class. He'll unlap himself now for the leader. The leader, Sven Herberger, obviously someone's on the phone to him saying, Sven, yeah, you don't fight the Porsche. Let him go. Let him go, fella. It's all fine. Still a battle between the two 992s. This is for 7th and 8th position. This is the 6th and 7th positions, rather. Yannick Redant and Gavin Pickering. Gavin sitting right there, staring at the back of the Redant car. So the mostly blue car is 4th. And the 977 is 5th. So those two have, I think, just swapped over. Oh no. Yeah, it's Redant, the 903, and the 904 is Gavin Pickering. PJ Hyatt is the next car back for ID and Rabdan Racing. So that, I was right the first place. It was in fact 7th and 8th, not 6th and 7th. So 977, the black and yellow car, is in 8th position. Now let's see if we can get a decent run of green flag racing and try to work out who's got the advantage in terms of fuel. TCR, Lestrup in 4th, Stefan Nilsson in the 110 Golf. He is heading down towards turn 5, as is that battle from the two Porsches. Porsche Cup class, always very popular. Did have a 991 category for a wee while as well, but people transitioned so quickly into the 992s. It's quite surprised how few 991s we had at the start of the season at Dubai. And these new 992 Cup cars going into their 2nd season for some championships, still in their 1st for others. 5 championships they got the 992 Cup cars in its 1st year, which was last year. Super Cup, obviously. The brand new Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by VisitCaymanIslands.com. Never had a Carrera Cup in the States before, always a GT3 challenge. Slight difference being that no pro drivers allowed in a GT3 Cup challenge, whereas in Carrera Cup you have a full pro class. Carrera Cup Deutschland had the 992, Carrera Cup Benelux, I think, and Carrera Cup Asia. They were the 5 that got the 1st year's allocation. Been watching very closely. I did the 1st year of the 992s in Carrera Cup Asia for the TV coverage over there, and of course Carrera Cup North America, part of the IMSA package. IMSA, a partner with Creventic. And if you didn't hear the news earlier in the week, broke I think on Tuesday night or Wednesday, the much anticipated 24 Hours of Sebring, the 2nd event, after a hugely successful race, an entertaining race last year, unfortunately has had to be cancelled this year due to the ongoing problems with global logistics. Going from east to west, very difficult at the moment for freight. And rather than anyone be disappointed, Creventic taking the difficult but I think understandable and ultimately sensible decision here, as we are in July, to look forward into November and go, you know what, if we're going to do this, we've got to be more sure than we are now, and therefore it's only fair to put that on the back burner for a wee while. They've worked hard with Sebring and the management there and with IMSA. And that race I just put on hold, looking for alternative venues for the final race of the continents for this year. So down into turn 1 for Melbourne Moore, down through the gearbox. Turn 2 is a flat out right hand kink. Position the car on the left hand side, down through the gearbox and turn into turn 3 and start to climb. Turn 4, little left hand kink. Come to that from the middle of the road. All of the curb on the outside, then over the top of the brow, and it's downhill to turn 5, and using the full run all the way down to the quite sharp, actually, longer version of turn 5. Get your braking done, maybe a little bit of trail braking with your left foot up through the gearbox. Turn 6 is the left-hand kink. Over the top of the brow is your clipping point. Position yourself on the left-hand side of the road for 7, just braking into that and trailing the brake through before you straighten the car and then turn again for turn 8. Right, the curb on the exit over the top of the brow, slightly towards the middle of the road, turn 9, Craig Jones, as you plunge down the dip, and then it rises just as you turn in. Over the top of the rise. Now, turn 10, you don't have to take the classic line and let it run wide for turn 11. Then it's again another drop through to turn 12, and 13 comes up pretty quickly. And for me, one of the most interesting corners on the circuit. Across another rise, and you are braking and turning into 14, which is 2 distinct parts of the corner. The choice is whether you hug the inside line, as Melvin Moore did, or you let the car run out in the middle and then drag it back. Then you're turning in just before the rise. You can't see the corner as you come through 15. Let it run all the way to the curbs and onto the tabletop, and that is a lap at 2.9 miles, 2.891 miles around here, with Melvin Moore in the front-wheel drive Nissan Viper Cupra. Joe Bradley down in the pits.
Yeah, a little bit of a progress report on the number 421. That's the GT4 entry, the Team ACP BMW. This car came in with a myriad of problems. It's been described to me as all the sensors were showing problems. So they've replaced all of the sensors, and the problem still persists. So having replaced all the sensors, the problem is actually a problem, not just a sensor problem, if that actually makes sense. We've got the BMW M Sport boys from along the way who actually built and designed this car, and they're helping as well. So there's still all sorts going on there, and the car nowhere near getting towards a fire up. Is still replacing bits and pieces. Mainly to do with the intercooler and the air intake side.
This was originally thought to be, it crawled back in. Catesby Jones brought this car in very, very early on. What we are now, 67, 48, 50, 60, so 10 laps or something like that, 10 or 12 laps in. Originally it was thought to be a throttle pedal sensor, and they couldn't get full throttle and the car couldn't pull, so it crawled back in second gear. Catesby Jones got it back in, and they thought it was just the drive-by-wire system, Joe. Clearly not that now, then.
Not that now, no. They've plugged the computer, and like I say, I was described all, and they emphasised all of the sensors were showing issues, so they've replaced all of the sensors. Now, I suspect that's sensors on the intake, on the exhaust, on all areas of the engine management system, and the problem persists. So it's not, that's where you would start. You would change the sensor in case it was a sensor that's gone down, and that's not the case. So the problem lies somewhere within that, and I think because it's showing problems everywhere, that's why they've asked the M Sport gentleman to come down and or an eye over it, because it's quite confusing, isn't it? It's either it's you know what, you're really unlucky if more than one issue manifests at the same time.
Yes.
Usually it's one issue that you can get to the bottom of.
One thing at a time,
yes,
until you clear it. As Joe mentioned there, the BMW M and the BMW Junior team, thanks Joe, are in attendance running that GT4 concept car, the new evolution of the GT4. Max Hesser in that car, by the way. Lost a couple of 3 laps early on with a puncture for Neil Verhagen. 2 punctures actually for that car, wasn't it? So they're 9 laps away from the leader. But in terms of I mean, that is a GT4 car, but it's running in GTX at the moment. They are leading GTX because of the problems with other cars. Lamborghini Huracan Leipert with air puncture, and the 710, that was a 710. We had the Line Lamoureuge GTX Vortex in for quite a long time. The RD Sign 720 now with Nicola behind the wheel, Nicola McKellon. That car had a little fire in the fueling area, but the 482 leading its class, and full BMW work support for that car in the BMW M camouflage. 50 years of BMW M, Fonsegnara. BMW M, the brand, and therefore Motorsport as well. So they have got a bit of help down there at Team ACP Tangerine. Not a huge amount of difference from the outside, even with that camouflage on. It's hiding one or two little detail changes, but not much. All the changes under the skin, everything's been optimised, and some of the panels as well are different. Might look similar, but they're not made from carbon fibre reinforced plastic. B-Comp, partner of BMW and BMW M, make them from flax fibres, which is natural fibre, just not quite as old as carbon. Hasn't been in the ground that long, and apparently the way it's made is far less energy intensive, and it's a renewable resource, of course. Hang on a second while I just grow a new front wing. I think it's quite like that. This car will be this evolution of the car, the swan neck rear wing, which has become almost de rigueur now, in customer hands by the end of the year. And before BMW finalise the homologation for World GT4, still GT4 at least is still in the hands of the SRO Stefan Rattel organisation, although they of course will be losing their control over GT3 when the new regulations come out, which are FIA and ACO regs for the new GT3. But SRO still controlling the GT4 regulations and administering them, so that that new BMW ready to be homologated before the end of the year and be supplied to teams who will be taking delivery of them for racing starting early in 2023. Joe Bradley, down in the pits.
Yeah, I'm at the M Sport. Neil Verhagen's just come out. I'm not sure if he's about it, but I just thought I'd show you guys, the viewers and listeners. I'll try to describe for the listeners just what sort of operation is behind this M Sport concept car. This is a car that's been brought here. It's the new GT4 M4 BMW, and they're developing it to sell to customers to come and race with things like the 24H series. And if I'm just going to walk past Seb's camera now, and this. All right, so these are the guys at the front of the garage who are going to be changing tyres and the like and servicing the car. But this is where the action is. See all of this, all of these computers, all of that operation.
So
there.
where are you now, Joe?
Monitoring.
We're losing you, so you must be in the back of the pad, at the back of the pit. Okay, tool chests.
Yeah, I was at the back of the garage. Hey, Neil. So Neil Verhagen will describe. I'm just describing, Daniel, what's going on with regards to the amount of personnel, the amount of team effort that's going into developing this new M4.
Yeah, as you can see, we have a lot of guys here, a mixture of the Team Holzer guys who are running the car, and then the BMW Motorsport engineers. And yeah, we have a good team here. It's a lot of fun working with them. And the new GT4 concept, which will start racing in 2023. So we have the privilege to help in the development part of that, and so far it's going good.
It really is for you, Daniel Harper, and you know, a young driver. We met you at the Nürburgring, if you remember the day we had. But for you to be here at ground level on the development of this car, you must learn so much from a driver's perspective.
Yeah, and especially for the three of us being so young, it's perfect for us to do these type of things and work so closely with the engineers. And yeah, we learn so much, and it's very helpful when we come to another race like Spa at the end of the year. This is a perfect chance for us to get another 24 hours under our belts, and help as much as we can develop the car. So.
What's the instruction? Are you guys just told go out and race it as you would normally do, or are you specifically set a task of go and use the curbs a lot or whatever?
Yeah, it changes. So at the moment, this is the first true endurance test for the new car, the first 24-hour race for it. So at the minute, it's just like trying to stay clean, obviously not have any contacts with other cars. We're not here to get a good result. We just want and see what happens with the car. So our main task is to stay out of trouble, but also to drive like we normally would, because we need to see what happens to the car over the distance, and have fun as well.
Are you finding, what are any major differences with this brand new car and the old one?
Yes, big differences.
Can you tell us? That's the other thing.
Of course, yeah. I mean, there is quite a few differences. I mean, obviously, the past 6 years or whatever, since the last one was introduced, there's been a lot of updates to everything, lots of systems like TCE, ABS, loads of new electronic systems. It's a new chassis with the new M4, so it's handling different than the other one. But overall, there's just a lot more stronger points. For sure, we still have certain things we need to improve with the car because it's so new. But we're getting there and we're improving, and it's a lot of fun.
Now, you're a professional racing driver. This car is kind of aimed at amateur drivers. It's going out to customers. Do you have any instruction regarding that?
Yeah, for sure. You have to think in a different mindset, because someone like me, I just want the car to be as fast as possible, and it can handle as nasty as it likes, but as long as it's fast, I don't mind. But when it's going out to the customers and to the gentlemen, then it needs to handle quite nice, not be too scary to drive. So you definitely have to think in a different way, but at the same time it needs to win races, so it needs to be fast.
It needs to be fast with a bit of compromise. Daniel, I don't know how a young Irish kid is coping with this heat, but this old Englishman is suffering.
Yeah, I'm dying here, just standing.
We're beginning to here in the heat.
Yeah.
I'll let you go cool off. Thanks again, Daniel. Always a pleasure speaking to Daniel Harbour there, BMW driver. We met him at the Nürburgring, you can remember, Joe.
Yeah.
They should have you in the car, Hindhoff. That would give them a better idea.
Well, they'd find out how easy or difficult it is to get in and out of, because he's a spelk, that lad. Look that up, that's North East saying. He's as skinny as a whippet to jump in and out. You need people who are different shapes and sizes jump. I think you and I should be given a chance to test that car, Ben.
In another interview that we had from Neil Verhagen yesterday, he was saying they actually had done a test day at Hockenheim yesterday
yeah.
for a load of prospective purchasers. So they did have the gentleman drivers trying at least this concept spec of car. And yeah, always happy to jump in the BMW. I don't know if any of my BMW friends are listening today, but I've got a decent relationship with the guys from our esports experience as well, and very, very...
they took that to their hearts, the esport, when we had the big yellow flag, as Eve always calls it, in 2020 and 2021, and bringing in some of their esports stars to help their real-world drivers through various championships that we covered. Well, you and I covered you, I and Nick covered the IMSA Pro Series, didn't we?
And it's a massive part of the junior program that Dan Harper has been part of. We're talking about those guys developing the new GT4 machine here, but actually BMW have been developing them as drivers over the last 3 years, and there's been huge amounts of investment from BMW into that junior team. It was supposed to be only a 2-year program, but then COVID got in the way, so it's become a 3-year program. What happens to those drivers at the end of this year is anybody's guess at the moment, I suppose, but you know, they're doing such a professional job, even if they're all three of them so young, that I imagine BMW will find a way to keep them on the books in some way. even if they might not be a team any longer, they might not be representing BMW Junior team any longer, they might just be BMW drivers and being pimped out to customers because they are at such a high level now. And when we saw them at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, when we saw them driving alongside the likes of Augusto Farfus, they could hold their own, and that's so impressive. Dan Harper pre-BMW did a little bit, but not a huge amount. And it's they've developed such close bonds and friendships. They literally live in Nürburg. Yes. They live in what was a BMW dealership in Nürburg. Where replacing the cars are their simulators, and they do lots of sim racing in the front of that particular place.
Ex-Porsche Carrera Cup champion Dan Harper in the UK.
Yes, gosh, he's my that's a long time ago.
I had to check, but I thought that car's just come in actually. Max Hesse getting a new set of Hankook rubber. That was interesting as well what Neil Verhagen said about using different tyres from different manufacturers, different compounds from different manufacturers. I suspect that quite a few of the other manufacturers could learn something from that. In fairness, we've had BMW and Audi in this championship doing similar things. Mercedes rather, with as well. This is, in terms of a customer championship, this is a big destination for people from around the world, and when you get 70, 80, 90 cars at Dubai, you're going to have your customers in it. And in terms of running on Hankook tyres, not unheard of in other parts of the world, but there are other tyre manufacturers they're going to have to work with, and it's no good if the car only works on one particular tyre. You've got to build in enough engineering tools to even a GT4 car, which is quite a sophisticated racing car now, with full race ABS and traction control, as you heard Dan talking about.
And actually, a GT4 car relies more on its tyre than a GT3 car, because a GT3 car has so much more aerodynamics.
That's a good point.
That it takes away the mechanical grip and uses more of the aero grip, whereas a GT4 car has so little aero grip, as we were seeing earlier on in the race with the Audi R8 GT4 car being thrown all over the place. It is asking the tyre so much, so you need to make sure that the car can work on all different types of tyre if it is going to purely be a globe beater. A lot of the GT4 category races are on Pirellis because that is a SRO kind of partnership, but it is not exclusively like that across the world. And of course here we've got Hankooks.
An IMSA race on another tyre for GT4, a new GT4 championship in the States coming up, where they'll be mixed in with LMP3 cars. For the VP Racing Fuels Championship next year. Whilst Joe was doing that interview, the number 977 JD Racing Porsche, which was at the sharp end of the 992 field, was in. PJ Hyatt has left just as the BMW was leaving, actually. Joe, you might want to step into that garage and find out why it was pushed backwards in there and what they did. It's the 977, Mr. Bradley, if you wouldn't mind. At the sharp end of the 992 field. That means there's a little bit of a gap now. It's Red Camel from the two Red Ant racing cars. So Luc Breukers from Yannick Redant and Gavin Pickering, 909, 903, 904. And PJ was right with Gavin Pickering a few laps ago until that pit stop. So he spent a wee bit of time in the pit garage.
Only 7 minutes in the pit lane before then going to the fuel. So a little bit of a question mark exactly what's going on there. That's the first car we've seen in the pits for a while, actually, from our top runners. We also did see the Lamborghini 710 come in after, again, another 21 lap stint, so that's a bit short, I would have thought. They missed the code 60 because they just pitted before the code 60, but even so, they were running behind code 60 for about half an hour, so still question marks over how the Lamborghini is running. And now Red Ant at 904, so Gavin Pickering into the pits. This should be this is what we expect from the 907. Oh, we can speak to Gunnar Jeanette, who is one of the guys who did the longest stint on those tyres so far in the race, but obviously some problems thereafter.
Dealing with a few problems on the 977 Porsche, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, relatively early in my stint, about 20 minutes in, we got a gearbox compressor over temp alarm and started having some issues, so I immediately stopped using second gear everywhere on the circuit. and luckily I was able to manage that through my stint, but as the temps have been coming up, it's just been getting worse and worse, and so with the long code 60 with PJ in the car, it cooled down enough, and then he went racing again, and then he was just getting the alarm everywhere, so they pulled the car in and pulled the floor off, and we're trying to figure out something to get some more air up there. I mean, our water temp is as high as I've ever seen on a Porsche. It's running like 113 degrees C, and it's like, what I would consider the old days. It's 90 degrees F out. We have no air conditioning, no cool suit. It's 120 degrees inside the car, and you're just surviving.
You're from Florida, so this is easy for you.
Yeah. It's cool. I mean, for us here, I mean, we just have to just try to keep the car going around, and we'll see what happens.
So let me take you back to what you've just said. You weren't going any further down the box. You weren't going into second. Does that mean the lowest gear you went to was third?
Yeah.
Sounds like a logical question, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, and I mean, there's so many slow speed hairpins and uphills and stuff. And as the tires wore, I would try one lap driving it like I would, and we were only like 6 to 8 tenths slower. But I'll take 6 to 8 tenths over stopping during green and going back into the garage. So I guess that's what 20-something years of endurance racing teaches you.
And you really did stretch those tires at first, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, you have to. And so, yeah, we don't have the tire allocation here, or at least a planned tire allocation to do short stints or to throw tires at it every time. So we're trying to make them last as long as we can. And we planned for that in the setup, so we're a little bit less aggressive overall with the car, and you just have to drive smart.
What's the program exactly with the drivers that you've brought? You said earlier in the week that you wanted to give them 24H experience. So what's the aspirations? What's the objective?
So co-driving with PJ Hyatt. This is his first 24-hour race. He's a younger American guy who's just really enthusiastic about racing now that he's getting into it. And he's a long-time Porsche collector. So to now be doing his first 24-hour race in a Porsche is very cool. And we'll see where we end up going with it. But just trying to get as much experience as possible.
You were 19 when you were at Le Mans, weren't you? When you did your first year, were you 19?
18.
18. You're very young. Is that where PJ wants to kind of go to?
So we actually ran him in the Porsche Sprint Cup race this year in the 992, and so we got him that taste, or the first needle in the vein, because it is, motorsport, and especially Le Mans, it's like a drug. It's addictive.
Great stuff. We'll talk to you later in the weekend. Good cool off for a Floridian. You're sweating quite badly.
There's a couple of teams with kiddie pools down there, and I'm going to go give them a 20 euro note and hop in.
I'm sure they'll let you do it for free, mate. Thanks, you Gunnar.
Kiddie pool, translating as paddling pool for anybody else that was worrying about who might be in the pool with Gunnar approaching. They're definitely not kiddie pools. They are proper full-size mini swimming pools that we've got in the paddock, and they've just been left in the paddock for so many days that the water probably is no longer refreshing temperature either. It's probably like a hot tub in there. Either way, Gunnar's still going to go and head out. But I don't think our camera reception works on the back of the garages. Otherwise, we could have plenty of shots of people in their own pools. What is a little silly, though, of course, John, is that Portimao is famous for being one of the only circuits in the world to have a swimming pool in the paddock anyway, but nobody ever uses it. Can you swim in it?
No, it's not a swimming pool. It's not even a plunge pool. I think it's about maybe 18 inches, 2 feet deep.
Really?
I don't think it's much more than that.
2 inches?
18 inches.
Oh, 18 inches.
To 2 feet deep.
I'm going to say it's deeper than that. It is.
Joe Bradley has gone pool shopping.
I've gone poolside.
Joe, where are you?
I'm at the back of the garages.
Right.
And I found my first pool. Now then, here's the test. Hopefully my
it's the little one.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a
that
little
is a kiddie pool.
I'll
That
tell
is a
you what.
paddling pool.
It may be, it's very much below ambient temperature, which is up towards 40 degrees in the sun. Now this is really refreshing. Hang on. Seb, keep hold of this microphone, mate. I'm going in here.
There's a bigger
It's the
one.
only
Let's
answer.
find a bigger one.
And there's a bigger one down there.
Oh, yeah.
Seb, see that? See these guys washing tyres? This is what goes on. This is literally, I'm bringing you behind the scenes. This is Red Ant Racing. Look at this. This is where the graft is. The tyres come off the cars. They get washed. They get cleaned. Now, why do we bother washing the wheels? It's because they pick up all sorts of little bits of rubber. Hang on, I'm going to dive in here, boys. See these little bits of rubber? That's picked up off the track. If that gets onto the wheel rim, that starts giving the wheel rim a different weight, and it knocks the wheel out of balance eventually. That's why we do this after every run. Now then, I found a bigger pool. Follow me, Seb. I've got me trunks underneath these shorts as well. Are we ready for that, do you think? No. So
The
got my hat
European
on.
spec, Joe.
Still hot. See this one? This is a bit bigger. I'm going to test the temperature. That little kiddies pool was nicely cool. Oh, look, we've got another one, Seb. We've got a choice of pools. Now then, this one's in the sun. Oh, Ben was right. That's quite warm.
Get a tea bag in that, mate.
Not far off a cup of tea.
Yes,
But
exactly.
this one's got a bit of depth. And this one's in the shade. Oh, God, no. It's red hot. It's absolutely red hot. I tell you what, I'm just going to put this down, and I might just have a little plodge in here.
A plodge?
Yes.
Thank you, Joe.
Only people from the northeast will know what I mean by that.
That's the. Remember, Joe Bradley lives by the North Sea, but he's not silly enough to go in the North Sea most times of the year. Not like me. I used to go and do a charity dip every Christmas, and I tell you, it was pretty cold.
499 into the penalty box. 188. Oh, sorry, 188 into the penalty box. 499 does need to come to the penalty box.
That's a 10-second time penalty for track infringements at turn 1, sixth offence.
Sixth offence?
Yeah.
Good effort.
Still to. There's quite a lot that are still outstanding.
Yeah.
We've got the 977 T4, 10 seconds. 405 T1, 10 seconds.
That's leader in GT4.
116. That's the Wolf power car. That was exceeding speed limit during chord 60. That's a 10-second penalty. Crossing white line at pit lane entry, the 158, 10
and that's
seconds.
The leader of TCR and leader of TCE.
499. Again, track limits. That's the Audi, isn't it? The GT4 Audi. That's a 10 seconds. And then they've been warned again straight after that as well.
Whilst we're in the light, we're going to have a lot of that, I think.
In the pool.
Really?
Yes.
Come on, this we have to see.
Yes. Now, Peter Folsom has just gotten out of the Leicester Racing car, and he was pretty overheated when he got out. And so, you know what? This is the only answer. Now that water is kind of lukewarm. I'll tell you what, I'm going to tick a box here. I've never interviewed anyone in a pool before. I have interviewed a naked man before in this race series. Peter, this is perhaps the only way to get cool.
Yeah, this is Stefan. Mariano?
Stefan, oh sorry, read the wrong helmet.
Yeah.
Stefan, how are you feeling?
Very, very hot.
Yes.
But I was really enjoying.
You were enjoying the drive?
Exactly.
The car going well?
Yeah, extremely well. So we can't complain on that. It's only to keep it running.
I suppose when you're driving around, you think, when I finish, I'm going to have a dip. That's quite an incentive.
Exactly, so it makes you quicker.
Quicker to get to the pool.
Yeah, the more fuel you waste, the better. The quicker you'll get back.
Thank you. I'm gonna leave him while he does some plunging.
Brilliant.
We had some great moon chat last night, and we'll be looking forward to.
You don't want to be saying that after he's just interviewed a man in a pool. Really?
Episode 2 of Moon Chat coming up in a few hours' time, but Joe at the moment rivaling it with his pool reports. And yes, we do have a swimming pool in the paddock, and
several.
It is yeah, but I mean that there's an actual one that has always been there. But you don't feel as though it would be somewhere you can actually swim in. Oh, yeah. I thought our drone was about to head towards it, going hunting for the pool.
It's down as you come into the paddock between the press room building and. It's more of a reflecting pool, actually. I think it's more of an architectural feature than actually a swimming pool. I don't. It's not.
What does one do in a reflecting pool?
Well, no, it just reflects.
Oh, it reflects rather than.
Yes, you don't have to reflect.
But the problem is when you're racing in 40 degrees heat, it's however deep or not it is, it's very tempting to just go and have a little dip.
It's a proper swimming pool size. There's no doubt about that. But down through I think we should have RC powerboats or RC sailing boats in there.
Oh, like they do in Paul Ricard has an RC course, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And they have a big pool as well on the way in that they use for various RC regattas. Radio-controlled yachts are something that I'd really like to get into.
And you are right, it is not, the pool outside is not that deep.
Thank you.
Because Scuderia Praha celebrated their win by swimming in it. And I'm sure we'll have the same thing happen at the end of tomorrow. Thank you to 24H Series on Twitter for reminding us of that. And indeed,
we might be all in there tomorrow.
Hashtag no diving.
Hashtag no diving, no. That's a bump on the head, if ever I saw it. So 43 in the sun at the start of the race. I don't think it's gone down so much. It's put the track temperature way up. That was 50 plus, 53, 54. And that won't have gone down so much. The shadow's still pretty short here. We're coming up to almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But it's not as if the cars are casting very long shadows here. IV Capital, GmbH. Drone camera giving us some great shots for those of you on the World TV feed. Just showing how arid it has been recently around these parts. We're right in the middle of the Southern European summer, of course, and just starting the busy part of the tourist season down here on the coast of the Algarve. We're about 15-20 minutes or so away from the beaches, and starting to pick up. Talking to the team at Faro Airport at Hertz. Hertz back into motorsport as well with their sponsorship of Porsche. When we picked up the hire car, they were saying they're at least as busy now as they were before the intervention of the lockdowns for COVID, so that's good news for this area and others that rely on tourism and travel for their business.
I still got a mega deal there, didn't I, John?
Oh, you did. You got the best deal. Best deal. Just starting to get a bit of shadow on the front straight from the main grandstand. It'll be quite a while before that spreads into the pit lane and helps Di and Joe.
This is the driest month in the Algarve.
Yes.
Just 2 millimetres of average rainfall. 2 millimetres, that's barely a dribble.
You're back to your dribbles again,
I don't know what's wrong with me. There are in the wetter months, you can get a decent amount of rainfall through November and December here, but it's still not cold. So, you know, we've seen the world final karting being held quite often at the kart track just across the road from here.
Yeah, up the other side of the hill. Yeah.
Plenty of testing and stuff going on in February down here. It's not as warm as it is now, but it's certainly not cold like it would be perhaps in France, Germany, England. So this is a good place to come at any point of the year. And we've got a yellow flag down at turn 3, which is the first big braking zone. I'm hoping that's just somebody who's rotated.
And the only car that's in the pit lane at the moment is the 421, which they're still trying to find.
Still?
Everybody else is back out on the track. So 22 of the 23 entrants out on the track.
No sign from our tracking what's going on at turn 3, but we do have a code 60.
And we also have a significant time penalty. Actually, it would have been significant normally. I see 91, and I immediately think that they're going to be back at the front of the field. Daniel Alleman has been pinged for his third event in pretty short order in that car, so that'll be a 10-second time penalty for the number 91 Herbert Porsche when they come around to do their next pit stop, or at least within the next couple of hours. You don't have to do it straight away.
It's a Vortex code 60. It does look like Lionel is facing the wrong direction.
Yeah.
But Joe, be prepared, because we haven't seen most of the cars in pit lane for around an hour.
Impact with the barrier.
Oh dear.
And we're hearing that the driver is reported by the marshals on site as okay. They've been talking to him, so that's good news. So this is the 701 Lionel Amarouche, that car with a fuel pump and fuel pressure issue earlier on.
We don't have a camera on the exterior of the circuit there, so the view that we are seeing on our live feed is from the interior. So that's a very odd... If that is turn 3 and not turn 4, that is an incredibly odd place to have come off. I think that might actually be more like turn 4, but he's...
The yellow flag start at turn 3.
Yeah, he's properly plumbed straight into the nose into the barrier, and we are starting to witness pit lane visitors. WTM Racing Ferrari.
Leaders did not come in.
First in. Did they drive straight past?
No, coming around turn 15 now. Let's see if Sven Herberger comes in. When was he last in?
An hour and 7 minutes ago.
Yeah, he's in the pit lane. Herberth are in.
Everyone's got to come in, surely.
Kyle Vitz was in from third position for Ferrari. They're dropped off the lead lap. Yes, they have.
Well, with all these pit stoppings. Oh, there we go.
So he's come out of turn 3 and looped it to the inside.
Interesting. Bradley, what's going on down in the pit lane?
Yeah, lots. We've had the third place Ferrari, WTM Racing, the number 22 in. They changed drivers. That car's already left. And it left before the number 18 Phoenix Audi was in from the overall lead. That car currently on the apron, just up the pit road from me now. But we've got pretty much, when the Vortex, the orange Vortex, came to a halt, I was in the Red Camels just watching the timing screens over the shoulders of the team, and they burst into life. They burst into life much quicker than I suspected, and it's pretty much the whole pit lane is livened up. In from the TCR third place is the number 159, and we've got the number 158 going to be coming in, brushing across my training shoe as it did so. So yeah, we suspected that would happen. Everybody's been under green for quite a while, and so everybody taking advantage of this code 60 and coming in for what will be 50% fuel.
It's not going to be an easy recovery because they can't get to that new and beautifully replaced front toe strap because it's up against the barrier.
Oh yeah.
So question 1.
Take it from the rear?
Does it have a toe strap at the back so it can be dragged out kicking and screaming? Oh, good opportunity for people to take some of their penalties.
Yes, if you're not stuck in a queue to get into the box.
No, that doesn't matter. So long as you're standing still, you're still. So Charlie Dawson has taken the Wolf Power penalty.
There's a BBR car there. I think there's a third car in the queue to do their penalty, because I can see a lollipop lady, and that is the 499, which is getting its penalty
so that
out
was
of the way.
That was the 116 Wolf Power car, the 158 crossing the line of pit lane entry. That's 20 seconds both, and the 904 track limit, and that's just a warning, sorry. So the 91 came in but didn't take its penalty. It went to fuel. Joe Bradley, is that the Seat number 158, leader in TCR?
Yeah, the leader's in. They're taking advantage of this code 60, and we are replacing the driver. Now we're replacing wheels and tyres, of course. Now, strangely, I've got Bas Kooten from Bas Kooten Racing at the front of this car. He's in Monlau Racing BBR teamwear, and no doubt we'll get a chance to chat to Bas and see what the deal is here. And it may be that Bas Kooten's Bas Kooten team underneath that BBR shirt, who are running this number 158. The car is back out. It's changed drivers. You guys will be able to tell me exactly who's at the wheel of that when it clicks across the line.
The only car that I don't think you're going to see, well, there's a few, but you're not going to see the 977 because that came out relatively recently. And I don't think you're going to see the 904 Red Ant because they were in just 7 laps ago. But unfortunately, the
903 has come in.
Well, it has to because it's been out for an hour and a half. So it's actually worked out really nicely for
It's
them.
already on its way out.
Most of the field, I think, will be pitting at this point.
8 cars came into the pit lane. Joe's trying to grab a word with Baz Cooten.
I have. Baz.
Yes.
You're on the 158, the TCR Monlau Racing entry. You're wearing a BBR shirt, but I see the board says Baz Cooten Racing. Bit of a deal going on here. You guys are overseeing. Is it Baz Cooten underneath that shirt? I know it's you. That's not what I mean. I was about to Racing underneath that shirt.
Yes, it's also Baz Cooten Racing under that shirt. Yes. We have sold our TCR car, which is number 159 at the moment. We sold it to Monlau, to the BBR guys. They have driven the car with us in Dubai. They were very, very happy with the car, with my crew. So now they said, we want to run 2 cars, the new model and the old model. And Monlau needed some experienced crew, and we're here. And you see the positions where we run.
Baz, you might be able to shed some light. We've been pondering as to who decided which drivers would get what number, because this car's leading the championship. And so what was the decision now? Who decided which drivers would drive which car?
That's David Simon from Monlau. It's his lineup of drivers. We, as Baz Cooten Racing, are only supporting technically and strategy. And it's his decision who's on which car.
Is this a deal that's going to stretch to Barcelona?
Can be.
It's a race by race. It's a race by race. I can tell by the face.
At the moment, a lot of teams want to have our support. We also support ST Racing from Samantha Tan. We have some more supporting jobs. We have our own lineups, our own cars. So we have enough to do in the Creventic series, in 24-hour series, yes.
That's great. Is Samantha Tan Racing coming back for Barcelona?
First of all, they're going to participate in the 24 hours of Spa with the GT3, in the big one. And after that, it depends on how the car is. And it looks like they will participate in Barcelona again, yes.
And what happened with the Bentley? We were talking the other day about Bob Herber's Bentley, run by Baz Cooten. Are we going to see that car out again?
Unfortunately, no. Bob Herber, he has 2 of these cars. One is he running in the Supercar Challenge in the Dutch Championship. And the other one was he running here with some other drivers in the Creventic series. But compared to the budgets, what he's used to, this was quite expensive. And then he said, okay, I put the car back into the museum and then enjoy it in 5 years. Take the cover off after 5 years and see what the value is then.
Baz, are we maybe going to see Baz Cooten back, Baz Cooten Racing back, running a car as your team is the name above the door?
Will be Barcelona. And we will do some races again. But we're very, very busy with several championships. So for me, it makes not a real sense. What I want is to win races, to give the most effort, and on which name, it doesn't have to be my name. We're proud to give our effort to every result what we can gain.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what. We talk about how expensive racing's become. Everything's going up, especially fuel, etc. The logistics of putting a race team to a track, is that becoming an issue?
Yeah, everything is going up, of course, and also the expenses for people, and also every car, every high-level car needs more people. Let's say if you were running in the past Volkswagen Golf diesel, you only need 3 people. Now it's good that there is a regulation for the TCEs that they only have 2 mechanics. But for GT3 or the higher classes, you have already 4 mechanics. 2 driver changers mean 6 people. But these 6 people need also 1 or 2 people in the catering. It's 8 people, 2 people on strategy. It's only for 1 car, it's 10 people at least. You have a truckee, blah, blah, blah. So it's 14 people needed for only 1 GT3. Luckily, when you do 2 or 3 cars, it will be better.
We've got green, Baz. I'll let you go back to work. Thank you, man.
couple of penalties to tell you about. That have been served. The number 405 has served their 10-second track limit offence. Also, the number 91 Herberth car served it. However, during that code 60, or perhaps one of the earlier ones, the number 499 Audi has been caught speeding, and that is a penalty that's assessed depending on how far over the speed limit you are, and a 26-second time penalty for that car.
That's a big one. Unfortunately, this Code 60 has worked out appallingly for Ram Racing. John Minshaw has brought that car in. He's been out on circuit for an hour and 20 minutes, so he was absolutely due to come into the pits, but he just missed the pit lane during that Code 60, so had to do a full lap at slow speed. Finally got the car into the pit lane just as the Code 60 was being cleared. Did his penalty under Code 60 regulations, so did 20 seconds rather than 10. Now they're doing the tyre change, and he's still got to get fuel. So this is a big, big lose for the GT4 category. Phil Keane plugging presumably another driver into the car. Is that Katarina now for the first time?
I think it might be, yes.
We've seen Ian Loggy, we've seen John Minshaw. I don't think John would be doing a second stint after an hour and 20, even if he did most of it under code, or half of it under Code 60.
Unless they were just giving another drinks bottle, and that's why they had somebody there. But
yeah, but you were asking a gentleman driver to do another hour and a half in this heat. I think that would be a little bit of an ask.
I think not. They're not in danger of losing the lead, because the nearest competition is that number 499 car, which is down the field a bit. Anders Bakkerud, Rallycross star, is in the Lions Speed by Car Collection car. They've completed 78 laps, whereas the Ram Racing car's already done 81. So that'll come down to 77 when they come round next time. That'll go up. I'm taking laps from them as they go by. That's not very kind of me, is it? It'll go up to 79 laps. But they're still going to be, I think, probably about a lap and a half in arrears by the time that the Ram Racing 405, that's the pinstripe car, gets back out onto the circuit. And then it swings back the other way, because there's a 26-second penalty on that Lions Speed Car Collection machine.
Most of the field, though, taking advantage of the last Code 60 to come into the pits, and that therefore puts everybody on roughly the same strategy. We've got Elia Earhart now aboard the Phoenix Racing Audi. He's just taken over from Jürgen Herring. That'll be Elia's second stint aboard that car. They're a minute and 12 ahead of CP Racing, with Shane Lewis now aboard. He's just taken over from Charlie Putman. In third position overall is Ivo Brukers in the Red Camel 992 category car. 2 laps behind those leading 2 GT3 machines. So fading, therefore, is the Ferrari, WTM Racing, and Santalok, who are at the sharp end of the field thanks to a great double stint at the start of the race, or 2 half stints by Nicolas Bart. Unfortunately, in the hands of Christian Kelders, though, that has dropped quite a few laps, and also perhaps didn't call the strategy quite right. Olivier Estevez is now aboard that car, and that should be back up to speed. Should quite easily pass Red Camels back up to third position. Indy Donje is aboard WTM Racing Ferrari. And that is your top 5 right now, all on the same strategy.
Yes. When did they all last pit?
Well, they all last pitted at the same time. We don't know if they've got the same fuel and the same tyres.
All right, yeah.
Ish.
The interesting thing to me is how high up that Red Camel. You mentioned it before, how long they can go. They do about an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes in those cars. Extended, of course, if there is a Code 60. But they have come in every time there's a Code 60.
Yeah.
They're doing the old Herberth tactics, which is, so long as we've been out there X number of minutes, and they'll have decided that beforehand, the default is come in. So let's come in unless we've only done 15 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever they decide.
And we know that because if you're a regular listener to Radio Show Limited, or even just a regular watcher of the 24H series, then you'll know and hear the wisdom of Paul Troswell, who for most of the season, actually is a strategist for Red Camel rather than a commentator. But we had the privilege of having him with us in the box at Hockenheim, so we got all of his secrets, and we had a good, healthy debate about Code 60 versus not Code 60, and he's a firm believer that you do it all the time, and it's proving it right.
I wonder if that change in the regulations makes much of a difference. I suppose you're only expecting to get half a tank of fuel when you come in, so it probably doesn't change it that much.
Chatting to Paul about that.
It's not...
it just takes that little edge off the kind of being lucked into a Code 60, really.
It's not as if any of this is new. 24H series, the Hankook series, it's been around for a very, very long time now. And we saw Herbert take advantage of it for many years. They entered long-distance races. They won long-distance races. It was as simple as that. In the days when they still had quite a boring white Porsche, as Paul would have called it, before they started playing around with vinyl and deliveries. And the default for them was always go to the pits and get fuel. Maybe not even stop for tyres, not necessarily change drivers. That's an additional time. That's an additional time taken. Joe Bradley has been talking to Paul Triswell recently.
Yeah, about that very thing about the new fueling regulation, and I know how keen he is on using Code 60s to get in and stretch the fuel window. And he says it takes the element of chance away.
Yeah.
And it also takes the element of thinking for the race stewards, for the race officials, as to when to throw the Code 60. Because it does have a massive effect. And it has a massive effect on the race, depending upon track position when the Code 60 comes out.
I disagree with that, I'm afraid.
Well, I wasn't sure. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just telling you what Paul said.
No. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm disagreeing with Paul.
Point, but from our point of view, John, it kind of takes away the element of jeopardy, if you like.
And
if your head's up that you anticipate the Code 60 and you get in just before the Code 60, it can pay dividends.
Correct.
Well, guess what, by the way? The Vortex is back.
The good news is the toe strap's still attached, but there's not much else around the front that's still there.
They didn't need it, mate. They've put the straps on all four wheels because it needed a full lift onto a flatbed.
I was looking to see if the toe strap was there. It's very difficult and very dangerous to disagree with Trussers about a lot of things, but I think he's wrong on both counts there. and I'll tell you why.
He's got no way of defending himself.
No. But I'm just going to put a contrary view here, a contrary view on it. With Code 60, the stewards never have to think about when they put a Code 60 out because they can do it at any time. You don't wait for the leader to come round and open the pits.
It's for safety reasons.
It's for safety reasons. So as soon as they think that it's not safe, they put it out. So that part of his argument is moot straight away.
Yeah.
The second part about it, taking away some of the chance. Now, that I understand his thinking on that, but I think that penalises unfairly somebody who recognises a situation and an opportunity and calls their driver in and gets them into the pit lane before it's called. Now, the other side of the argument, so I'll fight Paul's corner as well and argue against myself, is yes, but if you're a car that has just gone by the pit lane when there's an accident that happens, you don't have that opportunity.
But you are also potentially penalised depending on where you are on the circuit. The quicker you can get into the pit lane and service the car, the better you are if it's a quick Code 60, you might not do a full lap before you can get into pits, as we've seen from Ram. So there is still an element of chance in that.
Well, that's the same with any neutralisation.
Sure, exactly. So
of a race.
So in which case, if there is the ability to kind of foresee the future a little bit, then it should be taken.
There have been calls made in various races that I've been either involved with, driven in, and certainly that I've called, where somebody has seen or heard something, seen it on the big screen, heard that we've been talking about it. I was talking to a couple of teams at Le Mans who were saying have been calling and they've made decisions on what we've been calling, from what either we can see or what we're being reported.
That's somebody said that last night, didn't they? And when Joe and I were in the commentary box, and I think that's very dangerous.
We must remember not to make things out.
We're about to have a change for third position because Ivo Brukers is only 1.5 seconds ahead of Olivier Estevas in the Santalok Racing Audi. I don't really think that that's much of a story, to be honest, because the Santalok car should be a lot faster than the Red Camel Porsche. They're different classes. There shouldn't be much of a fight, but anyway, it's for podium. It's for podium overall. And it does show that Olivier Estevez is on pace and pushing. Here they are on the circuit then, with a little bit of traffic to contend with as well. The 188 Hong Kong-driven Audi still leaking fuel from its right rear corner. Something that they all do, apparently. And we've seen over the years those VAG-built cars, effectively the Cupra, the Audi RS3, the Volkswagen, they're all the same chassis underneath. They've just got different bodyworks on top. And depending on the generation, they can also be pretty similar inside. But they seem to, when heavily fueled, leak through left-hand corners.
The new Evo versions of that car, and it's obviously it's the same platform. They don't do the Golf anymore, so now it's just the Cupra and the RS3 LMS. That is really interesting piece of kit. The changes that have been made for serviceability, tunability, engineering-wise, in terms of even things where the roll bar goes at the back, and how easy it is to make adjustments to that just by taking the rear wheels off, or indeed even sliding the whole roll bar out. It's now straight rather than having to go around suspension components. They've changed the aero, they've changed the design of the box arches so you don't get that flapping arm that you used to get after the side-by-side, as I used to describe it, an angry penguin look. and that's all gone. You've got the reverse swan neck on the back, which cleans up the airflow. And on the Audi, don't forget, still the only saloon car versions of TCR. And they still think that's the best way to do it. That cleans up the airflow on the rear wing even more. That's stuff that they've learned from the GT3s and the GT4s. It's a really, really big step forward. Still manufacturer-built racing car. It's got to be, we were talking about this at the Nürburgring, weren't we? What's the cheapest way to go racing with a manufacturer-built racing car? BMW M2 CS. It comes in at 60,000 euros, something like that. Then you take a step up to one or two other things. You get into TCRs at just over 100,000. You say it fast, it doesn't sound like a lot of money. It is, it's a huge amount of money. But value for money for a manufacturer, a works-built racing cars, there's some very interesting choices to be made out there for people who want to go racing.
I think there is now, maybe in Germany only, a Hyundai kind of junior touring car championship, which is built from the Hyundai factory in Alsnau, alongside the WRC and TCR machines. 3 different types of TCR Hyundai. Don't have any of them here. Don't even know if they have. Well, they must
3
have
different types. There's 4 different types then, if that's the case, because you've got the original.
Well, no, because this junior series is not TCR.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah. So you've got the original i30. You've got the Veloster N.
Veloster, yeah.
Which was based on the same running gear. You've got the Elantra now as well.
The Elantra, yeah.
And we've had at various stages in the IMSA competition, we've had all 3 of those, not at the same time.
Weirdly though, the Veloster was something that was kind of built over in America initially, and then adopted by Hyundai. Brian Herter Motorsport actually did the original development.
And the reason they did that was because the Veloster N was available in the States, whereas the i30N wasn't.
Yes, exactly.
And the Veloster's a very funny one for TCR regulations. Sorry, zipping myself up here in terms of my anorak. I had someone say to me that the Veloster shouldn't be allowed because it didn't fit the regulations. The regulations are front-wheel drive, 2-litre, 340 brake or whatever it is, 330 brake.
5-door.
4 or 5-door. 4 or 5-door. So But if you look at one side of the Veloster, there's only one door on the driver's side. But on the other side, there's two, and the hatchback makes four. So it does have four doors. It's just not a traditional four-door car, whereas the Audi, of course, is a traditional four-door non-hatchback car. It's a saloon. So it's 4 or 5 doors. So the Veloster squeaks in because it doesn't say 4 doors or 4 doors plus a hatchback. It says 4 doors.
It's a very weird little door, that. It's a very weird
It's got
door.
a very long door on one side and 2 shorter doors on the other, so asymmetric. Very interesting.
Olivier Estevez has just taken a lap, or was on course to be taking a lap back from Elia Earhart, our leader. There is 3 laps between them, but the Santalok driver looking to be quite a bit faster, although on that last lap it does look as though he lost time. Quite a slow lap on the last lap in comparison to Earhart, so maybe has dropped back off the tail of them. The two of them are running pretty close together, but they did have traffic to contend with as well, and that does, when looking at lap times and lap times alone, slightly skew what you're reading into.
Jerry Z on at RSL_studio. What about Mazda Miata MX-5s on their factory-built racing machines? Do you know what? That's a good call, actually. They come out of Yokohama on a boat to Jacksonville, then they get shipped down to Troy Fliss and his brother at Daytona, and they are taken apart and put them back together again. I think there's 250 plus racing parts goes into that, including a Sadev sequential gearbox, a different differential. The engine doesn't get touched. That gets put to one side, sealed up. 180 horsepower, 4-cylinder, 2-litre, driving the back wheels, FIA cage, different brakes, different wheels, different steering wheel, different instrument package, different seats, etc., etc. So, Jerry, that's a good shout. And what that championship does have is the biggest prize pot of anything at that level of any series in the world, over $550,000 in that Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 championship for this year again. 250,000 of which goes to the winning driver, 80,000 for second, and then real cash folding money all the way down to 10th. Special prizes for junior drivers, for female drivers, plus scholarships to take people through from the lower classes of MX-5 racing as well. Extraordinary. I was saying to someone the other day, actually, in our coverage from Road America, that I was talking to the Toyota guys at Le Mans. I think the prize money for winning Le Mans this year is 25 or 30,000 euros.
There is prize money. I'm surprised that there even is.
Yeah, well, there is, but it's not much.
Yeah.
It's a token, and you'd get that for finishing halfway up the top 10 as an individual in the Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 championship. So, not surprisingly, you get people going into that and staying in it. Cost about 80,000 to buy the car. Probably you could run a season on about the same. So if you win the championship, you're $100,000 in pocket. And then if you win it a second year, you've already bought the car, so you're even more in profit.
That's how it should be.
Of course it is. When did it stop? We've asked this question before at RSL_studio. When did motorsport stop giving out big prize money and
not even prize money,
appearance money?
Well, exactly. When we started in the, when it started getting big, 50s and 60s, you would be paid to enter.
Yeah.
You would get start money. You wouldn't pay to enter. So at some point, somebody must have gone, hang on a second.
And by the way, I'm not talking about here at Creventic. This is a different level. I'm talking about full pro world championship style motor racing. You don't turn up at a Premiership football match and the footballers put down 400 quid entry fee to actually go out and play on the pitch.
Imagine they have to pay an entry. They couldn't get into the stadium without paying an entry.
It's insane, isn't it? That you've got even people up to Formula 1 level who are paying to be involved in a world championship that is a business that takes in as much as Formula 1 does.
Yeah.
I find it extraordinary, and there's not necessarily. Okay, Formula 1, there is money in Formula 1. There is prize money in Formula 1 now, and the teams now make money. All of the teams make money in Formula 1, but that's happened relatively recently.
Yeah, there hasn't been prize money for a long time.
But they get points. They get prizes on points at the end of the season.
Well,
from
yeah, I
constructors.
suppose so. Yeah, the constructors do. The drivers don't.
No, drivers don't. But it's up to the driver to do a deal with your team, isn't it? If you're that way inclined. Another half an hour of racing's gone, down to a mere 20 and a half hours to go. And we've had a decent little green flag spell here.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Bradders, which means he's probably in a swimming pool somewhere.
Yeah, or getting a cup of tea. If I know anything of Bradley at the moment. Glenn McGee aboard the second in class 710 Lamborghini. It's the Lightfoot car fighting its way up from earlier issues. 15th position and second in GTX, about 10 seconds or so.
Cast your mind back about an hour and a half ago, and we were seeing loads and loads of rear left punctures.
Yeah.
It's all calmed down now, so great work from race control to have identified what needed to be removed. Oh, there's a lot of removing going on there.
Are you by any chance at Vortex?
Of course I am.
Describe what's going on for me, will you?
Well, the car came in on a flatbed. It's gone in very, very hard at the front, and it's pretty much destroyed all the fiberglass housing and which houses the front radiator and other things, and brake ducting, and it's gone in hard on the right front. And it's kind of, when it came in, you can kind of see now, the left-hand wheel's pointing slightly to the left, and the right-hand wheel is pointing slightly to the right. So this bent steering, maybe it's destroyed the rack, I don't know. But basically, we've got to remove this whole front end, and we've been working on it now for about 10 minutes. And it's quite an intricate process to get this front end off. There's bits of aluminium structure which houses the radiator, and all of that's just folded in on impact, and it makes where this thing is mounted, it's all bent and twisted, and they can't necessarily get spanners in. And you can see you may be able to see how the aluminium has folded. It's quite thick gauge aluminium as well. It takes quite a bit of impact to fold that. And it's just making the job harder for the mechanics to be able to actually remove this front end, to actually see where the space frame and the suspension joins the space frame, to see exactly what has been damaged on that suspension geometry. Say that again, John?
So 5:30 in the afternoon, almost into the evening. Evening starts about 6 o'clock is what we were seeing at Le Mans, I think, with Paul Truswell. Kerry up in London, making sure that we're talking to the world on RS1. Thank you for joining us there. We'll be going through till about 1 o'clock local time with sound and vision. And if you stay on the stream, then you'll get a variety of onboard and fixed cameras back at 8 o'clock on Sunday morning for the run to the checkered flag. Joe Bradley watching the Vortex repairs going on down there. The good news for them is that the tow hitch did stay absolutely attached to the front of that car.
And Joe describes a big impact for that machine, but it was on the inside of the exit of turn 3.
Yeah.
Turn 3 is an 80km/h corner at apex. Something must have broken to put that car into the wall at the speed that it's needed to have done to damage the front end the way it is. It went square on into barrier, so it didn't hit any steering rack or anything to bend anything like that. So I think that steering rack issue perhaps was the cause of the accident. And I think it might be worth trying to tick off one of the Vortex drivers.
He's spun up the back wheels coming out of three, looped it straight across, and then the front crash structure has pushed back into the steering rack.
Okay.
And done the control arms. Is that about right, Joe?
Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah.
Wait, remember we have to tick off all 3 Vortex drivers.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
Possibly time to talk to the boss man.
Yeah, and the other thing, you need to get down to 421 because we've only spoken to Catesby Jones in 421, and they might be off for dinner in a minute. And it doesn't count if you speak to them standing in the queue for dinner. Not unless you've got the microphone with
in your hand, yeah.
So I need to... they're still changing everything on that BMW.
I spoke to Oliver Gomez. His English is...
He hasn't driven the car yet, Oliver Gomez.
We haven't spoken to Oliver Gomez yet, so you can take him off.
Oliver, I've already spoken to Oliver, by the way, I just didn't see his name. Oliver, you haven't driven the car yet.
Yeah, Lionel make a mistake in a turn 3. With when he put the throttle, he lost the rear, and he hurt the wall. It's simply a mistake.
Yes. How long? How long will this take?
A long time. Yeah, sorry. I think 1 hour.
Still,
we make the parallelism. So he spend a lot of time. Sorry.
I was going to say spirit of endurance. It's the spirit of endurance racing. The heart, the passion.
Yeah.
Le passion.
It's a passion, yes.
That's all, that Oliver. Thank you, Oliver. Merci beaucoup. Yeah, these guys, you know what the thing is about Vortex? And it was Mugello where these guys brought 3 cars and they had all sorts of issues. And it seemed that every time I walked out on the pit road, there was an orange car either going in or out. And with 3 of them doing that, the frequency was incredible. And it never deterred them. At no point did they consider, right, that's it, let's just pack up. They kept on repairing, and they will do that.
Never mind, Joe, never mind, at no point did they consider packing up. I'd have set fire to them out the back. That Mugello race, other than when they came, in fact, no, they didn't even all come to the line for the start, did they? There was one of them that had a problem. Right, it was pushed off the grid before the formation lap, I think. And they worked the whole Mugello race. It seemed they were working on something.
On one of the 3 cars.
Yes.
That's what I mean. At every point during that 12-hour race, of which it was split, there was a big, massive interval in the middle of it. At every point in that race, there was one of those 3 cars in. And as one went out, then, within a couple of minutes, another one was...
There was a pat on the back. Excellent, lads. Let's get the kettle on. Oh, hang on a minute.
Let's not forget that team operates solely on customer drivers coming into the car. They couldn't park it up because the customer needed the track time, because they needed the budget, because they'd spent the budget getting to the track. So there is no excuse to put it in the back of the trailer. Today, less so, because Lionel Amarouche and Philippe Bonnel are the kind of the usual crew. No wonder Olivier Gomez is looking so frustrated, because he's probably the one who's actually paying a bit of the budget, and he hasn't actually sat in the car yet. That's how it operates most up and down the paddock here, especially in some of the teams where you've got...
That's a good point.
You've got 4 drivers from different backgrounds. It's not like the Thai or the Hong Kong or Malaysian drivers, which are all their own team, or the Broikers who are father and son. There are some teams out there that do look like a random amalgamation of pay drivers just coming here for the weekend.
That's not unusual in other endurance series as well.
No, exactly.
Peter Kate, who was with us in our Nürburgring coverage, he was driving, and he hadn't met 2 of his teammates before he got there that week. He knew one of them, and he'd been asked back to the Mathol team to drive because he'd done so well on previous outings for them. But to rock up at a major endurance race to drive for 24 hours and meet the 3 guys that you're going to be driving with, that's something a bit different. Meantime, at the head of the 992 category, Ivo Broikers is behind the wheel of the 909 Red Camel's Jordan.NL car, and he's fairly throwing that car around. How long has he been out in that car now? He's about to complete 100 laps as he goes across the line in front of us. There he goes.
Yeah, but Ivo's the 3rd Broiker to take over, isn't he? So he's only done 16 laps. We've had.
He's using his Hankook rubber, is all I'm going to say there. He was drifting that quite nicely through the exit of a couple of medium and high-speed corners.
I have a bit of concern for 405. I've hopefully sent Mr. Bradley down to Ram Racing because...
they've lost the lead.
Well, Katarina Kivalova has come back into the pits after just 7 laps. She should have done, when she got into that car, a proper full service. It was after the code 60, remember? So she could get the whole thing done. She's been in the pits now for 4.5 minutes, so does she even...
Remember I said they don't have to worry because their closest competitor is the 499 Lion Speed car. Well, they've gone through.
Yeah.
And Andres Bakarud still in 12th position. They were knocking on the door of a top 10 not so very long ago. Joe's perambulated down to the Ram Racing team. What have you got? What have you got down there?
Sorry, I'm with Ian Logging. I was just asking him. Sorry, Ian, what was that? What's the problem?
The car won't take fuel, so we're not quite sure why not. But we went to the fuel station that would only take 1 litre of fuel. So they're trying to find out if a valve's blocked in the tank at the moment. So, but obviously we were leading the GT4 class by 2.5 laps there, so this is not looking great.
That's endurance racing, the spirit of it. I've said it again, Eindhoven. So yeah, I mean, not taking fuel. I thought when Ian mentioned fuel, it was going to be another fuel evaporation thing, but it's not. That's completely different, isn't it?
Well, it could still be heat. It could be still heat related. Maybe they've got an airlock or a vapor lock in that car, and if they can bleed that out, they're working both sides of the tank at the moment, and they've got the rear hatchback of that AMG GT4 open, and two, not just one, two people with fire extinguishers, which is excellent operational procedure. It looks like Katarina is about to get back into the car, so they must feel confident that they've got that sorted.
What has happened with them since that code 60 is they came into the pits, they changed from John Minshaw to Katarina. She spent 3 minutes refueling, did 7 laps, then came back into the pits and spent another 3 minutes refueling. Clearly didn't work, did 1 lap, and has now come into the pits and brought it into the garage. So 2 attempts to get fuel in, 3 minutes wasted doing so on each occasion, and to no effect. So now, before it completely runs out of fuel, get it into the garage and try and sort it out.
The problem is you're not allowed to add fuel in the garage.
No.
So if they go up to the fuel station and can't get any in, the only thing they can do is drive it back out onto the track and risk it running out of fuel again.
Yeah, that's quite difficult to solve when the problem is taking fuel and you can't fix it in the pit lane.
Yeah, so they are sitting on 89 laps off the lead. Sorry, no, 89 laps completed. My apologies. So, and the leader in class now, they've gone through. That is the Anders Bakkerud Lion Speed. They're already 4 laps ahead.
Yeah, well, so they were 3 laps, 4 laps, but the other way around, wasn't it?
Yes, but don't forget that was when they were just doing their first pit stop. So they were going to get. I said at the time, I think they're going to be about 2 laps behind when it all shakes out. The 499, I think, has still got a 26-second time penalty.
36.
36 now. Oh yes, they have. They have, because they've got that's a second. That was track infringement from Bakkerud. So speed limit during code 60 was the 26, and then a 10-second penalty. Also another penalty for the 116 Wolf Power Racing. Kalle Bergman driving that car. That's a 10-second penalty as well. And those are the only 3 penalties, he says, still outstanding. Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to say that Audi R8 LMS from Lion Speed is a handful. We saw it in the hands of their most professional, most experienced driver, a real challenge. And, you know, when it's sliding around as much as it is, track limits are going to be more difficult to stay within because the car is all over the place. The fact that we're seeing so many of these issues for them, including Bakkerud on the last couple of moments. We've now got a yellow flag down at turn 11. Which is a bit of a concern. Ram Racing have got their car back out onto the apron, so maybe going to get some fuel this time for Katarina. Let's have a look. Hopefully that will work for them.
It'll drive into turn right before it heads out of the pit lane.
If she can back off a bit, if we know what the yellow flag is at turn 11, if it might turn into a code 60, she might get a full tank. If it goes into a code 60 now, before she starts fueling, she'll only be allowed to put half a tank in.
Yeah, she needs to get in there quickly.
So I ask Phil.
Here comes the Herbert car. They must think it's going to be a full course yellow. It's the 26 car that's gone in.
Whoa.
It's the 26 car. That's Oliver Estevez in the Sanderlock Racing Audi. It has continued after hitting the barrier at turn 11. Let's go back down to Joe for an update. Joseph?
Was with Phil. Phil, I'm going to ask you again, what's it like for fuel? How much have you got in there?
Nothing, we're empty at the moment, so hopefully now we can put some fuel in the car and carry on. It looks like it was just a rollover valve issue, so fingers crossed.
Cheers, mate.
26 continuing, so if it has made contact with the wall, it hasn't been big contact. Olivier Estevez over the start-finish stripe and being repassed by Alea Earhart, so that is putting a lap back on it. And yes, indeed, front right corner does look a little bit mushed.
It's winky, isn't it? The headlight is at an angle, but there's considerable damage to the front splitter. Oh, and he's locking up he's got no downforce on the right front. It's deranged completely. Should have come into the pits. That might be the first opportunity the team's had to see him. They'll need to call him in next time around because he's not getting any downforce at all on that right corner. It's the underbody, the front splitter, and part of the front valance there. Now, unlike Porsches, there's not any cooling in front of the front wheels there, but now he's got bits dangling and he's going to have to back off. This is awful news for Santalot Racing and Olivier Estevez.
Yeah, so the team have reacted to the TV pictures, haven't they? As we were discussing a little bit earlier, they've seen the car on TV for the first time. They might have had an opportunity to look over the wall, but that's too late to bring him into the pits, and he can't see what's happened. Turn 11, the barriers are quite far away from the track, so it must have been quite an interesting manoeuvre down there to have an incident. But there's also must be bits on the track from the crash, because they're not all on the car anymore.
No, indeed, unless they're over by turn 11. By the way, there's been a change in the overall. Indy Donchi has gone up into third position, finally displacing Ivo Breukers, so the WTM Racing Ferrari is now ahead.
We thought Olivier Estevez was going to do that.
Yeah.
And he never managed it.
No.
But the Ferrari done it instead.
Where is Estevez in the 26 car? Should be heading into the pit lane now. Has he gone round again?
Through the final turn now. So you would expect him to be coming in. He's only done 35 minutes in that car. So in terms of stint length, it would be a bit early to come into the pits.
I'll tell you in a second.
There he goes.
No, he hasn't. He's come into the pit lane. Thank goodness for that.
But, you know, that's slightly compromising the strategy because that's an early stop.
Another call on the number 116. That's the Wolf Power Racing car. And it's a third offence at turn 4. Where are they going off at turn 4? That's the kink.
Outside.
Must be there outside, running off.
Because it's one of those corners, especially in a front-wheel drive car, it's one of those corners that is almost flat out. Let's go to Joe Bradley. He's got eyes on the Santalot Audi.
Yeah, they'll just replace the front bodywork on that car. The car's come to a halt. It looks aesthetic from what I could see. I'm getting closer in on the car now, and it goes up on the jacks, the dollies, the Jolly Dacks.
Jolly Dacks, yeah.
Car. It's going to stick, that one,
I tell you what, Joe, they've been lucky that mounting bracket in front of the right front wheel hasn't punctured the tyre.
Oh, heavens, yes. I see what you're saying now. I'll step outside of Seb's camera. Yeah, there's a mounting bracket that's right in front. And I'll tell you what, the bracket has been pushed back onto the wheel.
Is it actually touching the tyre?
It was actually touching the tyre. They've been able to remove the tyre on that right front, but I'm sure that's going to take a bit of a mash hammer to bend that out of the way. And they've got that mounting rod that attaches there. That was literally a millimetre or so from going straight into the tyre.
That's quite a substantial piece of kit to mount the front bodywork on, isn't it?
It's a square box frame that goes on the front of the car, and basically the bumper and stuff is mounted to that. So it is important, because if you take that off, you've got nowhere to mount the bumper. So when they bring a new front bumper, which is quite important on these cars, they've got winglets that are creating downforce, so it'll destroy the aero across the car, and it'll make the car completely different to drive unless they put it back to the way it should be.
Luckily, with all of their Audi Le Mans experience, these Audi R8s are so easy to replace things. They're all, very much clip and go, and it doesn't take a long time to put a front end back together, like it might even do in a TCR machine or a more production-based vehicle such as the GT4 is heavily modified as well. But
so many of the changes in Evo versions of cars now is to make them more serviceable and make changes happen more easily for those teams that are working on it and need less equipment. So no specialised equipment. You know, if you've got a socket set and a spanner and something else, then, you know, good news. And good news, by the way, for the team at Ram Racing, because their number 26 car is out, their number 26, their number 4 or 5 car is out on the track and circulating. So one would presume, because it's at pace, that they got at least some fuel bent into that car. Well, Katerina Kavalova is now out there, but having dropped, she's on a 91st lap at the moment, and the 499, 6 laps now. That's 9 minutes.
Phil Keane was pretty confident that they'd fixed the valve that needed to be fixed. So in theory, she did get a full tank, and now she can get her head down and get some laps in. It'll take a bit of time to really get back into the rhythm of things, and she was being very, very polite with the Ferrari to get out of Indy Donje's way to let him through. Donje is on good pace at the head of the field. We've got Ella Earhart, Shane Lewis and Indy Donje in the front 3 GT3 cars, and they're all around the 45, 46 mark. In terms of pace. It's a couple of seconds off the best laps of the race. Actually, Shane Lewis is setting the best laps of that race. We can go back down to pit lane to find out what happened to Olivier Estevez in Santalot car.
Olivier, that is always bad luck when that happens as a driver. That is always bad luck when that happens as a driver. Tell us what happened.
Well, I will mention a misunderstanding with the car I was overtaking. He probably did not see me, so he pressed me along the line. So to avoid him, you know, I put 2 wheels by the side of the track, and it attracted me down to the rail. So yeah.
Does the team think it'll be able to be repaired?
Hopefully, yes. I don't know at this moment.
Okay, thank you, Olivier. Always bad luck when that happens, but that's what happens in multi-class racing, isn't it?
That's the first time we've had a report of an incident between 2 cars, and we're almost 4 hours through this race. Olivier somewhat sanguine there, obviously not happy, very diplomatic with his language. A misunderstanding, he said. Clearly not happy though. So the team examining the front structure. Far less going on in the front of that Audi than there is in the front of the Vortex in terms of bits and pieces that are in there. It really is almost just a box section with components hanging from it. So that goes on. Meantime, at the front of the field, Elliot Earhart's just gone through. We'll wait for Shane Lewis to come through. It would appear as well that on its in lap, or maybe on its out lap, turn 4, yeah, just before the incident, the number 26. No, I know. It was when Olivier locked up the front wheel. Being warned for a track limit 3rd offence at turn 4.
That's a bit unfair, actually, because he's probably getting out of the way of another car.
He locked himself up, didn't he, when he was going in?
That was at 3.
Here's the... Yes, could have been getting out of the way on the way back. Here's Kalle Bergman taking the penalty, one of the penalties for the 116. They are one... that's at least their second 10-second penalty for track limits in the race in the first 4 hours. They are one more infringement away from another one, and they've taken that on their way in. So that was from about 25 minutes ago.
Now I think that this circuit has a few automatic track limit sensors.
Monitor us, yeah.
Because I remember when they were installed at Brands Hatch, these white lines appeared running perpendicular to the circuit, whereby they measured and took automatic photos when the car crossed both white lines. Elliot Earhart,
leader in the pits,
serviced at Phoenix and down to the fuel station. If you are watching our stream, have a look around the circuit. At certain exit corners, you'll see white lines, and I think if a car crosses either of those white lines, there is an automated signal sent to race control, which tells them that there is a track limits infringement. Almost certainly put in place for Formula One. And saving on manpower, needing to watch and note down lots of numbers. But I think this circuit has that system in place.
Mega.
There's a white line there, for instance. That's to stop people going too far on the outside, turning into the final corner, and track limits on the entry to corners.
So you can't open it out too much.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Which is what Formula One would be doing there, wouldn't they?
I'm just going to say it again. It's dead easy. Paint the edges of the track a different colour, and the moment you put any part of a wheel or tyre onto it, it's track limits. Let's go back down to Joe Bradley. He's working hard. The JD Racing 977 car has been in and out a couple of times with various problems, and they've dropped back to 4th position in the 992 and lost a lot of ground on the top 3 cars. Joe, what's going on with that Porsche Cup car?
I've got Marco Signoretti who's going to explain. Marco, problems are persisting, I believe.
Yes, we've been having a few issues with gearbox temp. It's going into limp mode. We lost 4th gear there, caused the first code 60, and we're just trying to find solutions so we can manage it. Hope to get to the night when it's temperatures drop a bit. Yeah, honestly, we're a few laps down now, but we're just looking to get out and pound some laps.
I bet you're just wishing that clock would turn faster and the sun would go down.
Well, exactly. I think we need, 3-4 more hours until temperatures really start to drop, but we'll see how it goes.
And so the car has been standing here on the jacks. Is that just to let it cool off?
They've been trying to find solutions, messing around with the floor, seeing if we get a bit more cooling to it, but yeah, we're not too sure at the moment, but he's going to go back out and see what we can do.
Thanks, Marco.
Marco, I detect a Canadian accent for Marco Signoretti.
Anybody that says out.
Oot.
That's the giveaway, isn't it?
Going oot down the tune.
That wasn't Canadian, was it? That wasn't.
Oot is.
Were you trying to be Canadian with that?
Oot. That's what he says, going oot. The number 85 car leading the race now for Shane Lewis, but owing us a pit stop. Shane was last in the pits.
Oh. Standby caller. 49 minutes ago.
Right.
We've got a little bit of tape. What is that? Because we've seen that on a multitude of occasions. A little bit of something flapping around the air intake on the bonnet of a Mercedes. And it
Which
just looks like
actually the air exit.
It's breathing in, surely.
It's from.
Oh, is it the
vent.
out?
It's to vent from the pressure from underneath the bonnet.
And it's like somebody's put a little snake in there. And we've seen it so often. And the CP Racing
It's ribbons and confetti. They've been celebrating.
Exactly that. It does look exactly that. I wonder whether you need to have some kind of, I don't know, piece of sticky to hold something in, but...
And it keeps moving.
There it is, look.
It's flapping. It is flapping around on the left-hand side of the vent in the middle of the bonnet, or hood, if you're American.
And I imagine it's a bit distracting as well for a driver, just having that something in your eye line every so often.
Oh, and it's right in front of the driver as well.
Yeah. And this is not the first time I've ever seen it. We've seen it quite a lot.
You sit really low down in these GT3 cars. So you basically, your nose is at about the level of the top of the bonnet. So that is right in his eye line. Shane sits a little bit higher, actually. Great sound of that rumble of the Mercedes V8.
So I reckon we're going to see that car in the next couple of laps. So Mr. Bradley can get himself positioned at CP Racing and
watch them pull that bit of tape off.
Identify the snake.
Yeah, we need to know what it is. Oh no, it's actually a snake. No, I'm only kidding. Bradley in earlier life was for quite some time, and for reasons that it's probably not best not to divulge here, he was known as the snake wrestler. Charles Esplanade was, actually.
I imagine that over in America you might need to be a snake wrestler at points in your life, but not in Sunderland. Different type of snake up there.
Charles is from Florida. Just joining us, Dave Alcock, who has tuned in sound and vision via radio-show.co.uk. You can do the same if you're listening to us at the moment on RS1, or maybe just joining the broadcast after the end of the Nürburgring Langstrecke series, round 5. Strange conditions out there, rain, shine, rain, etc.
Pretty much normal, eh?
Yeah.
For a Nürburgring 24 hours? Or a Nürburgring race of any kind.
So, I just said, what have Vortex repaired in their first 10 trips to the pits? Tow hitch.
Yep.
Fuel pump.
Yeah.
Two of, at least, I think we had. And then an accident. All from Lionel, when Lionel Amarish was driving it, pretty much.
Yeah, because Philippe Bonnell had a couple of spins in his first stint, but he never hit anything, did he?
True, good point.
He just couldn't get it out of turn 5 without spinning. Luckily, Lionel Amarish is the main man of that team, so he's the one with doing the most damage right now, but he is the guy that is behind the Vortex.
20 hours to go. Give us a rundown.
All right, we're in the midst of pit stops, so as per usual, when we do rundowns, they're always a bit confusing, always with a question mark over certain things. Shane Lewis, though, aboard CP Racing's Mercedes, at the moment is leading. He owes us a pit stop, though. So that would put Elia Earhart in the Phoenix Racing Audi into the lead. Earhart's in his second stint, interestingly. So doing a double, as we perhaps don't have quite as hot an air temperature as we once had at the start of the race. Indy Donjay in the Ferrari from WTM is down in third spot, 3 laps back from Shane Lewis, and also will owe us a pit stop in the next couple of moments. A lot of these guys do, actually. It's only Phoenix who have come in early. Ivo Brukers is aboard the Red Camels Jordan.NL Porsche, which is leading 992 and is 4th overall, with Sam DeJohnny in 5th position for Red Ant 903, and there is a lap separating those two. The best of the TCR machines is BBR 158. That's the newer car. BBR 159 is the older car but leading the championship. Well, there we go. There's the top 8 in GT, which includes the best GT4 car, Lion Speed by Car Collection, down in 8th in GT, 1st in class, in the GT4 class. Those that are having issues and struggling, the best of the GTX cars is Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini, even if they have had a multitude of issues. They're only just ahead now of BMW M Motorsports' new GT4 concept car, and then the Huracan from RD Signs, 9th, 10th, and 11th in GT. As I said, TCR is being led by BBR 1-2, would you believe? Wolf Power Racing in 3rd position, but well, they had a penalty hanging over their shoulders. That's now been cleared. 4th position is an all Hong Kong AC Motorsport, and 5th spot is the Swedish Lestrup Racing team. We don't have any TCEs to contend with or worry about, and therefore that is our TC. Sorry, we do have TCEs, we have TCXs. So TCE is basically all TCRs.
That's how it stands, with just under 20 hours to go. We'll get a chat with Joe in a minute about how the temperature is changing. Barely anything at all, I think, from the shrug that he's just given me as he steps into what is... Actually, you haven't got a jacket I could borrow, by the way, have you? I'm finding it a bit chilly in here. So as we expected, the leading GT3 Cup cars well up into the top 10. And Ivo Breukers having a cracking battle at the front of that. He goes down to turn 1 and through that. Sam de Jong for Red Ant Racing. Battling away. He's just about to come to the line in about 10 seconds time. So Ivo managed to get a lap ahead of Red Ant Racing. I think he has. So 43 degrees in the sunshine when we started. It's dropped back a bit, but not so much as you'd notice, Joe, standing down there on the pit lane.
No, it's still very, very hot. In fact, even in the shade it's hot because, all right, when you stand in the sunshine, you can just feel the heat build up. I'm wearing a hat to protect my face from sunburn, and when you're standing in the sun and you cannot avoid it in at times, you can just feel the heat beginning to build and build and build. You step into the shade, it stops building, but it just remains. So there's a lovely breeze in places, so it is going to cool off. And you heard the 977 Porsche team there praying for the sun to hurry up and go down and cool off, but I'm not sure it's going to cool off that much.
Leader is in the pit lane. This is the number 85 CP racing car. Shane Lewis, as predicted, comes into the pits. Now, pit stops here aren't super quick Formula 1 style. So the 3 laps, or the better part of 3 laps that he had, will gradually just be taken aback. Elliot Earhart needs to be a little bit careful on a final warning for track limits for that car. We're still waiting for the number 499 with 36 seconds of penalties for that Audi, the car collection line speed car. So Earhart now gets back onto the lead lap as they've got across the line for Phoenix. Shane Lewis is in fuel. Actually, it's probably not Shane.
Yeah, it is.
I think it is. Is he doing a double?
No, that'll be a change.
Right.
Joe Foster was looking like he was getting ready.
Right, so Joe's not been in the car.
That's probably
yet.
going to change when he actually
goes out
leaves
the
the
pit
pits.
lane.
Yeah.
So Joe Foster hasn't driven the car in the race yet. So next time around, Elliot Earhart will go back into the lead unless CP Racing can get out ahead of them. And I'm watching very carefully to the end of pit lane. Earhart is in the number 18 is where on the track? Must be within a gaggle of cars because I can't see the number on its own. But can't be too far away from the start-finish line. Yes, just coming through turn 14 now, having just passed the number 909. That's the leader in the 992 Porsche class, the red Camel Jordan Ivo Breukers car. So as the number 18 goes across the line, now it will complete the same lap that the leader is on. And as it goes past the end of pit lane, now it has just taken the lead. So Elliot Earhart is back in the lead for Phoenix Racing. Indy Donchi will come round for WTM and get a lap back. 2 laps, actually only just 1 lap. Yeah. Where is Indy at the moment? In the 22, just coming out of turn 14. It's a long fuel fill for Shane Lewis. Are they having problems with the Mercedes fuel fill as well? With the heat?
Well, the Ramcos GT4,
there's a lot of GT3 bits on the GT4
I was about to
car.
say, I'm not sure that that's things like fuel filler mechanisms or pipage to the tank is any different.
So Donchi goes through to complete 117 and start 118, and we still don't have the 85 car out of fuel. Still in the fueling area.
Looked like a few cars in the fueling area, John, just from the graphic.
5 cars in the pits and only 1 in the fuel area, which is the number 85 car. I think they've got a problem. I do think they've got a problem down there.
Remember, there's only 2 team personnel down there for the filling. So if they have got a problem, it's getting it back up to the pit garage where they can actually then do work on it.
And Shane had been out there for quite a long time. They may be just trying to get another litre or so in to get him back around. It was the Ram GT4 car that had the problem with the roller valve.
It's gone down a lap already.
Drops off the lead lap now, as Shane Lewis now comes back out of the pit lane, and it is Shane Lewis still behind the wheel there. That's his helmet. Oh, it almost comes out of the pit lane, avoiding action taken by Ivo Breukers, as Breukers was cutting across to the apex. Clearly, Ivo did not see the car emerging from the pit lane.
Shane is shaking, isn't he? That was kind of a desperation in how he came out of the pits, though. You know, he would have, you know, maybe have been a bit red mist come down with that delay, because that car should not be 1 lap down on the 18.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So something we believe awry. We'll get the news from that in a wee moment or two. If there's anybody at the team who's listening to us, I know you are down there, they give us a tweet at RSL_studio. We're working, and a puncture for Ivo, and he's just been off the track at turn 1 in avoidance of that 85 car, and I am absolutely certain that that is not a coincidence. Absolutely certain, Joe Bradley, that is not a coincidence.
We've been speculating it's not so much the cars going off, it's when they rejoin. It's the sharp inner edge of the, or outer edge actually. What's the inner edge, outer edge?
The sharp outer edge of curbs.
Yeah, and it's when the car comes back on, it's snagging that inner sidewall. And that was, the 909 Porsche, the Red Camels car, didn't go wide because of that, did it? It was in reaction to the Mercedes.
Correct. I think so. I think it was in reaction to the Mercedes. He turned in at the right point, and then he had to open his hands out.
So Ivo Breukers now, he's got to get that car back very, very tentatively. And from the driver's seat, of course, you can't see the state of the tyre, whether it's delaminating and flailing round.
I remember talking to Stuart Hall in a 24-hour race at Silverstone. In fact, it was a Creventic 24-hour race at Silverstone, and saying to him, how fast is too fast? And he said, it doesn't matter how slow you think you're going, it's always too fast.
Really? Is that what he said?
It doesn't matter how slow you think you're going, it's always too fast. Here's Indy Donchi coming around to complete a lap, and Shane Lewis should have gone through. So where's the 85 car? Donchi's now only 45 seconds back from Shane Lewis, when Shane Lewis was only 45 seconds back from the leader before this pit stop cycle. So this is a huge turnaround. Now, what I haven't got in front of me, and I should have, is the fuel fills. Was it a longer fuel fill for Shane because he'd gone so deep into the tank? He'd been out there for quite a long time. Goes through turn 13, Lewis now, as the 22 is down in turn 5. So there's a third of a lap between them. That's 45 seconds, isn't it? There or thereabouts. A little bit less than that. Leader coming across the line now is the only car on the lead lap.
I suspect that Shane, although he couldn't have, John, because there was no one else in the fueling area. I was about to say,
correct.
He's been delayed in the queue.
No.
Maybe, you know what it's like when you go to put fuel in your car and the pump keeps stopping and stopping because of the airlock. And you just don't know whether that's been an issue for the refuelers. Ivo Breukers making it back to the pit lane and not looking like he's caused too much damage that in a wheel arch.
He needs to slow down now.
He does, he really
needs to slow down now. Somebody needs to be on the phone to him. He's done all the hard work. He's down to 40 kilometres an hour, and he'll want to sit at 40 kilometres an hour, but that's too fast for the flailing carcass on the left-hand rear. That's going to do more damage at 40 kilometres an hour than he's done doing 60 kilometres an hour all the way around the rest of the track, if he's not careful. He's managed to get it to the pit box, hammers into the stop board.
Rick Breukers getting in now, just taking over from Dad. Wheel comes off. You can see the carcass of the tyre is just completely on the outside of the wheel rim. The quick check, they're happy with underneath that wheel arch.
Wow,
they're
that's
very
good
happy
news.
with it. That wheel's pretty much gone straight on.
And they've lost the lead in class. Sam de Jong has gone through.
Driver in, just waiting for it to come off the jacks now, just finishing off the wheel changing now on the right-hand side of the car. Still inspecting the rear left.
Taking the time.
Yeah, they are. There's no reason to take your time, though.
They were having a problem on the right rear. It wasn't fastening it up.
Really need to get a move on
now,
that.
Now they're looking behind the wheel.
I'm not sure that's the reason that the delay, though. The car looks like it's got all its wheels on. Now it's off the jacks. Now they are totally happy. Rick Breukers.
Much better to take 5 or 10 seconds there, though, Joe,
you're right.
than send it and have it stop halfway around the outlap.
Great, yeah, good point, and have it, manifest in another way that you haven't really seen, because they would have been able to tell under the wheel arch straight away.
So this has all happened. Rick Breukers in control of the 992 category, and a lap ago, or a couple of laps ago, Shane Lewis is coming out of the pits. Breukers had to open the car up and goes off the circuit. Now, where's the rejoin? It looks fine at that point.
Yeah.
And Shane continues, but then literally the next corner, as he's going through turn 4, the tyre's gone. The next time we saw the car, he's just down at the hairpin. And the tyre's gone. That cannot be a coincidence.
That just looked innocuous, didn't
I know.
it? It was either, I'll have to ask Ivo when I'm next down there whether or not he was avoiding. Did he go wide because of a puncture? The tyre, it only has to lose a few pounds, and you haven't got the grip in the rear end,
It looked to me as though it didn't look to me as though the back end was sliding. It looked to me as that Ivo had turned in to the first corner, Primera, first corner being turn 1. Called Primera as well, and either he hadn't seen Shane or something else had taken his attention, and he started to turn in and realised he was there and opened out. It wasn't as if he was putting on opposite lock to counter a slide.
He wasn't sliding, was he? He pointed the car towards the outside, away from the Merc.
Yeah.
And that, he'll have been coming down you come off the rise, there's no Mercedes in your peripheral, you get to the corner, you turn in, and then all of a sudden there's a white and blue Mercedes there. Yeah. And that looked like a reactionary,
Correct.
I need to keep out of its way.
Very interesting. So Elia Earhart has regained the lead for Phoenix, as we were expecting them to do. What we didn't expect them to do is take a lap out of CP Racing, so that's something else. So drama for two leaders, the overall leader and the class leader in the 992 category. And now, of course, that car is in the pits. And the only good news for... Did you say it was Rick that got into that car?
Yes.
The only good news for Rick Breukers and Red Camels is that their next closest competitor, who are 4 laps back, is also in the pits getting fuel, which is the second of the Red Ant cars. But they are going to... And here, in fact, here's the other Red Ant car coming into the pit lane now. So, they've lost 2 laps to Red Ant Racing's number 903. Sam de Jong comes in. But he'll have to now go through the same pit stop cycle.
He hasn't taken his time on his in-lap, though.
No, correct.
Like Ivo had to. So Ivo is going to... Now, the question is...
Oh, Rick as it is.
It was Ivo who lost the time coming in.
Yeah.
Now Rick's back up the speed. He's probably lost a lap to...
He's lost the best part of a lap. He's getting it back in.
He's not lost 2 laps. He'll have lost a lap getting it back in.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Still in fuel for both the Rick Breukers 909 and the Kobe de Bruyker Red Ant Racing number 904. Right, now, updates on penalties. the number 499 Audi, the Lionsberg car, that has served all 36 of its penalties, 36 seconds.
I thought you meant 36 penalties.
Well, it's had quite a few, but not 36. 36 seconds have been served on its way into the pit lane. Anders Bakkerud has brought that into the pit lane and is currently receiving service at the pits, at the garage. However, just as I was about to say we've now served all the penalties, up pops, guess what? The 909. Red Camel Breukers car. Track infringement, 6th offence at turn 4. So maybe he went off at turn 4 as well and coming back on. Which is the outside of turn 4 normally. So out, he went off back on.
Just to reiterate for people, he went off at turn 1 onto the outside, he came back on at turn 2, the hairpin right is turn 3, and then there's a sweeping uphill left-hander, that is turn 4, and the cars are coming off there, but he would have gone off to the right. So coming back on, it would have been the right-hand wheel.
Well, he's gone a long way off because he's been called for track limits on it. So maybe it's the outside of the left-hand wheel that's called it.
We don't know how far
did he go off. Yes, but he's been called for it, and it will be a 10-second time penalty for that car. All right, let's pick up a couple of battles on the circuit. Rick Breukers is back out, and Philippe Wills for Red Ant is out. There's a couple of laps between those two, but more than that. Sam de Jonge is in the pit lane, so that's a battle we've got to keep an eye on when they come out of the fuel. But meantime, in TCR, we've got a Cupra versus Audi battle, 159. Coming out of turn 6 now and heading up onto the far side of the circuit. Kanatas Kassiri is having a cracking battle with Wolf Power's Kalle Bergman over on the far side of the circuit at the moment, going through to the dip and Craig Jones corner. Lovely monument to Craig Jones here at the circuit.
They are literally nose to tail. 0.6 of a second was what the stopwatch said. You don't need a stopwatch to see that gap now.
Leaders just passed them both as well. Yeah. So now into the uphill left-hander at turn 13. Then the little short straight over the top of the brow. Love this sector of the track.
This is the sort of thing where young drivers can lose their discipline and get dragged into a bit of a sprint race. And you know, these TCR cars, it takes nothing in these kind of temperatures to destroy those front tyres. And if that's how far are they into the stint? Kanatas Kassiri is he's only 9 minutes or so into the stint. Kalle Bergman he's coming to the end of his stint, so his tyres are going to be quite worn. The leading TCR car, he's probably going to be on brand new tyres, almost side by side. And you know, Kassiri, defensive line there into turn 1, down the middle of the track. The Audi just had a slot in behind him, follows him through. We've got the CP Mercedes just trying to get inside there, going into turn 3.
Yes.
And then there's the uphill sweep, where the cars will use all of the curb on the exit and more. And the CB Racing Mercedes has kind of broke that battle up for the time being. There's a gap there now of about a second. Let's see how quickly Bergman can close that gap back down to where it was.
I don't think that's going to stay like that for very long, if I'm honest. Still watching for Ayrton Redant to come out, and Ayrton Redant has come back out, but Rick Breukers has gone back into the lead of the 992 category. So the 909 is just going into turn 5, and the 903 is now just cresting the rise going down into turn 5. So even with those issues, they've lost time.
Yeah.
But Rick Breukers leads 992. So they've lost time, they've lost the cushion that they'd built up, but I reckon, what have they got?
They almost have a lap on the second place car in time.
And more.
And more. Right, so they've just lost that cushion that they built up.
I reckon they've got about 17 seconds between them. Maybe not even as much as that, but let's see when they come across the line. which will happen for Rick Breukers. Well, where's he? He's coming through turn 14, Breukers.
That TCR battle's broken up a little bit.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah,
I thought they would come back. I thought Bergman would come straight back there.
Well, second and a half. It was only 3/10 last lap, but that time by a second and a half. Remember Bergman towards the end of his stint, Kasiri just getting those tyres up to optimum there, only been in the car about 9 minutes.
Don't want to push too hard, do you? You do not want to push too hard. Daniel Harper, by the way, the affable Irishman, who he's not built for these temperatures and for bright sunshine, is he?
Fair-skinned Irish kid. Yeah, he was. But him and I were just standing there sweating. We weren't even in the sun. It's just, you know, the temperature is really. It's fantastic. This is why we come here. This is why we come to Portimao. The challenge is to complete this race with these kind of temperatures.
15.5 seconds across the line between Breukers and.
Oh, you did say 7.89.
I said a little bit, maybe even a little bit less. I was working it off the tracker, so
really?
counting in my head.
That's not exact, though, is it?
No, well, that's why I said that. But I was.
All right, okay. Well, hey, mate, I'm going to give you that one.
Thank you. I think it's within, you know.
I still can't forgive you, though.
For?
Well, 20 kilometres down the road at Albufeira, Sunderland are playing Rangers in a pre-season friendly. And you didn't factor that in.
It's AS Roma on Tuesday. I'm more annoyed.
That's even more annoying that you didn't factor that in. I'll take some responsibility because I should have told you that.
I think that one was quite late. WTM Racing, Indy Donchi in the pit lane. And has been for about a minute. As Shane Lewis then goes back to second place, but is still a full lap away from the lead. A full lap and the distance between turn 4 and turn 5. However, Elliot Earhart, what did he do last time around?
46.1.
All right, and 46.4 for Shane. So he's not catching the leader to get back on the lead lap here. But this is a second of a double for him.
Yeah, it is, and these guys will not be dragged into any kind of hargy-bargy, trying to be dragged into a race of catching Elliot Earhart. They'll just stick to their plan. They know their plan, they know their target time, and they'll stick to that. And he's in the 46s. You don't know who. I mean, remember, John, he was passing 2 TCR cars on that lap.
Correct.
And if that's only cost him 3/10 to the leading Phoenix Audi, then, you know, job done. So it ebbs and flows, doesn't it? You can't really look at the times per lap and take too much from it. You've got to kind of take an average over maybe 10 laps or so, and to see how drivers are performing.
Before anybody tweets in at RSL_studio, 4 minutes before 9 local time tonight is official sunset, and 22 minutes past 6 in the morning is sunrise. And we're in Portugal here, so we are on the same time zone as the UK. You've probably worked that out already, if you're in the UK. Central European summertime, 1 hour plus from us.
I can't see who that is.
It is the number 110 Lestrup Racing Volkswagen. Patrick Olofsson brought that car in, but that's clearly been a driver change. They came in from 5th in class. The TCR battle's actually quite enthralling.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Vortex still in the pit lane after Lionel Amarouche nosed it into the turn 3 barriers, deranged the front end and part of the steering rack. Catesby Jones, having completed 6 laps, the car started limping a bit, and he brought the ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4 in. The massed technical knowledge of BMW M and their motorsport mechanics who are here for the project car still haven't managed to get that car out of the pit lane.
Yeah, they're just a few garages along, and they were great. They were straight there. That the team went and asked them for some advice, and one of the M Sport engineers absolutely right there. And it really must be one of those ridiculous problems
or something catastrophic, because that car has not resumed. 123 laps off the leader. That car hasn't been back out, even for a little tester. You know, sometimes they'll try things, they'll replace things, put the car out, see if it's rectified the problem. Those poor boys and girls haven't even had a chance to do that.
No.
Shame, really. It was only 6 laps when all that preparation, all that energy goes into coming here. At least, you know.
And it couldn't have happened on one of the test days.
Well, this is wasn't it Ben who said that? After all of that testing, all of that lap time, you then, you know, morning warm up. We think about, should we go out morning warm up? No, let's not put, or let's see if everything's working. At any point in the week that could have happened. It just chose 6 laps in the race.
Rick Breukers has pulled out a couple of seconds since he was rejoined on the track by Ayrton Redon. It was 15 and a half, now 17.7 seconds. That gap between first and second in that class. Joe, you said it was going to be a hotly contested class, and you know, we were making a bit of a joke about that.
Are you talking about 992s or TCE? Because there's a lot of hotly contested classes.
Well, yeah,
out there.
I mean, all right, 2 dozen cars, but plenty of battling going on. 1 lap between first and second for the overall, with just another 2.5 laps further back, the third place car. Rick Breukers leading Nathan Redant by now 20 seconds, so he is pulling away by 1.5 seconds or so a lap.
Do you know why I was confident that the 992 battle was going to be race long and very close? It's purely down to the 911 GT3 Cup car in that class being pretty bulletproof. You've got to be very unlucky, and I know I'm talking in out of turn here for the number 977, the GT Racing entry that's got a problem with an overheating gearbox actuator. And I think he said, didn't Gunnar Jeanette say the compressor that activates the gear selector?
Exactly so.
And that's just one of those things, you know, maybe they can rectify with a bit more ducting or venting directed at it, but you're really unlucky. And when you consider 4th, 5th and 6th overall, we've got 3 Porsche Cup cars, absolutely nose to tail, metaphorically. Almost literally.
They are. Because
almost literally. 20 seconds is nothing in this game.
And look what happens, you know, Red Camel build up 1.5 laps, nearly 2 laps, and that's gone in the time it took them to drive back to the pit lane. Now, you know, it hasn't put them massively off strategy, but just the time it took to get back to the pit lane, and that little cushion is gone.
Well, that little cushion can be built again. They can just do
that's clearly what Rick's trying to do.
Yeah, just keep on doing what you're doing.
Viper Nisa Racing from 4th in TCR in the pit lane. Dominic Ang brought the car in. Well, that'll be a driver change. Yes, it has been a driver change, because that isn't Dominic's helmet in the car, but I can't quite see who it is. The bonnet's come up on that Cupra, but it's gone down again very quickly. Everything else is done, so this is costing them time. Need to keep an eye on AC Motorsport. Tommy Sulamku, who is in the 188. He is their nearest competitor. Oh, first and second across the line, very closely together. And Shane Lewis trying to catch the 18. The 18's down towards turn 5. Where's Shane? Just coming through turn 3. I think Shane's closing him down just ever so slightly. And that could be traffic as well. So Shane Lewis not on the lead lap, but at least getting the odd sight of the back of the number 18 car. He comes out to turn 5 as the leader's going into turn 8.
10th quicker. Ebbs and flows.
I think it was a bit more the lap before, if I'm honest. Shane's problem now is he's got the recovering Alfred Renauer in Herbert Motorsports Porsche. They were 20 laps down. They are 19 laps down now. Actually, they're probably only 18 laps down. But that Porsche, I think Shane needs to let him go here, actually, because he's having to look at him in the mirror.
Yeah.
Let him go, and he's effectively your snowplow. He wakes up everybody that you're getting to and helps you out, and that's exactly what Shane does. Really smart. At turn 13, Shane just gave the inside up to Renat, and Alfred went through. Lost nothing. No time at all.
He didn't lose any time there. It was really clever. I mean, Shane's been around. How long have we known Shane Lewis? 25 years or so?
I'm sure he'll love you for telling everybody that.
Yes, I don't think
a year. We've known him a whole year. I've known this. I've known him forever.
Yeah. Rookie driver Shane Lewis.
And I'm not even joking. I've known him forever. I've been into this Shane Lewis driver bloke forever. A whole year.
Forever. Ever since you knew him.
Forever.
We first met Shane Lewis at our very first Petit Le Mans.
1998. So through goes Renault. Not a pass for position there, but Renault is going to get another lap back. How long's Alfred been in the car, Joe? Half an hour.
Tell you.
Half an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, it is 28 minutes.
And how long's Elliot been in the car? 90 minutes. So Elliot's got to get out within the next half an hour. You are only allowed 2 hours in the car if you're not used to this type of racing.
I do like that.
Shane Lewis is just blocked off at turn 3.
Quite considerably as well.
Yes. Sorry, no, that was turn 8. He was blocked out. That was the... I think that's the 904 car that's just ahead of him, isn't it? The Porsche.
Right. Yeah. 904. That's the Philippe. Is it Philippe Wills? Or is it Philippe Vils? Belgian driver?
Wills, yeah.
Yeah, he's through.
Shane's through. Code 60. Now, is it really code 60? Yes, it is. Let me see a flag point to see if they're out, or it's a glitch on the screen. It's gone quiet. It's gone quiet. This is great news for Earhart, surely. Has to come in.
Yeah.
Has to come in.
He's
and
in.
has.
He's in. Yeah, he's in. He's in under purple.
He only had 30 minutes to go.
Doesn't really matter now saying he's in under purple or green, does it?
No. Also in the pit lane, but I think Glenn McGee was already in fuel before. Yes, he was. So Leipert's Lamborghini currently leading GTX and in 10th position overall. Glenn McGee was already in fuel, so he can take full fuel load. And I think Caleb Bergman for Wolf Power was as well. More difficult to see because we don't get that information on the timing screen.
That Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini is only 38 seconds ahead of the concept BMW, by the way.
I know.
That car in development.
I haven't been saying anything about that because I've been watching that gradually come down. And in fact, the BMW now is going to go through to lead the class.
I think they've found themselves in kind of contention of sorts.
By accident.
And they, rather than sort of come in the pits and use it and come in the pit, in and out of the pits and use it as a development run, they're not. They're actually racing this car proper. Daniel Harper at the wheel of that BMW M4 now, and he's only 38 seconds behind for what would be an overall, well, a class lead, a GTX class lead.
Who has gone missing here?
What's the tracker say, John?
It doesn't. It's somebody in sector 3. Leaders in and in. That is a. I think that's a Porsche front splitter.
They're renowned for coming off like that.
I think that's a Porsche Cup car splitter. It's a rubber underbib to the front valance, and it looks like nothing at all. But if it's not, it's only interference fit as well. You just push it on.
That's right. It clips on.
And if it comes off, your front downforce is massively compromised and you just can't turn the car.
You really get the scale of the expanse of gravel trap there when you've got a Marshall running across it. It's like the size of a football pitch. Not quite.
Still going.
I'm exaggerating.
Still going now.
Not quite.
Still going.
What's this going to do at the race then? So both of the leading GT3 cars are in. The Phoenix Racing Audi is in. Is he carrying a fox on his shoulder?
He has managed to steal the foxtail from the Manta.
No, wrong race, Hindhoff. That's the Nürburgring.
Yeah, I know.
Portimao.
But it's not.
It's his hair.
No, it's not. It's off the back of his cap. Put your glasses on.
It's 40 degrees out there.
Put
Why
your
would you want a
glasses on.
furry... I don't need me glasses. I can...
It's his hair, and you don't need your glasses.
Well, it's like a ponytail hanging from the back of his head.
foxtail.
Why has he got a fox fur in 40-degree heat hanging down his neck? There it is, flapping round his back now. It is a foxtail. It's attached to his hair or his cap. It's got to be his cap, hasn't it?
Either or, as my much missed.
Well...
It's not his hair, though, Bradders, is it?
Not his hair, no.
Where's your glasses?
No. They'd be power, actually.
Our director
I'll put them on my head.
has just said Bradley knows nothing.
I used to be a hairstylist, you know.
No, you didn't.
I know, you're right, I didn't.
But your daughter is.
My daughter would have been able to spot that wasn't a plait. But was a
No
furry...
wonder your two daughters never wanted you to do the hair before you sent them to
Hang on a
school.
minute. In fairness, right, it's hanging off the back of his head, right? What chances has it got to be? A, is it likely to be bushy, long hair in a ponytail, or a furry foxtail looking like thing?
Right,
I mean,
so
think
you,
about it.
So you obviously couldn't see properly, so you went on probability rather than what I could clearly see.
Probably. Now, you went on beyond all reasonable doubt there. I went on the balance of probability, didn't I?
No, I went on visual evidence. I don't think you're a reliable witness anymore,
You're
Bradley.
closer to the screen, actually, kind of. You can't argue you are. It doesn't matter that it's only maybe 6 inches.
Code 60 then. Michael Doppelmayr gets into the Phoenix racing car for the first time. Under a minute before we go back to green, Joe Foster, as predicted, has taken over the number 85 for CP Racing. And they are separated by, the 18's in clear air. This is great for Michael Doppelmayr. There's nothing better than getting in for your first stint and being able to just do half a lap or a lap under code 60, get your belts tight, get everything sorted out. There's no need to rush when you've got to go straight into the fuel station.
And that window of driver operation for CP has just been brought forward by that code 60. Shane Lewis was going to stay in the car, and Joe Foster would have then taken over when Shane got to his 2-hour mark. And I didn't quite notice just how far towards that 2-hour mark Shane was. But that's irrelevant now, because Joe Foster now starts what will be probably a 2-hour stint.
Yeah. Or somewhere close to it.
Yes, yeah.
So let's summarise what's happened and try and leave out the foxtail marshal hat.
That's brilliant, that.
So Phoenix Racing still leading by just over a lap from the 85 of CP Racing in second. The leader coming through the double apex turn 14 now and heading to the final corner, and Joe Foster in the 85 just going through turn 12. So let's keep an eye on the lap times here. Leonard Weiss for WTM now just one lap. Well, where's he? Where's the 22? Yes, he's just gone by the 85 CP racing car and is now trying to get back on the second place lap.
He's 2 laps off, isn't he? He's 2 laps off Foster.
No, he's only 1 lap off Foster now.
He is now, yeah.
As he crosses the line. Foster will come through about now and goes to lap 134. So the leader has completed lap 135, second 134, and Leonid Weiss, who is ahead of Joe Foster, 132. So let's keep an eye on those lap times. Rick Breukers has consolidated his lead at the front of the field. He's completed and he said LMP2 there, 992. 129 laps completed and 31 seconds now ahead of Eitan Radant and further 4 laps back to Philippe Vils for the second of the Renault car. So 909, 903, 904 are the top 3 in the 992 category. Then, in 7th position overall and leading TCR by 52 seconds, first and seconds now by for BBR with the 159 Katasak Kasiri driven car, just under a minute ahead of Natidid Liwata Navagula, which barely fits in the driver in car area.
Lee Watanava Alagul.
I can't even see all of that on the
Yeah, I know you can't. That's why I've gone to the sheet.
Thank you, well done.
Yeah.
In second, and in third, where's the 1, 2, 3 compared to the 159 and the 158? See if we can put them. There's the 159. And there's the 158. Oh, so the 15. Sorry, get excited about watching little coloured dots going around on the screen. So the Eva Valles driven.
He's taken over from Callie Bergman.
Correct. 116 car is, I think, in the same little gaggle as second place in that category. Yes, he is.
Remember before that pit stop where Callie Bergman was right on the tail of Katasak Kasiri, right on the tail of the lead of that TCR battle. Now that he's pitted, he's dropped back to third.
Yes, and Ivers is behind the wheel, but actually he's dropped a couple of laps through that pit stop cycle, but actually he's about to get one of those back from at least the second place car, I think. Let me have a look at the time. Well, there's no point looking at the times right now because we're just coming back from the... Oh yeah, there he goes. 158.188, which is down the field a little bit further. That is Tommy Sulamku for AC Motorsport. 165 is Gilbert Ang for Viper Nisa Racing, their 5th in class. So this TCR class split by the GTXs and the GT4s. Lion Speed leading GT4, Jose Garcia, or Josie Garcia. Is he Spanish? Is Jose Garcia Spanish or is he Portuguese?
Where am I looking?
In the 499. In the Lion Speed car.
That can be on the very last page, didn't it?
Yes, of course.
Jose Garcia is American.
Oh. Ben did say that. I saw his mouth moving. Couldn't hear it because of the...
Got cans on.
Yeah. Hello to Hannah. She's just tweeted us about 7 minutes ago. Are there any Porsche Cup cars in the race? The front of the car looks like that and falls off easily, which is what we said.
My thoughts exactly.
Yeah, exactly what we said.
And basically they are. The 992 class is that.
Yeah.
And we still haven't identified which car it came off.
No, that's a very good point, actually, because, as I said at the time, that will be absolutely ruining the frontal downforce and the turning on those cars. Even in a 45 or 50-minute Carrera Cup race or a Super Cup race, if you lose that, you are on a hiding to nothing. And here, where you're probably doing 2 hours, who pitted? Who's recently pitted in a Carrera Cup car? Let's have a look. Who's on a short stint at the moment?
Nobody.
Nobody, yeah.
They're all about the same.
Well, that means somebody's staying out there, so we need to keep an eye on the times.
Well, let's go through them. Rick Broikers
there you go.
Have you found it?
No, I haven't.
So Rick Broikers has been in 29 minutes. Eton Redon has been...
And last lap around, he did a 150.7 to his best of a 48.
Yeah, Eton Redon has done a 152.3. He's been in 25 minutes. And then...
As against the 48, so...
The other Red Ant car with Philippe Bills, the 904, he done a 149.9. And don't read too much into these lap times as well, because you don't know how much traffic he
there we go.
He's been in 29 minutes.
I'm guessing it was the 977, Marco Signorelli, because he's only been out 6 minutes.
There it is. That's the car that's down the order.
Yeah.
Marco Signoretti is Canadian, which
He's
we
out.
detected by his pronunciation.
He's just gone out.
He's just come out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So hopefully they were waiting for the sun to cool off. I'm not sure it is any until it starts going down behind the grandstand opposite the pits. It starts to, well, at least it did last night. The temperature, the ambient temperature has been hotter today than it was yesterday, and tomorrow's going to be slightly hotter. Now, it's been 40 degrees. I'm not sure it can get any hotter.
It was 43 degrees in the sun at the start of the race.
Was it really on that grid?
And Di was at 53 or 54? 53 on the track. 53 Celsius on the track.
It's usually about 10 degrees.
Yeah, so that's spot on.
So that's what it was on that grid when I was walking about. No wonder I was a mess. Welcome back, Ben.
Well, hello.
What's for dinner?
Oh, mega ribs. Mega ribs. I'm sticky all over.
There's Hankook. Well, you were before you went for the ribs.
Well, yeah.
I know I'm sticky all over. That's got. Is that my water?
Yes, that is your water. Great opportunity to just, if you are listening and you're a driver that perhaps fancies a go at 24H racing, but not sure whether you should or not. Well, number one, you should, but two, also, if you like your hospitality and you like your food, then it's another reason to come, because there's a really good Creventic lounge this year. Kind of new and improved 2022 version. And they do some fantastic food. They're obviously Italians. And
some fantastic pasta dishes.
Always a good pasta dish.
Really
some fantastic ice cream. I've got bits in my teeth, which is a little frustrating, but that's the risk you run of.
So I can
munching
assure
on
everybody
ribs.
he's not eating on air.
No, I'm not, but I am sucking my teeth. Also, I was amazed, and I have mentioned this earlier in the broadcast, but I think I've noticed more now how many cars there are in the garages as donor cars for almost every team.
Yeah, Phoenix have one.
Yeah.
Herbert always have one. CP Racing.
Wochenspiel.
They have Wochenspiel. Well, the WTM.
Wochenspiel.
Team Monschau.
Team Monschau, yeah. There's a Seat in the back of the BBR garage as well.
Oh, is there? The spare TCR car?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's even a spare Vortex, although it's not very recognisable at the moment.
Well, they'll need to have robbed the front end, where all that housing and that aluminium frame that houses the radiator. Di Binks will be down the pits in about half an hour when Seb comes back, and she's got a bit to catch up on, the Vortex, Di, that repair job. And the other inquiry for you is the CB Racing fuel stop for Shane Lewis. He took an inordinate amount of time, and for what we couldn't gather was he was the only car in the fueling area, so it couldn't have been a queue that stopped him, but it did cost him time. Joe Foster now at the wheel of that car, 139 laps. He's just off the lead lap of Phoenix Racing.
Was that the fuel stop between the two stints that Shane Lewis did?
Yes, yeah, that short stint that was truncated by the Code 60, which brought their driver stint window forward a bit for Joe Foster to then jump in.
I wouldn't say that's that much longer than normal.
How long is it?
3 minutes and 23 seconds.
And what was the one prior to that?
Well, it was in Code 60, so it's quite difficult to tell.
Right, okay.
You need to go. I don't think they've actually pitted. No, they haven't pitted under green flag conditions.
Maybe that's why we were startled by the amount of time it was taking, because that was the first time we've seen a green pit stop.
Because the 909 is even longer than that in green flag conditions.
All right, well spotted, Ben. Stand down, Di.
But I would like to know if the Santalok's going out, because I didn't think the damage to the front end of that Santalok was massive, but it's been in the pits for an hour now.
Yeah, that is an absolute shame.
We didn't find out who the miscommunication was with, did we?
No, we didn't. They didn't say Olivier Estevez. I interviewed him, and he was very polite about it. He wasn't very happy. I don't know if you could detect that by the look on his face when he was talking to us. But it did. I mean, that car was in contention for a podium. It's still third in the Pro-Am GT3 class, but I'm talking about an overall podium for that car. And now it's way down the order.
Olivier is a CEO of a sports equipment company based out of Paris, but also quite a prolific author of what's the right word for this? Kind of journals, education, not scientific. No, not textbooks, but kind of papers. Papers is the right word, isn't it? That you use for university and kind of studies.
On what subject?
All kinds of different sciences and laws.
What sort of sports equipment? Skis?
That I couldn't tell.
Gym equipment?
From my reading. And he took over from his father, who was the chairman and CEO of the company Ebio.
Yeah, here he is, competing at a pretty high level in the 24H series. GT3 Audi R8s are not something to be taken too lightly when you are behind the wheel.
I like the stories of how and who and where. You know, because yes, in the realms of professional motorsport, they are racing drivers through and through, and that's it. And they are, in a way, slightly one-dimensional in that sense, because they are just racing drivers or professional golf players that race. Sometimes it's the one way around, sometimes it's the other way around. But with so many gentleman drivers, there's so much more to them.
There's a prime example. Phil Keane, now at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes. Phil is a professional racing driver. So what do you do?
Does some pretty cool things, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Because he does stunt driving as well, and he's been in films.
Well, if you asked him what his occupation was,
professional racing driver.
I'm a racing driver. Whereas if you ask Olivier Estevez, his occupation, this is his downtime.
Yeah.
This is why this series is geared toward the concept of the 24H series is geared towards the enjoyment of their customers. And their customers are the drivers of these cars, drivers and owners of these cars. Hey, good news, the flags are out. The Vortex is out of the pit garage and into fueling.
Warm up those Code 60 flags. That's a bit unfair, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. It is. We, you know what? I love their attitude. I love their attitude.
I know, and we've had this discussion in Spa that you were so the never give up attitude, but it's not that they haven't bought a customer car and are struggling to run it. They build that car, and therefore they build it so that they don't build it so that it can't last a 6-hour race, but it is built. Maybe it's trying to be polite here, but
what are you trying to say, Ben?
They are responsible.
They need to build it
stronger. They are responsible for every nut and bolt of that machine, and therefore they're not inheriting a third-party vehicle that they're struggling through. You know, if you're a customer of a Ginetta, for instance, and Ginetta kept falling down, it's not your fault that it keeps breaking, but you have the tenacity to keep going and keep fixing it and keep going and keep fixing it. With Vortex, that literally has been created in their factory and they're bringing it to the circuit. And I love that they do so because they give us stuff to talk about every single event that they're on the 24H series. But it's generally not for the right reasons. Generally, it's because they've interrupted. Actually, thankfully, they have interrupted the race because it does give us excitement and punctuation marks through a 24-hour race, in which if we didn't have them, we'd have far less Code 60s.
I kind of get, I've worked that side of the garage door, haven't I? And I kind of, what I love about endurance racing is the challenge of whatever is presented, and it's how you react to the adversity. And I suppose it's when I see the Vortex being brought in by another flatbed, and you think, right, what's on the job list this time? What have I got to repair? What have I got to replace? And I just love the way they go at it. Olivier Gomez, in fact, all of the drivers down to drive that 701 are mechanics and engineers, and when there is a problem, they don't step back and let a team of mechanics fix the car. And this is what I love about this series. It allows teams like that to bring their cars, what they've designed and built, and race them and it's in the GTX class.
Yeah, and I love that.
They've found a class for it.
You know, we had the Ligier in the JS04 P4.
GS2, was it?
4, I think. Maybe it was 2. Maybe it was a 2.
It's a GS2, yeah.
We had one of the. In fact, we had one in the Supercar Challenge and then one in the 24H Series in Hockenheim. Great to see, because you'd rarely ever get a chance to see that kind of a car compete on an international level. It's really, really cool. But it doesn't, just because they're rare doesn't mean they have to be not reliable.
That I do get your point. Yes. Maybe some more development work. I think Alan Prosser has spotted the missing splitter, or the Porsche with the missing splitter, and I think that is the 977,
which is what you speculated, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was definitely a. You could say it was a Carrera Cup car.
Marco's been in the pits now for 10 minutes, so they are trying to fix that car from whatever malady it experienced.
So that car has been in and out of the pits with overheating problems.
Yeah, and that too, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's brought him in rather than a splitter. You can get by. They've lost a lot of time. 109 laps completed, leading 992 Cup car. 138 laps Rick Broikers has completed. So they have lost a lot of time in the pits with those overheating problems. I think it was the gearbox actuator compressor that Gunnar Jeanette was telling us about.
I think the other thing about the Vortex, just going back to it quickly, is it's a few years old now, and it's clearly not an easy car to drive. I mean, the fact that Philippe Bonnel, who's driven it quite often, was off 3 times in his first stint trying to get out of turn 5, a slow speed 80-kilometre hairpin, and on 3 occasions we found him off the circuit recovering from a spin. Leonard Amarouche, who is basically built the car himself, spun the car into the wall on the exit of turn 3 in a weird place as well. You know, didn't spin it mid-corner. He got on the power at the end of the corner, at the exit of the corner, and then found himself on the wall. So it's clearly something. It's not just that it's perhaps a little bit unreliable, but it's also hard to drive, which then means it ends up in the gravel trap more often and the barriers more often, giving even more work for the mechanics to do. They do have plans. If you go onto the Vortex website, you can see how much it costs to be part of the team for a weekend, if you like. But you also can see the plans for the new Vortex 2.0. Hopefully it's not just a bodywork over the top of what is already there, and it is a complete refit, rebuild. But I'm sure it will still be the same kind of philosophy of a space frame chassis with some bits and pieces on the top of it. But ultimately, more the merrier in Creventic, and we should never be negative to any vehicle that is brought into this series, because we absolutely love having the diversity and the stories that each car brings. It'd be boring if they were all BMWs and super reliable, wouldn't it? Gives us a little bit something to talk about.
I have a theory that I'll tell you about later about that car.
Okay. Not for air, then?
No, because I think it's just a theory, and it's just based on over the years of what I've seen, and what you said about it being a tricky car to drive. Michael Doppelmayr lapping in the 153s. Now, Michael is the AM driver in the number 18 Phoenix.
He has to do 2 hours, doesn't he?
He has to do 2 hours minimum, yeah. He's done 22 minutes. The gap between Joe Foster and the CP rate. Now, Joe Foster, in comparison, his last time by was 148.7. So he is beginning to narrow the gap. But by Michael's admissions, he is the AM driver in that outfit.
And he just loves being here.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at who he's teamed with,
a great team.
Car.
Got a great partner in Pierre Caffa, who's guiding him through everything and giving him lots of advice.
That interview I did with Pierre on the grid, and I said, "You're more than a driver of this team." No.
Yes.
Di and I see how much influence he has. You never see Pierre disappear. When he's out of the car, he's on the net. He's sat with the engineer. and between him and the engineer, yes, the engineer's primary job is to do that. Pierre is the driver. But if you were a race engineer and you had Pierre Caffer on the payroll, you would have him sat next to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is what happened. That is what is happening down in the number 18 pit. You know, Pierre Caffer is a massive influence, advisor, mentor to the drivers. You know, a big part of that Phoenix Racing outfit.
I don't think either himself or Michael Doppermeier are jaded with any kind of delusions. They know exactly where each driver sits, and Michael himself is quite happy to be part of the team, wear a race overalls, do what he needs to do, and let everyone else do the winning. And he can be, at the end of the day, he can be part of a winning team, he can be part of the atmosphere, but he knows, he can see the lap time, and he understands what that lap time represents, and he understands and allows the team to do what they need to do to take victory. He doesn't go, hey, look, I've paid for this car, I want 5 hours. He says, do what you need to do to get us to victory. They were in such a comfortable advantage at the end of the Hockenheim race. I wondered whether Michael would end up doing the last stint. It was about half an hour before the end of the race, and I thought, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? They've got such a big advantage. I think it was 3 laps or something. They were never going to lose it. So wouldn't it be nice to put the man who's behind the team out in the car to take a flag? But of course, with that responsibility adds an extra element of nerves, probably, for any driver, and may not have been the most sensible decision, because you could lose a lot more by a simple spin or whatever, like that. So unfortunately, Michael just doing his hour.
The gap is 1 minute and 2 seconds between first and second, and last lap by 1:53.4, 1:48.3.
Doppermeier's still got half a stint to go if everything goes to plan.
Yeah.
So they can get to about 50 minutes, can't they, in the GT3s?
Yes, they can. Yeah, fuel stint, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
And he's certainly not going to be double stinting himself. So we'll see him get out the car after 50 minutes. If he's got to do 2 hours though, then that will end up probably being, if it all goes to plan, it could be 3 stints. He could end up doing more like 2 hours 40, just because of the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, it's the way that you're not going to pit unnecessarily. You are going to let him go to a fuel stint. Just to give you an update on the 992 class, 909 still leads. Rick Broikers at the wheel of the red camel car. Rick's time last time by 1:48.5 in comparison to Ayrton Redon in the 903 in second place. 41 seconds is the gap, and a 48.9. So Rick only went 4/10 quicker, and like I was saying to John and I were saying earlier, you can't really read anything into that. Yes, he's 4/10 quicker, but the next lap, you don't know what factors, what elements they've encountered over the course of the lap. Getting by traffic and stuff, and I know that traffic hasn't really been a factor. I think it was you, Ben, earlier that said that the Sonderlock Audi was the first report we'd had of a car tripping over another car.
Yeah.
So the 992 battle.
We saw it in qualifying, didn't we? Who had a little touch in qualifying?
Yeah, it was the BMW. It was the BMW. The what BMW was it? Was the M development car. So showing in 5th overall, Ayrton Redon in the Red Ant racing car. The sister car, the 904, Philippe Wills, is a further. I'm just going to have to let that. I think he's a couple of laps down actually. Is the 904. So the two 992 leaders have really been. We knew these cars were going to be at it. They were first and second on the grid, and we knew they were going to be arguably the most competitive class in the field. And certainly that was the case once we lost out of contention the Herbeth car, the number 91 Herbeth Motorsport Porsche, out of the overall battle for the lead. That did, for me, I did think, well, the 992 class is perhaps going to be the closest. However, Joe Foster's trying to prove me wrong, isn't he? As Doppelmayr has gone across the line, 1:52.9. So that, I think Michael's target time is going to be a 53. Your engineer's going to say, all right, I want 53s out of you, Michael. He knows he's not going to get a 48. If you say that to an AM driver, right, I need a 48 out of you, it's like, mate, I've never done a 48 in my life, and I'm likely never to. So, right, let's keep it real, you know? Right, give me 53s, you know, high 52s, 53s. What's the gap? 53 seconds. So it's coming down, as we thought it would.
I was really excited to see what Santalok would do in the battle as well. I really felt that we didn't see their hand in qualifying. We've got a great lineup of drivers, and I was really excited to see them mix it up in the GT3 field, with a couple of cars missing from the usual lineup. But unfortunately, Olivier Estevez going into the wall, helped into the wall by the sounds of things by somebody, and they are still in the pits, having been there for an hour and 22 minutes right now. I'm sure that the Santalok guys will get that car back out, because we've got such a lot more track time in racing, especially the night stuff. And one of the reasons they're here is to give their drivers some experience, some 24-hour experience. So even if they're not fighting for victory, even if they're nowhere near any chance of victory, they're not part of the championship. They're here on a one-off, and they're here for the experience of racing in the night. And so they'll get that car back out, I'm sure of it, and we'll see them racing into the night and through the night, and making sure they cycle through all their drivers to give them the experience they need, so that when they move on to Spa in a couple of weeks' time, they have some night racing experience, because it is such a different way to go racing. And I mean, I know it from, first time I'm going to say this, I know that the other commentators already mentioned he's a racing driver, but I've raced a 24-hour race in a Citroen C1.
At Spa?
Not at Spa, no. Right. No, at Rockingham. But all of the senses that you normally use to go racing basically get out the window, and everything becomes heightened. You listen more, your eyes are on stalks looking for the reference points that you see in the day, but you can't see so well in the night. You get this tunnel vision effect because you don't have so much space around you. It feels very claustrophobic. And for me, I had 3-4 days worth of headaches after my 24 hours, probably just because my focus and eyes, and it's just so different. So these young kids, they need that experience as well.
And of course, the Spa 24 hours not a mixed class race, is it?
No, exactly.
I know they do have classes, but they're all GT3 spec cars.
Still traffic, though.
There is still traffic, but it's not like we have here, and we won't have I mean, I was about to say we won't have as many cars tripping over one another, but that race can be pure carnage at times.
Absolutely.
Can't it? Yeah. But
62 cars all travelling at roughly the same speed. Sometimes you want the closing speed to make passing easier.
That's right, it would do. Yeah.
When you're only a couple of seconds here and there, it's much harder to get past somebody.
I'm not a massive fan of that race. I know everybody enthuses about it, but I'm not a massive fan.
But you like multi-class racing?
I do like multi-class racing. Yeah, I do. That's purely down to. There's the 4th place overall now for that 992 class Porsche. Rick Breukers just crossing the line to complete 145 laps, and lapping in the 48s is Rick. So that's about 3 seconds off the GT3 spec cars ahead of him. Leonard Weiss at the wheel of the Wochenspiel Team Monschau Ferrari, who's ahead of him in 3rd. Ahead of that car, a couple of laps ahead, is Joe Foster, who's now got that gap down to 43 seconds to the Phoenix Audi of Michael Doppelmayr. I tell you what, Ben, it's a track. It's a bucket list track, I think, Portimao.
Yeah.
It's become that, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's fairly new, relatively speaking. But whoever designed this, and I'm not sure who did. I know you've got the power of Google there.
Don't give away our secrets.
They really do deserve an award for one of the most spectacular modern track facilities.
And it does very much use the topography of the area. It is very rolling around this area.
Yeah.
The hills around the circuit naturally arid but rolling, and so although there is definitely some artificial hills within the circuit, it does reflect, if they were just going to lay a ribbon of tarmac around the area, it does reflect how it would be.
If you go off track here, and with the other day we went to the supermarket down towards Portimao, the town of Portimao, the port of Portimao, and we went the back roads, and these steep plunges and rises and dips and sweeps are very, very similar to the natural topography of the local area.
Yeah,
it really is. So they've kind of grasped where they are geographically, and emulated the area where we're going to come and race on what is, I'll say artificial. They've done a great job in making it less so.
So for my surprise, it wasn't the usual Tilke. It was a local, Ricardo Pina from Arquitecos.
I have. Yeah, that does ring a bell, that story.
Constructed in 2008. Didn't take long to build. It only took eight months from breaking ground to being opened.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think when it opened, though, we didn't have quite the facilities we've got.
It opened
for racing, but there may not have been a grandstand opposite.
It was opened for the final round of the World Superbike Championship in 2008.
Hindhoff's got a few nightmare stories to tell when they first came here with the
ELMS
series.
Yeah. When was my first time here? Because I came here with World Touring cars. Not sure when they were here. A1 GP was here.
Leader through to complete 152 laps. Still lapping in the 53s. Michael Doppelmayr 35 minutes into his stint. There's the leading 992 Rick Broiker's driven car. Joe Foster has just gone through, just slightly ahead. Gap down to 31 seconds now between the CP Racing Mercedes. Joe lapping in the 45, low 45s actually, 45.3. Leonard Weiss in the WTM Ferrari in third, lapping in the 45.2 last time by. So, slightly gaining ground, tenths here, tenths there. He's going to need something to happen, really, before that Wappenspiel team Monschau Ferrari can get back into contention. Just waiting for the second place 992 Cup car to come through. Etten Redon still at the wheel of the Red Ant Racing car. The two 992 class leading cars, Rick Boyk has been at the wheel now for 57 minutes. Redon been at the wheel for 53, so they're pretty similar in their stint, as is the Philippe Vils driven 904 numbered Red Ant Porsche. He's been at the wheel for 56 minutes. So just getting by the TCE traffic. TCE still being led by the TCR class, of which we only have here in the Touring Car Endurance Series part of this race, and it's still the number 159 BBR car from the 158 sister car of BBR, and it is Ivers Valles at the wheel of the Wolf Power Racing Audi. The TCR class, they had come together not so long ago, but now they're beginning to look a little bit spaced out, and they're spacing out from one another. 141 laps completed by the TCR leader, 139 laps for Valles. What have you found?
Question for you, Mr. Bradley.
Yes.
Kevin Poole on Twitter, hashtag, well, you boys are not using the hashtag. It's hashtag 24H Portimao you should be using for all of your questions if you are listening on our stream. But Kevin Poole asks directly, Portimao definitely a bucket list circuit. Do you get the same feeling in Mugello when you're there?
Yes.
Interesting.
Mugello is in a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah.
It kicks off the European 24H series and has done it more than once. It certainly did this year. I can't really remember anything about 21 or 20.
It did because I was there in 21.
Right. It's become a big part of the series, hasn't it? Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at somewhere to go, and if you've got to choose one race, then you know what? If you were asking me to choose because they're in two different parts of the times of the year as well.
Yeah.
Spring in Tuscany there's nothing wrong with that at all. The track is beautiful, but the Algarve at the height of summer, again, it's a fabulous part of the world, and it's got a lot of facilities, a lot of amenities. There's a car track over the road that you can, have a blast round.
From a spectator point, if you were just coming here to watch a race, I think it's a tricky one, but Mugello perhaps better than this.
I love this place.
I love this place, but I love the track to be a driver, and I love the exterior because there's so much to do. If you like golf, or you just like drinking, or you like sailing,
or lying in the sun,
or if you want to jump out of a plane. I've got a few friends that own an airport down the road. You can do it from them. So that I love, but actually to come for a race meeting, not so sure. Here,
there's some great spectator areas here. There's a grandstand just on the inside the paddock towards the back that overlooks the turn 5 hairpin, and you can sit with the cars coming straight at you, or you can sit at the side of the hairpin in the braking area, and then further around the track. I mean, the final turn here, turn 15,
that's cool,
is so demanding. It's flat for some cars, but not quite flat for others.
Must have been amazing watching Formula 1 cars around here.
Around that final turn, they were phenomenal on TV.
Yeah.
What they must have been like actually just sat in the grandstands.
Just stuck to the ground. And also, of course, if you are a fan of the two-wheel variety, then watching bikes around here must be absolutely awesome as well. And I'm sure the MotoGP and the World Superbikes get a great crowd, a great atmosphere here in Portugal. And it is a great facility. I mean, I'd love to have a chance to come racing here. It's a 24-hour race of the Citroën C1s in a couple of weeks' time.
Here,
I was very tempted. Yeah, 30-odd cars they've got. But the problem is, I think I would want something, because of the topography, because of the hills, I think I'd want something a bit more powerful than the C1s, because I feel as though if you muck up a corner and you've got to go uphill after it, you will be horribly penalised by various mistakes, because if it was flat, it's all right, but the up and downness is a bit tricky.
The up and downness.
There is a lot of up and downness, isn't there?
There is. Joe Bradley just taking a break. Thanks to Lanzarote Camel. Thanks, Alan. Confirming what we thought, that it was the 977.
And they've been in the pits ever since.
Who lost the splitter. Marco's back in now. Diana Binks is down in the pit lane. I think I just heard her microphone come up live. Good evening, Di. Oh, must have been my ears.
There's lots of... Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
And I think Joe did an interview earlier, about an hour and a half ago, I think it was, with Santilot Racing, the number 26, and they're still working hard on the car. It looks like they've put again for all the repairs that it was having and the diagnostics that they were doing on it to assess what needed to be done, and they reckon about half an hour they're hoping to get it back out on track. Obviously they know they're not going to be pushing for the result they wanted, but they're sort of working pretty hard to get the car back out there for you.
Wow, well that's a 2-hour pit stop then for the damage that Olivier Estevez did to that car after its collision with the barrier at turn 11. We did think that, we thought they might be able to continue, didn't we? He did do one extra lap, but obviously the damage was quite significant to that car. And that's a real shame. As I say, not been battling at the head of the field any longer. We've just got the 3 GT3 cars now up the front end, with Herbert having that puncture that took a long time to recover and therefore losing a huge amount of laps, and now Santilot in a similar position. But, the other 3 could have issues as well. We've got a huge amount of racing still to go. Quite surprised when I looked at the clock and realised we've got 18 and a half hours still remaining. It's 7 o'clock, 7:20 local time here in Portugal. I've already had my dinner. In France, I have my dinner about 9 o'clock, so that's going to upset my clock quite horribly. Having a look at the 159 BBR Cupra TCR DSG, one of the older models. The 159 crew that were using the younger model have moved across to this Bas Kooten Racing Cupra, previously owned by Bas Kooten, now owned by BBR. One of the jobs for Joe is to corroborate our story from last night's debrief as to the origins of BBR. And Hotel, you can see on the side of it, Hotel Lambris. If you Google that, you'll find you are in, I think, Phuket. So that's Thailand.
We've got a friend out there. Vortex in the pit lane. Now, that's been running a little more reliably.
Oh, it's got a new nose because it's got different sponsorship on the nose.
Yeah, correct. Good sport.
It needed a new nose.
What was it? It said "We are repeat." It said originally.
I don't really understand that. Well, that's a tricky one. How's he done that? He's managed to pour the water into his mouth whilst wearing a helmet without
taking the helmet off.
Without taking, or using the tube. You can do it if you've got a little straw, but
he pulls his helmet down and just pours it into the top of his mouth.
I think it'd be a bit messy. For me, I think I'd spill it down my throat.
I hate drinking when I'm in a car.
Well, when you got a helmet on,
I just can't do it.
No.
I'd rather just dehydrate a bit.
They're taking the front end off their Vortex to see what issues they've got at the front end, because that whole front end has been replaced after the collision at turn 3. So they've obviously got a little issue there. We've got ID Racing in the pits. Santalot Racing, we've just heard from Diana about their maladies. They'll be out in about half an hour. ID Racing have got a gearbox issue, and also we're missing that front splitter. Vortex back out hopefully soon, and then Team ACP haven't officially retired, I don't think.
Has anybody officially retired?
Maybe Diana's going to find that garage door is down. Be a right shame.
It'd be a right shame, would it?
It'd be a right shame. We only saw them for about 10 minutes, and it does mean that there's no chance that that our pit lane team are going to achieve their objective of speaking to every single driver in the entry list. Because as you pointed out, John, they needed to get into Team ACP ASAP.
Yeah.
ACP ASAP.
Very good. See what you did there.
To get a little, to tick them off the box, tick the box off the list. Oh, you know, our friend Martin Haven will be moaning right now.
Why?
The sun is beaming through the commentary box into the window.
Martin Haven, moan?
No, never.
You must be talking about the wrong person.
First thing he does with it, he would never do it here because there's no chance, but first thing he does when he gets into a commentary box with a window, covers up the window.
And then moans when he doesn't get sent to a track.
And then he doesn't get sent to a track. What's going on here? An issue for 116? 188 Audi.
AC. It is the AC car.
Wiggling about and bringing his car into the pits as we have a change at the head of the field. That's on track. So Joe Foster has overtaken Michael Doppelmayr on track last lap to put CP Racing ahead of Phoenix, not through strategy, not through anything other than driver lineup and pace.
Yeah, but this is all part of the tactics. Michael's doing exactly what he's being told to do.
Absolutely.
He'll have been given a time to do and just keep getting as close to that as you can. Now, you know, if you are chasing somebody down, that might be a 45, a 46 or a 47. If you are driving to get your time in, it might be a 55, and he's doing 54.9s. And he's doing...
his target was definitely 53s early because he was doing 52 9s, 53 1s. Yeah.
Very good. Let's go down to the pit lane where Diana is with the bright orange 701. Phalanx of cars coming in, including Leon Advice for WTM. So the top 3 just changing around for a moment. Di, what's going on down there?
I'm just with Philippe Bonnell, one of the drivers from Vortex, and we know they've had a number of challenges so far into this race. It's put IL in as some of the pit stops happen just behind us. Philippe, give us an update on where you are with the car.
Sorry, I don't hear you.
Give us an update on what you found with the car and the problems you're having.
Yeah, we have some trouble with the engine because the weather is very hot.
We'll just let him go.
And after the shock 2 hours ago, 2 hours before, I think we have some problem with, I don't know the word in English, but where the water is inside. and for the moment the engine is too hot. So we try to find what to do before the night.
The conditions have been excessively hot, and they're not really coming down that quickly yet.
No, we don't have before the shock, the accident 2 hours before. We don't have any problem with the engine. It's after the shock that we have the weather is very hot, but before the engine was very okay, perfect for us.
So obviously once you have an issue going on with the car, you've got to come in as quickly as possible and address what you need to do, and your team are doing a fantastic job. They're always there ready to address the issues.
If you follow us race after race since 2 or 3 years, yes, it's very challenging for us to be on the same race than the GT3 or even the GT4. We built our own car in the south of France, in Montpellier. We try to perform it race after race. Next year we will have a new one.
A complete new car next year, that's great to hear, but I'm assuming that you're learning an awful lot.
Yes, exactly. We're learning a lot race after race in order to, for the next one, will be, I hope so, succeed.
Thank you, Philippe.
Thank you.
That's a great interview to hear from Philippe Bonnel. It's not often we get a chance to speak to the French contingent from Montpellier. And as I say, Vortex hoping to bring Vortex 2.0 to the tracks next year. Hopefully all the learnings that they've had over 3 struggling years of Vortex 1.0 will be put into that car, and they'll be able to not have to work their mechanics so hard.
When you think about it though, I really quite like what they've done. It's a bit bonkers, to be honest, because of all the things you could have done. You could have gone racing with a Porsche Cup car, of which, you know, we've got plenty here. You could have gone racing with a TCR car, but they've decided to build their own vehicle to do it, and then not by the way to do it and race it in a one make category for 25 minutes or 35 minutes, to put it into genuine endurance competition against cars that are built by the likes of Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, and all the way through the field.
I'm a great studier of culture. I love culture, whether different parts of the world, different countries, and when you look at the culture of France, there is a culture of adventure. Maybe eliminate Paris and look around Paris, but everywhere you look, whether if it's in Brittany on the coast, it's adventure with sailing boats. If you look near where I live, it's adventure in the mountains, and other parts of the world there are risk takers and adventurists everywhere. Look, the Dakar Rally, that was a Frenchman that thought it was a good idea to ride a motorcycle from Paris to Dakar.
Mad as a balloon.
Same thing with Vendée Globe sailing, sail around the world. That's a French idea. That was a French idea at the very least. And there are so many others like that. I suppose you could even throw Le Mans into the mix. And say, in the 1920s, let's do 24 hours in our cars based on bicycles.
Yeah, 1923, remember?
Mad.
Yeah, absolutely extraordinary. But I like that. I like that spirit of adventure. 720 in the pits is second GTX. This is the RD Sainz Lamborghini Super Trofeo. This is the original version.
No, this is the new version, and their original version is in the back of the garage.
Sorry, yes, it is. I just couldn't, because it is so black.
You can't see the top of it.
The top of it is, so that's one of the Evo cars.
Yeah, and when we do get a chance to speak to some of the other drivers, I'm keen to understand the reasoning behind going into that new car, because that's a new car for them. The other car that we're more familiar with, the colours we're more familiar with, is in the back of the garage.
We'll talk more about the spirit of adventure, and we'll take some more of your tweets at RSL_studio as we start another hour coming up here with 18 and a half still to go. We're live from Portimao in the the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve.
You just saw the RD side 720 Lamborghini Huracan come in, and Polius, you just dropped out of the car. You've been out there for an hour and a half?
Yeah, now I jump off and change it for orders. So we give the car for orders and keep going.
We're sort of heading into the 6th hour now. How do you feel it's going?
All good. Now also we have the puncture, so we are lucky because 3 corners left, so we need to save the tires. And we will see. Long races left.
What can you tell us about this car? How are you enjoying the characteristics of it?
The car is maybe just a bit more stable on the fast corners, but actually it's quite the same. Nothing special.
It looks quite special, I've got to say. I think you're underplaying it a little bit there.
Yeah, that looks nice. Italian design.
How much are you enjoying the circuit here at Portimao?
The Portimao is amazing circuit. Also at the night. Yesterday I drive first time at the night session, so the view is amazing. I really like it.
Have you had any major issues that have forced you to sort of change your strategy a little bit, or are you happy with what you've planned and put in place?
Now the plans is different for 100%. So because the fuel, next part is the tires, punctures of the tires, and we needed to adapt. So that's endurance.
Thank you so much. You go and get a rest.
Interested to hear his comments about the difference between the new version of the car and the old version of the car. Nah, not much difference. Shame we would spend the money.
Quick, very, very quick in a straight line. We have Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo in North America. The original cars were quick. These cars, generally speaking, the new cars probably, depending on circuit, top speeds are up by 5, 9, 10 miles an hour. So they're pulling 190 miles an hour on some of the longer straights, even on the shortish circuits of the IMSA schedule that they run on.
They can go faster than the GT3 cars.
Oh yeah, in a straight line, yeah. They don't corner quite as well because they don't have the downforce. A lot of changes to the bodywork to put a bit of downforce in, actually. And that new rear wing, as you heard there, is giving a bit more stability through the corners. Changes to 1 or 2 of the systems as well, making them more driver-friendly. My goodness, when you've got 27, 28 of them around Watkins Glen or somewhere like that, which we had a couple of weeks ago, and we were over there for the sale in 6 hours. Absolutely incredible. It's Lime Rock Park next for IMSA, by the way, which is next weekend. We'll have all that for you in sound and vision over on IMSARadio.com. Jeremy Shawshad and me, John Hindorf, for that one. So having come from a double-header weekend where we had races at the 4 miles, around the 4 miles of Road America, and nearly 3 miles around CTMP.
Oh,
We've got a Bullring. Now, meantime, I don't think we're supposed to be able to see all of that left front wheel on the 700 miles Volkswagen Golf.
Going for the open wheeler look.
The Mad Max look, isn't it?
It looks like it's properly just fallen off, doesn't it? There's no bend in any other panel. It's just missing. So our first opportunity, perhaps. There it is. Is it? Maybe
well,
part of it.
It's a part of it, and we might have to get someone to nip out and get that, which would probably mean a full course purple. It's not far off the racing line.
And there is an incident involving 116 and 106 under investigation.
Ooh.
Frustration from Jordan Mugunet getting out the car. And Diana's down there.
Don't slam the helmet down.
Be careful, Di.
Yes.
He looks frustrated.
Yeah, he has just walked off, but as you were talking, the car was coming in, they pushed it back into the garage, and it's the rear left wheel that seems to have the issue. It doesn't look too bad if I'm looking at it now, but it's definitely sort of slightly out of alignment, so they've taken the wheel off to have a look at the rear of the car, and they're now making some other changes. But I will grab the driver as soon as I can, but he obviously disappeared off straight as soon as they got the car in here.
Well, they are reporting an incident between themselves and 116, which is Wolf Power Racing Audi with Ivar Valles aboard that car at the moment. So left front damage with the panel missing, and then left rear. Now, John, look at this on this the Audi. The windscreen looks absolutely filthy. Actually, looks very difficult to look out of. When we get a head-on shot.
This is the 18 car we're talking about, the Phoenix car, yeah?
Yes, because unfortunately that's the only Audi, well, it's the only Audi GT3 running at the moment. But it's almost as though when you put your sunglasses down on a table and you get like scratches on the sunglasses.
Oh no.
It looks like that from the whole central part of the windscreen. Noticed it when Doppelmayr was in the car. Pierre Caffer's now taken over that car, so we're going to have a bit of a fight between them, Phoenix and CP, in the next stint as Caffer
Joe Foster's due a pit stop,
yes,
surely,
he is,
isn't he?
Yeah, so they're going to put them on the same lap again.
Yeah, and Caffer will be in full attack mode, and so the pendulum swings back to Phoenix Racing. The 116.
That's the 116, isn't it?
Coming through the final corner now.
No damage on the left side of the car, but you would expect the damage to be on the right-hand side if there was any.
Looks pretty clean.
Wow.
Nothing flapping. Is that one of the new cars? That's one of the new cars, isn't it?
Yeah, more holes in the front end, isn't it?
Yeah, that's one of the Evo cars, the 116, with the reverse swan neck on the back. These cars, it's a slightly different rear lights, but very different wheel arch extension treatment. Much more integral to the cars rather than sort of Group 5. You're not old enough to remember Group 5, ask your dad. Group 5 stuck on box arches.
Yeah.
These are sort of moulded into the car. And so side-by-side contact is less likely to knock a wing off or a piece of flappy bodywork.
Absolutely no evidence on that 116 car of any contact whatsoever, but clearly with the 106, some evidence of contact, and a frustrated Jordan Mougenet getting out of that 700 miles, sharing that car with three Frenchies.
You're just talking about the 106, and I did go into Gary, but he declined the offer to have a chat at the moment.
Oh, that's going to be a fight for later on the list of interviews. Pourquoi pas? That's always a good one.
Donk.
There is a little scuff, the tiniest scuff behind the driver's, the passenger door. Almost as though he's opened the door and hit a curb, that kind of scuff, tiny. But no, I really wanted to have a look back at the Phoenix Racing windscreen, because especially as the sun begins to set, and we're quite lucky here that you don't get much sun in your eyes other than the run from 14 to 15, that's kind of facing the sun. The rest of the circuit doesn't really go that direction, so it's not too bad in terms of, late evening, low sun blinding your eyes like we see at Le Mans so often, going towards Indianapolis. But the windscreen doesn't look very nice.
Down towards turn 1. That is sun in the eyes a little bit there from the left-hand side of the track. So differences on the outside of the car. The engine is the same 2-litre 4-cylinder in the Evo cars. Same for the Cupra as well, by the way, based on the same chassis and built by Cupra Sport in Spain. But as we mentioned, there's a lot of things going on underneath. Second place in the 992 category. Red Ant Racing and Ayrton Redont back behind the wheel of the 903.
On exactly the same strategy as the 909 ahead of them.
Oh, really?
Breukers, they pitted within a lap or two of each other.
Okay.
Under green flag conditions, full service, driver change, and so the gap is representative right now.
So where's Rick then in the?
They're in the same sector of the lap. I think Breukers has got a penalty for his next pit stop. And actually, yes, it's just under a lap. It's 1 minute and 28 seconds, the gap between Breukers and Redon.
Ayrton's just gone through, and Rick's on the front straight now. If I look to the left, the next little group of cars that comes through should have Rick in it, and there he goes.
Yeah.
That was the noise you heard Also the 405 was right behind him. Phil Keane in the Ram Racing cars. They go down towards turn 1. Phil in that GT4 machine. Well, I tell you, that's going to be an interesting battle, because I'm not sure a GT4 is any quicker than a 992 Cup car. The 992 Cup cars in the States have been putting in incredible times, halfway up GT3 field sort of times. Really impressive. Hello, Dave at RSL Studio says, like the Group 5 reference about the Audis, the Group 5s were fabulous racing machines. The GT version of the Group 6 and Can-Am Inter-Series prototype, I always thought the older TCRs were reminiscent of Group B Quattros. Yeah, they were a bit, you're right. Slightly boxier arches, 165 in the pit lane. Here's the 4th place TCR. And just break away from that for a second as the 3rd place GT3 car, Leonard Weiss, pops out like a cork out of a bottle with a bit of help from his teammates, and his seat cushion goes flying. It wasn't very pleasant, was it? WTM then in the pit lane. They got very close to being back on the lap for 2nd place. And Pierre Caffer is rolling along quite nicely.
Well, that's because Caffer's already pitted. So he is a couple of laps. They pitted Doppelmayr early than they really could have done to get him on the hour mark, basically. Whereas the Ferrari and the Mercedes have gone a little bit over the hour mark because they're not so concerned about the driver time for those two. So at the moment, it looks like Leo Weiss was really close to Caffer, but actually in reality, there's there's a whole pit stop between them. What we will see once Mercedes comes into the pits is the CP Racing Mercedes falling into the probably almost certainly the same lap as the Phoenix Racing Audi, and then we'll have a fight on our hands. And depending on who goes into the Mercedes, they will have to fight against Pierre Caffer. Their options are Charles Espenlaub, Charlie Putman, or Shane Lewis. And I don't know quite if they are going to just stick to their rhythm of Lewis. They started the race with Espenlaub. He did 2 stints, then Putman did 1, then Lewis did 2, and
Joe Foster
has about to finish his stint.
He's been in there for an hour and 5 minutes, Joe Foster. And so he could do a little bit more. It's not exactly 2 hours, 2 stints in a GT3 car, so you've got a tactical decision to make. Leonard Weiss has brought the WTM Racing Ferrari, and he's out. The car has already gone round to fuel, and Diana has more on the WTM Racing Ferrari.
Yes, Leonard got out of the car and actually had to go and sit down straight away and sat there for a moment or two till one of the crew members brought him a drink, and then they just helped him out of the chair through to the back. So I'd imagine he's pretty exhausted. Must be very hot inside the cockpit of that car, and these guys are pushing really hard.
I spoke with Shane Lewis. I was out of the booth for 15-20 minutes and just nipped over to... I heard you talking about the catering, and it made me hungry, so I nipped off.
Great ribs.
Great ribs. Great ribs. And I stayed away from the carbs. I was good. No chips. Just had some salad.
Oh, he had chips. I didn't have. There was no offering of chips.
Well, yeah, there was French fries there.
Oh.
Yeah. But I stayed away from that and just had some salad and some ribs. Very nice indeed. And Pierre Caffer just going down to turn 1. With that problem on the front windscreen, I wonder. I'll come back to Shane Lewis in a moment. I just wonder if
it's like he's in a seagull.
But I just wonder if there's something in between 2 layers of the screen tear-offs, and whether he can even see it because of the angle that he's at. Let me just finish the Shane Lewis thing, because otherwise I'll forget, because I'm of that age. Shane Lewis bounded in after he's done a double stint. All right, he's been out the car a wee while. He bounded in to grab some drinks and a bite to eat in his civvies. And I said, how you doing? He says, great. I said, you look fantastic. Did you just do a double? He said, yeah, I did. And I said, how have you recovered so quickly? He said, seriously, I got into the paddling pool, the swimming pool, at the back of the garage, and he said, it was mind-blowingly brilliant. It just completely and utterly refreshed him. He said, I sat there for about 20 minutes, body temperature came down, core temperature came down, and he said, and I'm ready. He said, I could get back in the car at the next change. He said, I feel absolutely brilliant, really restorative. Into the pit lane for the 909, this is Rick Breukers, who's the leader in class. And what is he serving that for? That's track infringement 10 seconds. That's fine. The number 91 Herberth car, the Porsche still has one to serve. The number 18 has a car, one to serve as well. That's Pierre Caffer. So Caffer's got one to serve. And the 106 causing a collision. 10-second time penalty as well. So that was being looked at. So it's Jordan and the Setson Miles Volkswagen Golf. He was upset, but he's been given incident responsibility for that and a 10-second time penalty.
He came off worse.
Yeah, Rick Breukers out of the car, and that was his brother Luke, I think, getting in to there. I love the fact that they don't have to have any Breukers three-letter identifiers. It is Rick, Ivo, R-I-K, Ivo, which is IVO, and Luke, which is LUC, on their three-letter identifier, which is brilliant.
Pierre Caffer aboard the Phoenix racing machine, trying to get some decent laps in the pocket so that maybe he can jump the CP Racing Mercedes even before they come into the pits. Having a look at that rather scuffed windscreen once again.
Is it? Or is it?
What is it though?
I don't know. Is it the extreme heat that's done something to, you know, I don't think he's hit anything. There's something sprayed up on it.
It looks as though something has been sprayed across the whole front of the windscreen, and it's no longer clear. It's like looking through smudged sunglasses.
We haven't got an onboard on that car.
But could it be?
It's not right in front of the driver, but it is absolutely in the field of vision when you're looking across. I'll tell you exactly what that's. Air bubbles in between two things, which is what I said in the first place. Yeah. And I think that's the heat. I think that's the heat. You put on those screen protectors and you very carefully get all the air out.
So I wonder whether you can. I wonder whether race control can look at that and say that that's unsafe. Do a donut flag.
Meatball flag.
Meatball flag.
You were close. Let's go down to Diana in the pits, who I think is still down at the 106 Setson Mile Volkswagen Golf pit. Penalty for that car for the incident. Now let's hear Jordan's side of things, Di.
I am, yes, with Jordan. Wanted to chat to him earlier, but you had to nip out the back. But Jordan, you look very unhappy when you got out of the car. I know there's been an incident on track. How did you see it?
Another car hit me during final lap. It's not cool, the car are broken. And we will see. I'm waiting for my next stint.
Did you feel it was the other car? Did you feel it was the other car that caused you to have the incident?
No, I didn't see the other car. It's a race.
Yeah. So you've received a penalty, haven't you?
Yeah, 10 seconds. For me, it's not my fault. I didn't see the other car. It's a race.
And how much damage is there to the car, and will we see it back out? How much damage to the car, and will we see it back out?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit, yeah. Sorry?
You will be back out and rejoin the race?
5 or 10 minutes. 5.
Thank you.
I think the reason why he's in a rush is not because he doesn't want to speak to Diana, is because it looks as though the mechanics are the drivers. And vice versa. It looked like the other two drivers, I don't know if those, you can confirm that, Diana, but it looks like the drivers are doing the work on the front left corner of that car, unless they've got very fancy race suits.
Yes, good point. I saw them underneath there earlier on. Well spotted for Kevin Poole. I was just scanning down how many cars were in the pits, and there happens to be 6 at the moment. Breukers which I think is Luke Breukers, is in fuel, as is Phil Keane, not drivers, I'm hearing, for those guys that just have nice fancy race suits. I think the Santa Lock car's back out. It is.
Yep.
It's out and turning laps. Simon Gachet with that car that had the problem early on.
Well, that's good news. Because they said they reckoned it was going to take another half an hour, and they've turned it around 10 minutes earlier than projected. So fantastic work from Santa Lock to get their car back out again and give their boys some experience. Diane, are you down there still looking at stuff?
With the 85, and Shane is just standing watching the pit stop here, and I think
at home. This is Maggie. Hello.
Hello. I'm just saying hello to his wife, by the way. She's tuning in to watch what's going on during this pit stop. Joe's just jumping out of the car. He's doing a fantastic job, as all of you are.
Yeah, we had to really take care of the tire at the beginning. After a couple of the guys had some failures, we decided we need to stay off the curbs, take good care of it. When we came in for our pit stop, we also had a big cut on the tire. So we got really super lucky. We've just been trying to set a pace. Unfortunately, Kaffer's out there in that Audi just going easy, setting really big time. So right now, we know what our job is. We've got to get through the night, and then we can really go racing. So that's our job right now.
Now, I understand it from some secret squirrel that you have a very dedicated recovery plan. Could you tell us what that is?
Oh, no, I don't know if it's a dedicated recovery plan, but that swimming pool you see out there, it is very serious. It's not a joke. The minute I get out of the car, I've got something special I mix, I drink, I throw a set of trunks on, I go directly in there to get the body temperature down because, as you guys know, just even here, pit reporting up and down how really hot it is. Core temperature is hard to keep down. In the drink bottle inside the car, my first stint in, I literally couldn't drink it. It was so hot. The tubing got hot. The brake on the brake pedal, there's some grip tape on there. It melted to my shoe. So yeah, and my recovery in the swimming pool is serious.
I think I might be using that pool soon, but if you don't mind. I think I will. But those things are really important, aren't they? We said at the top of the program here when we started the race, it's the man, machine and the team. And everyone's got to be hydrated, alert, ready to react to anything that happens.
Yeah, it is. And I feel bad for the crew guys. The good part is, one of the great things about the Creventic series is having all our fueling down in one area. So the guys here don't have to be in full, fireproof gear. So, but if you can see, the minute they get done doing a pit stop, they're hydrating. We actually went to the racetrack itself and rented a refrigerator from them because ours just couldn't keep up with the load. So just keeping cold drinks even for the crew is hard to do.
That's the typical way that a high performer works. So I'm guessing that's natural and normal for you.
It is a little bit, you go in and you have to adapt quickly. We always knew it was going to be warm here, but even the crew beforehand, if you ever during one of the pit stops, if ever they raised the hood, the guys even went so far as to find as much material as they could run on the air ducting that goes inside the car. It's kind of a reflective material to keep the heat away from it. The only thing we don't have air conditioning in our cars. We have one helmet blower, that's all. And the air inlet temperature, before it hits, there is a cooler, but it's been averaging about 115 degrees going in. Fahrenheit, obviously, but it can't cool it more than 15 degrees. So after that, it's getting pretty rough.
And one final question. We could see earlier on, and John and Ben were discussing it. They could see tape flapping at the front on your bonnet, and it looked like it was in an eye line. Was it? And what was it?
That was during my stint. I've actually had it happen. I've been driving with these guys, fortunately, for 4 or 5 years now, and it's happened only a few times. But what it is it's a piece of foam that keeps the air cleaner in place, right? So the air filter and the piece just to keep any debris that can possibly in there. And sometimes you've got a headwind right now in the front straightaway, and with the headwind and it comes in there, it'll kind of vibrate it a little bit, and sometimes it can come loose. So not serious, but that's all I saw for my entire stint was flapping.
Well, you adapted to it really well, but thanks for the moment. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Hope to see you in the pool.
I'll be round.
Right, I want photographic evidence if Guy goes in the boot. The Vortex made it into the pit lane, but without its V8 engine powering it. Four of their pit crew have gone down to pit in to help that up the pit lane, and that is a thankless task. They are at least in the shade at the moment, but the wind, which is blowing straight down the front straight, it's like having a heater on. It's like a space heater blowing in your face. And all I was doing was walking backwards and forwards from our catering area. So the Vortex in the pit lane at the moment. Meantime, out on the track, one of the Audis is circulating down towards turn number 3. That'll be, I think, the 158 AC Motorsport car that was down there, as the Vortex is back at its box. Sundown tonight, official sunset, is at 4 minutes before 9. So you're talking about an hour away from now. Things should be just about cooling off a wee bit. A little bit. Vietnamese. This is Doug Koo in the TCR Cupra. As we're coming down to just 18 hours to go, almost 6 hours into this race, Ben. Where's the time gone?
Charles Putman is aboard the CP Racing Mercedes, and as we expected, well, as we thought, the push from Pierre Caffer has been such that Phoenix Racing has gone back ahead of CP Racing on that overlap by quite some margin, 25 seconds. So CP Racing had the advantage when Doppelmayr was aboard the car, but since Caffer got into the Phoenix Racing, the laps have been so good. Putman's last lap was pretty long, although the pit stop actually was about right, so not too much to worry about. But anyway, gap now 25.
And by the way, it was Fabian Dance who took over the Red Camel, Jordan's Porsche. And he will, at his next pit stop, if they so desire, he will need to come in for 10 seconds in the box, in the penalty box. A 9th offence of track limits. So I think the only 3 that we've still got, oh no, we've got 4 outstanding at the moment. Herberth for track limits, 10 seconds. Which is at least their second. We have got the number 18 leading car, Phoenix Racing, for 10 seconds for track limits. The 106, we know about that one. That car still in the pit lane, the 700 miles VW, that was for caused a collision, and now the 909, 10 seconds for that 9th offence. Came about 10 minutes ago.
Did you Google Hotel Lamborghini?
No. Should I?
Well, we were talking about the 158 BBR, and you know this is a 2-car team now of all Thai drivers, the best Thai drivers you can find, basically, all racing in the Super Series over in Thailand, and they are.
How are we spelling it?
For some, they are supported by I don't think we know the name of the kind of the team owner of BBR, effectively, but they have an incredible support.
Well, we'll get back to that later on. Let's have a look at the GTs after 6 hours. It's Phoenix Racing that are back to the top. Pierre Caffer has rotated back into the car and ruthlessly hunted down Charles Putman, who's just rejoined after a pit stop for CP Racing, who lead GT3 AM, and another leader of the GT3 categories, the WTM Ferrari, in 3rd position. 30 seconds and then a couple of laps. 30 seconds between the first 2, then a couple of laps. Then it's this intriguing 992 Cup class battle, 4th, 5th and 6th. The 909 Red Camel Jordan with Fabian Dance in behind the wheel. Then the 903 Red Ant Racing which is about a lap and a half down at the moment, and they're not on exactly the same. There's a few laps between them, so that changes at each pit stop, and then another 4 laps further back, 3.5 laps further back, is the second of the Red Ant Racing cars. Then we're into the TCE runners, so we'll wait for a moment for them. But in terms of the GT, it's Leipert and RD Sainz, the 2 Lamborghinis, battling it out in GTX to make up the top 8. The BMW Motorsport car, 3rd in class, so that's lost a bit of ground since the last time I was looking. Have they had problems, Ben, the project car, the concept car? Because they're down to
not
3rd now.
When I've been here.
All right, okay. Herbert fighting their way back. This in 10th in GT, but 2nd in class now, as they're trying to get some championship points together. Then it's Lion Speed, who lead the 499, still leading in GT4, ahead of Ram Racing and Phil Keane at 2nd place in that category. Santalock back on track. 977 now running fine for Gunnar Jeanette and his happy band of drivers after that compressor actuator problem overheating. The Vortex is back in the pits. It came in dead stick, but it's gone back out again with Olivier Gomez driving. And the Team ACP Tangerine Associates car, every single light was on the dashboard, basically. And that car's only completed 6 laps. So that's been out for that's been in the pit lane for a very, very long time.
No, it's just gone out. It's just gone out. The timing screens have put P back to it, unless there's a little glitch there.
Oh, you're right. The last lap was 5 hours 49 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's just done. Wim Spinoy's just done a shakedown.
Yes, because Wim Spinoy wasn't the driver that brought it in. That's only the 2nd driver. So Team ACP running again. Let's take a look at TCE. All the TCE runners here are TCR cars. It's BBR 1st and 2nd with, in terms of the gaps, there are laps between them. Wolf Power in 3rd for the Swiss flag team, Hop Suisse, in honour of my much missed mother-in-law. Then it's AC Motorsport in 4th, Viper Nisa Racing in 5th, Lestrup in 6th, and 7th position for the troubled and still in the pit lane, damaged 977, 106, the Set Saint Miles TCR. That's how it stands with 17 hours and 55 minutes still to go.
But otherwise, everyone's been quite well behaved.
Everybody's been very well behaved in terms
the
of...
track wasn't early doors, was it? It gave us a few punctures.
It's funny, I was walking down through the paddock and looking at some of the drain slats that are around the edges of the track, and it's exactly the same. And I tell you what, you don't have to move very far to cause an issue. There was a couple missing, and I was having a look at the edges. We've got some good news to report, and Diana's on the case. Team ACP, Tangerine Associates, out for 1 lap, but Vin Spinoy in and back out again. That has been an Herculean task for that team, Di.
It certainly has, John, and Jan, the team manager, is alongside me, and I'm sorry, sir, I don't know your name.
Ken Goldberg, one of the drivers and team owner.
So you haven't got your race suit on, it's just confusing.
Confusing. In the car, we've been here for 6 hours, so.
We just wanted to say, obviously, we saw what happened earlier on, and we kept coming back to the garage to find out what was happening, and we're delighted that you're back out on track, but that was a mammoth job by the whole team.
Jan's team and the BMW engineers did a great job. We were just sitting drinking waters, hoping, praying, and waiting for his team to get it together.
Yeah, and when well done. The guys have worked really hard, quite good. What did you find, and what did you have to do to get the car back out? Because when I spoke to Wim earlier, wasn't really sure what the issue was.
Yeah, after 6 laps in the race, we had some heating issues, and that led to some electronic issues. We really had time spent together with the engineers to find exactly what the problem was. And luckily, the team owners, they brought a spare car, so we took out spare parts from the spare car, fixed it in, and now the car is out running again, and we still have 18 hours of racing, and that's the spirit. We are not here just to watch the race, but we really want to be in it, and that's why our mechanics did a great job to get the car running again.
Very great team effort from everyone involved, but for you as a driver, you want to be out there on track as soon as possible.
Yeah, as soon as I was the second stint. So when Catesby came in, a co-driver, and there was a problem and it kept dragging on and on and on, I'm like, I don't think I'm going to get my stint. And then we're just hoping that we can actually get back in the car and the team can move forward. But Jan and his whole group and the BMW engineers really did a good job of getting it. We're out there. We should be good. We'll pray and have some fun out here and try to finish the race.
Well, it's great that you're back in the race. I'll definitely come back and catch up with you guys in the night time to see how things are going.
Here, if you want a Red Bull, we'll have them.
Can I have one?
You want one right now?
Thank you very much.
Right, we'll leave Di to refreshments. Yeah, a big round of applause from the team.
Big round of applause to them as well.
It's just absolutely superb.
Oh, what's that? It's a pink. It's a purple one.
It's the summer fruits version, isn't it, or something like that? Other energy drinks are available.
Obviously not to die at the moment.
No, indeed. She'd be very happy with that. Undoubtedly putting in a very strong contender for our Radio Show Limited Spirit of the Race there, as nominated by all of the presenters here, all of our on-air team. It's not back up to speed. Vibbs Benoit is slow going down to turn number. It's the same problem. It's stuck in second.
Oh no!
It is the same problem going down to 5. How annoying! The VTEC sponsored car. This was exactly what happened with Catesby Jones. He got 6 laps into the stint. So what's happened now? Another 3 laps have been completed. So that was an out and straight back in, and then 2 more laps. Now it's not as hot as it was earlier on, but it's still hot. What a annoyance that is. It looks like he'll get it back. Catesby Jones got it back as well. Control-Alt-Delete, plug the computer back in. He's got his right-hand indicator on to let people know.
And as we said earlier on, this car's been doing 2 days of testing quite happily here.
2 days of testing, a day of practice, time practicing qualifying, and it did 6 laps in the race before it went, I'm sorry, I've had enough. It's not very BMW-like, in fairness.
No.
They tend to just run. Now, hang on a second, has he picked up a wee bit more speed? I think he's in more than second here. So he's coming round, that's turn 13 he's going around now. And it's a lovely looking car as well. They've really thought about it. Yes, he's got it up into 3rd. He'll be able to take the F1 pit lane entry here if he's got any sense as he comes out of 14th. Stick to the right, he's up into 4th. Into the pit lane, in the pit lane, in the pit lane.
Is he using the momentum of the car to allow him to be able to change up into different gears?
I'm not sure I would want to be over the blind brow at 15 with the sun in the eyes of the drivers coming in, but he's been very correct and taken the whole lap.
Well, it's changing gear. So maybe when we rode on board with Catesby at the start of the race, and we thought he was stuck in second gear. Actually, he wasn't stuck in second, he was choosing second.
To stay in second, to keep it going, yeah. It's not revving, is it? It can't surely be stuck on the pit lane speed limit or something like that.
Well, no, because as he came into the pits,
the red light, the pit lane speed limit came on. Yep, spot on. So Di, just when you thought it was safe to leave Team ACP, the car is back. I'm presuming it's going to go straight back into the pits now. Hang on, do they know what they're looking for now? Right, we've done this before.
So, yeah.
Let's hit it with a hammer. I swear at it and then send it out. Threaten to thrash it with a larch twig. Di, what's going on?
I'm here at they've just, as you've seen, they've just opened up the bonnet and having a look in. It does look like they know what they're looking for. And there's like 3-4 heads in there.
I'll tell you what, it's a busy old engine compartment.
Looks like the...
I wonder if they've... Sorry, Di. I wonder if they've got a problem with one of the connectors for the turbo or something like that. I know they're taking off a fluid reservoir. That looks like an intercooler type reservoir that they're looking at.
Whilst we're looking at this, I think we might have an issue for our leading TCR car.
No.
BBR are in the pits and have been in the pits for 6 minutes and they've not yet gone to the fuel station. So I'm a bit concerned by the 185 machine. This is the newer Cupra Competizione, which was leading quite happily and has dropped down 5 or 6 positions and is in the pits, has been in the pits for 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Should have been in the fuel station by this point.
Yeah, it is... Has it dropped down to 5th? In TCR? Where are we? No, it's dropped down to 3rd in TCR.
I mean, you can see there's nothing in the pit lane. It's facing that direction. We are at box 25, so unless there's a car behind us, I think we might have a car in a box somewhere
a car
at BBR.
In the garage, yeah, absolutely. Well, there's work going on with purpose down at Team ACP, Tangerine Associates. So whilst that's going on, perhaps Seb, by the way, is out Intrepid.
I think there's a hose loose, and that's what they're trying to get to.
Thank you. So my initial thought of a loose hose, maybe just not giving it the turbo boost or something like that, or defaulting to limp on one of the sensors. Seb is our Intrepid RF cameraman in the pit lane, and he has affectionately, and we say this with much love for Seb, he has attracted the name Das Pit Machine because he just goes on, but we're protecting him from himself this weekend. And he does it without the aid of any energy drinks. He drinks just water, and he's phenomenal.
BBR back on circuit with the big 0 beside their name, which means it's out, so they're on track. I'm wondering whether they didn't trip the fuel transponder, because they should have gone into the fuel station. It went straight from pit to out.
How long was the pit stop?
Well, it was over 6.5 minutes, wasn't it?
And when were they in previously to that?
Let's have a look. Where are we? 158. Yeah, so that pit stop was... they have 15 lap stint, which is way too little, and the pit stop was 7.5 minutes long. Car now back on circuit, no fuel.
No.
So there is something wrong with the 158.
Same driver took it back out?
Same driver took it back out. It was Grant Supong, or Supong. Just done about half an hour. Tyre wraps. Where are we going to put this tyre wrap? What are we going to do with it?
It is a very, very, you said busy, under bonnet on that BMW. And that's the current version of the BMW M3 GT4. New body shape for the new version, the concept version. I think if I was a driver, I'd have the door opened. It's still warm in that pit lane.
I noticed that some of the TCR cars have got their window down.
Yeah, but the window net, a window net up.
Yeah, but
that's fine. So
aerodynamic-wise, it's not the ideal situation to have the window down.
No, probably not. But would you rather have a bit of air through the car?
Yeah, I understand why they're doing it, that's for sure. Absolutely.
So, still leading, we haven't talked about our leaders for a while. Pierre Caffer doing what Pierre Caffer does. Might well be the ultimate plug-and-play accessory for race cars. And he's now stretched the lead to 53 seconds.
I'm glad we cleared up the issue of the windscreen.
Yeah, it
looks worse from the exterior than the interior.
A couple of people have been mentioning, and thank you for this. I meant to talk about it earlier, but we got distracted with something in the pit lane. Pierre Caffer was talking earlier on, and this is proof that our listeners and viewers are sometimes taking notes, I'm sure, talking about how efficient the onboard aircon was. And they were wondering if the vent onto the screen, which blows the cold air through the car, was effectively causing, if not condensation, but causing the layers of the tear-off film to separate, and that
cold
temperature
on the inside, hot on the outside.
Yeah, that temperature inversion,
Yeah.
which I thought was a really smart thing to say, to be honest. Meantime, out on the track, the 158.
Yeah, that's good news, isn't it? Because this is the one that we were concerned about. Window is down on the left-hand side, so he's running without his full aerodynamic efficiency. See, on the right-hand side, it is up. On the left-hand side, it is down.
Oh, no window net there for that car. I'm not sure that they'll be very happy about that.
But no scuffs, nothing looking loose.
No.
It's just a long pit stop, so that's it's going to be a difficult one for Diana to get an answer from, because it is our team tie. But
it's run by
Spanish team.
Spanish team. Monlau running that car, aren't they? Right. How? La Bras is that? Did you say?
Yeah, I think so. But 6 minutes in the pits, 7 minutes in the pits without fuel. An unscheduled pit stop, and that has really, really hampered their progress. They're now 6 laps off the leading BBR car. They were right up with them, so that has completely split the TCR field, and it's put them down to third position behind Wolf Power Racing. Big gaps between our top three in TCR right now. A bit of a shame, but no evidence to suggest what the problem was initially. Right, there was a good battle going on, wasn't there, between Red Camel and Red Ant. 9:09, Fabian Dance aboard that car right now. 9:03, it was 1 minute and 20 seconds the gap.
Yeah, you said that. 909 has a
10-second
penalty.
Yeah, it's been there for a while now.
Yeah, that was issued at about half an hour ago. Just had a raft of new ones come in. Number 499, the Audi. I seem to have called their name quite a lot. The car collection, the Lion car.
Definitely one for the interview bucket list, because they've had such a difficult one.
It's their 9th offence of track limits. They'll get 10 for that. 2 more timed penalties for the number 91, and they've got one sitting as well, I think. So I reckon that's 30 seconds now for
puncture for the 499.
I think it's 30 seconds now for the Herberth 91 car, as Patrick Kolb, leading GT4, comes in for the 499. You might as well stick it in the penalty box on the way in.
Nope.
I'd have soaked that up immediately.
Now, when was their last pit stop? Actually, 56 minutes. So this can be blended into a scheduled stop, to be honest. And maybe we know how Patrick was throwing around the car in his first stint. Maybe he's literally just used it all up.
I think that's now the 10th or possibly the 11th, because I did step away, left rear puncture.
Oh, okay. I haven't been counting.
Not on that car.
Did we have another raft of them whilst I was having dinner then?
We got up to 8, certainly. I bet Alan Prosser will know, because he's the sort of man who keeps count. But we certainly got up to 8, so that's either the 9th or the 10th. I'll let Alan. And again, they're looking around the back to see if any of the... See, again, that's exactly the same as what we saw before. Some of the construction of the tyres being peeled off. I think something's catching on the back of that car. I think there's something catching the inner part of either the tread or the inner sidewall, and it's peeling it off like a piece of raffia, isn't it? You know, it's almost like when you're doing potato string, you know, and that's what it's doing.
Spiralizer.
Yeah, spiralizer. Thank you. Potato spirals.
I do it with courgettes.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Not a big courgette fan, I'll be honest. Well, they haven't done anything with it.
Courgette spaghetti.
Courgette spaghetti.
That's what it is called.
They haven't done anything to the back. They had a look. They've stuck another tyre on. There's more.
Patrick did get out though, so he's handed over to somebody else.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Which wasn't Andreas Backerud. So 2 other guys in that team. But I really want to talk to Patrick because we watched on board a very arms and elbows first stint.
Oh, it was magnificent.
Yeah, if you were doing a rallycross 3-lap race, not when you're trying to get a car through a whole hour of...
Maybe it had to be driven like that.
Well, yeah, but if it had to be driven like that, that's also not going to help the tyres. We know that, don't we?
Dice that down there.
Oh, good.
Give us a shout once... let's go down there, because Patrick Kolb is with a couple of questions we have to find out, Di. Is what was going on early in the stint when he was on arms and elbows, and what's going on with that left rear tyre?
Patrick, what's going on with the left rear tyre?
Well, I mean, as we talked about yesterday, unfortunately the GT4 is a heavy car, and with these temperatures and this track with the strain in all of the fast turns, the fast right-handers, just the left rear at the end of the stint seems to be giving up. First stint of mine, it started giving up to the end of the stint, but it was only basically the outer wall which lost. Now in Andreas' stint we saw the same picture again, but it was shortened the stint. This time it was after 50 minutes. I mean, yeah, that's how it is.
It seems like it's hard work, this race so far.
It's not being easy on us, I must say. It's a tough race. It's very, very hot in the car. We're fighting with the tires, 1, to keep the performance up, but 2, of course, also try to prohibit these incidents, which until now we haven't been terribly well at doing. So let's keep on fighting. Let's keep on trying.
How challenging is this race at the moment? And you know, there's a fair bit of traffic out there, so you're dealing with everything you've just told me behind the wheel, but also you're having to manage the traffic during the race.
Yeah, I must say, traffic-wise, we're dealing pretty well. With the GT4 car, you're running slightly faster than the TCR cars. Of course, you have the Cup cars, but they mostly aren't substantially faster. And then, of course, every now and then you have a GT3 passing by. We're managing that with the team over the radio. We get warnings by the engineer whenever they come up. So yeah, traffic management at this point isn't our biggest problem. Tire management is what it is.
It is cooling, but it's still very warm, isn't it? And obviously you'll be looking forward to getting into the night when the conditions are cooler.
Yeah, absolutely. That's basically what we're waiting for. We saw it in night practice yesterday already, that performance went drastically up in the night. I think the tires are more in the window where they should be then. So yeah, we're looking forward to the night. The breeze, which we're standing in right now, is already better than it was before. This stint was already way cooler than the start stint. So yeah, looking forward to the night. Can't wait.
You get a rest for now.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Well, Patrick looks pretty cool compared to some of the drivers we've seen. Getting out there, Diana Binks down there in the pit lane.
It is the only Audi GT4 car that we have in our fields, but they do seem to be suffering more than any other car out there with that left rear tyre. He's listed 3 instances where the tyre's given up at the end of the stint, and they don't. Yes, they have the. Yes, they don't have as much downforce as a GT3 car, so they are reliant more upon it. But he's sliding all over the place, and if he could tidy up that, I'm sure that the car would go longer. I'm sure the tyres would go longer. I know I'm not an expert driver, and Patrick is far more accomplished than I am, but it just seems as though
they don't have to. But the thing is, they're leading GT4
by 3 punctures,
and they're still leading GT4. Right, they're still leading GT4. So do they? You know, if it was me, I think I might be saying, let's ease the pace back. Is there something you can do with a camber? Obviously, camber change is going to take a little while, but can you adjust the tyre pressures? Can you adjust how you're driving?
Yeah.
Can you do something that you're not stressing that left rear tyre quite as much?
And we're out on board, and there's one thing that you and I would be told if we were driving that: try and tidy up the driving. Do not be a Baccarid. And I'm not saying that Baccarid would be driving like that when he's on the circuit. I'm sure he's very, very tidy, but I mean, that's how you drive a rallycross car. You back it in. You have to be so aggressive. I was told, I was inquiring about the idea of doing a rallycross event.
I'd love to do a rallycross event.
But you've just got to drive so differently. You use the sliding to slow the car down. You have to be so aggressive. I'm trained in the world of karting to be super smooth and not let the car break away at all. It's a complete mindset change, it'd be an interesting one for Di or Joe to pick up with Andreas when we've got some time in the night to chat through the differences, because it's a real complete flip reverse.
Left puncture number 9, so I wasn't far away. I said it was 9 or 10. Thank you, Alan. That was the first actual flat tyre for that car.
Yeah.
They've had 2 incidences with the wheel, with the left rear tyre, but it hasn't actually punctured. So
the first time when we saw all of that,
that stayed together.
Yes, exactly, because I was assuming that was picked up from somebody else because there was so much of it.
It just peeled off the very outside edge. That's why I said I wonder if there's something catching it, the bodywork or something like that, and it's just peeling it off, like, as you said, like a spiralizer. Very interesting.
Like my courgette spaghetti.
Courgette spaghetti.
Oh, it sounds better when you say it.
Courgette spaghetti.
Brilliant.
It's better for somebody north of the Tyne, I think. Who I can't do the. I'm afraid I can't do the North Tyneside accent at all. So 3 Porsches running together, including the much delayed number 91, the Herbeth cars, fought its way back up into 12th position. Jürgen Hering behind the wheel at the moment, but crucially second in its class, which is GT3 Pro-Am. Problem is that the car that it's fighting is some 18 laps ahead of it at the front of the field. The other 2 cars, Fabian Dance leading 992, and so he just put a lap on one of the Red Ant cars. I think he has. So the 909, with the sun just about to drop in about half an hour's time, it should be behind the local mountains.
So Fabian Dance was trying to get past Jimmy De Bruyker, who is in the second place of the Red Ant Racing.
So third in the 992. Yeah, so he's just putting another lap on him.
Yes, but obviously the more that Fabian can be delayed, the better that will play into Bert Redon's hands in the 903 machine, who is trying to chase down and get onto the same lap. Or no, it was on the same lap as Fabian's car. Unfortunately, though, the way that it sits, the gaps don't very rarely actually display because they're on such differing parts of the circuit. But it's close. I'm sure it's less than a lap.
Between which 2 cars?
Between 903 and 909.
No, there's just
no, it's over now.
Just over.
Yeah.
So 903 is just coming out of turn 5. This is the Red Ant car, the second car, through turn 6 rather now, and the
909 is at turn 2.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a lap. It's nearly 2 laps. It's a lap and 3/4.
How has that happened then?
Well, I think the pace of Rick Breukers and the slight difference in the pit stops. And Fabian Danz has not been hanging about either.
So Danz's average lap time in this stint is a 1:50.8.
Yeah.
And,
Against.
and so Bert is doing 1:52.9.
Yeah.
So that's the difference.
Yeah, and that doesn't. They're relatively short laps here at sort of 90 to 100 seconds. So, you know, or 105 seconds to 110 seconds. So you're talking about there a second every lap, a second to a second and a half every lap. That soon builds. And it was more than that when Rick was in the car. Joe Bradley has joined us down in the pit lane as Di stepped away for a well-earned break. Good evening, Joseph.
Everybody, good evening, everybody. It's a lot cooler now, boys.
Good.
It happened last night. As the sun drops and the temperature drops, the wind picks up.
Yeah, blowing
cooling breeze, but it's very, very windy, and it's a headwind down this main street.
Down the main street. I noticed that when I went for dinner, Joe, that in the early part of the race, what wind there was blowing behind the cars on the front straight. It's completely got 180 degrees. We're not that far off the coast, and that's the effect of the temperature inversion between the land and the sea, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's what creates wind, isn't it? Changes in temperature and stuff.
Well, Brussels sprouts for me, in fairness, but
let's not go there. I didn't have sprouts for dinner though. I missed the ribs.
Did you?
What? I missed the ribs, mate.
So what was there?
Fish.
Oh well, you'd have been fine with that.
I was fine with that, mate. I'd have anything out to sea.
Joe, your first mission is to find out what's going on with 158.
All right.
They had a 7.5 minute pit stop about 15 minutes ago.
This is the BBR, one of the BBR Cupras.
Yeah, they didn't fuel it. It was after 15 laps of Grant, who is in the car right now. Looks like Lestrop might be going into the garage as well.
Again.
So a couple of TCR stories to follow.
There's no 158 in the pit garage, by the way.
No, not now. No, we're talking about 10 laps ago this happened, but we haven't got to the bottom of why it happened.
All right, so 10 laps ago, the car was delayed in a pit stop.
It spent 7.5 minutes
early.
in the pits.
It came in early after a 15-lap stint and spent nearly 8 minutes in the pits, and then when it went out, it didn't refuel. So that was a bit of an odd one, and it cost its position in class. It's dropped down.
Yeah, it was leading.
It was leading, and it's now dropped down to third. So if you wouldn't mind pottering down to there, and thank you. Thank you. 4-2-1 back out on track for Wim Spinoy, and once again, I'm afraid it's back into the pit lane as it's done another slow lap.
We rode on board with it just a few moments ago, and it was full speed. It was all good, but unfortunately, it seems to be a bit of an intermittent fault, perhaps.
Awful.
Or a rattle is causing something that, you know, the momentum of moving around is causing something. It's not actually at full pit lane speed either. So Ram Racing's 405, which got Phil Keane trying to be all racing driver about it, having to try and pass him in the pits. Phil's looking like he's handing over to Katrina again. There's certainly not, Ian Loggy and John Minshaw don't have that physique getting into the car.
That's an easy spot, isn't it?
It kind of is. I think you could possibly, from a distance, mistake Phil Keane and Katrina.
No, Phil's much taller.
Much taller? Okay.
Apart from any other potential differences. And he has a different livery on his helmet as well.
He does, yeah, and a different race suit.
Yeah.
Not wearing his Stig helmet today.
No, the old Simpson Bandit. 11th position when that car came in, but leading its class.
Is it back ahead now?
Yes, it is back ahead now. After those problems for the 499. Joe Bradley was set a task. What can you tell us, Joe, down at the BBR pit?
So you guys said the number 158, the BBR Cooper Leon Competition, give it its full title.
Yeah,
it lost 7 minutes in the pits.
Yes.
Driver reported voltage was showing not to be being produced. They found that it was an alternator belt. They repaired the alternator belt, and while they was in doing that, they did a brake change. The reason why, I mean, that the whole job, everything took 7 minutes. They only made a belt that time limited that. The reason why they didn't refuel was because they had enough fuel in the car to complete the driver's stint. So that next time, it kind of, the fuel window aligned with the driver time window. So that makes a bit of sense.
Yeah, yes and no.
I'd be happy if my local garage was able to do that job in 7.5 minutes.
Yeah. They're lost. If you put the fuel in, it just means you're standing still at the fuel stop a little bit less amount of time the next time around for the next driver.
If you've got capacity to do so.
If you've got capacity to do so. They were only out for 15 laps, so they wouldn't have burned much more than I don't understand why you wouldn't have fueled that car whilst it was in the pit lane sent out, but it's fine. It balances out. It just balances out afterwards. It just means if you get a code 60, if they'd filled that car again, they could have fulfilled that car to max capacity probably. And then if you get a code 60, you do your driver change and you only get half a tank of fuel, but you're back up to full again.
I guess the other thing with those cars is because they go so long.
Yeah.
Maybe there is a maximum driver time for these drivers. They can't do too much in one single stint. And
2 hours.
So and the car can do an hour and a half easy.
Yeah.
So maybe he had done half an hour already,
which he had.
Yeah. So he certainly used half an hour's worth of fuel, but actually, if you then reset again, it might have gone over the 2 hour mark before they had to pit again.
But it doesn't matter. You take him out at 155, and it doesn't matter. You put the new driver in with the new set of tyres. You send him down to the fuel station, and he doesn't have to put as much fuel in. So that stop becomes shorter. It's absolute to the point that you get to your last pit stop to get to the end of the race, and we're a long way from that. Joe Bradley,
BBM.
Joe.
Mick Palmer's tweeted about the Scalextric branding on the BBM
I've
garage.
just seen that, yeah.
Yeah, well, Mick, that isn't...
At RSL_studio.
Mick said that, he's Motorsport UK magazine, by the way. Mick said that's the classic Scalextric's branding. It's not. That is actually Spanish Scalextric.
Yes.
Completely different company. The cars are made in exactly the same way, but the British Scalextric is a different company to this Scalextric. But fundamentally, the 132 Scalextric cars, they're pretty much
slot cars.
What's VAR got to do with the price of eggs?
I don't know what. Well, that's Fanon was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get
It's not video assistant referee.
No,
You'll be pleased to know.
That's for racing, and that's another team altogether.
Well, we're going to grab an interview with David Simon, who's the team manager here at BBR, and we'll ask him all these questions.
Spanish Scalextrics used to be SCX as well.
That's right.
Joe?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
absolutely, John.
SCX.
Yeah.
Brilliant car. I used to prefer
So this SCX rebranded as Scalextric. I think I've got that right.
Yeah, I think you're right, Joe. Thank you.
SCX.
Hello, Mick. SCX, yeah. Hello, Mick Palmer. Motor Racing UK magazine. You get on his website, go and look it up. About 3 months ago now, at the start of the invasion by Russia of Ukraine, he did a Ukraine special about the Ukraine motorsports and people that he knew out there, and it was absolutely outstanding. His work is brilliant. It is still a printed magazine for British motorsport. He does his own photography as well. There's some great features, and that particular one, Mick, I'm sure you're blushing at the moment, but it was a fantastic way to highlight the issues in the whole of Ukraine by using people that you knew in motorsport and catching up with them and making sure they were all right. I really thought that was an outstanding piece of good old-fashioned journalism. Andreas Budovicius back in for the RD Science. They're looking at the left rear of that car as well, and they're looking at the the brake wear, and there's something hanging down here. They're not happy. I thought they were going to pull the disc and caliper off, but there was something that they were not happy about there with the alignment of the disc on the hub.
Yeah, that was weird, wasn't it?
Yeah.
2 screwdrivers into the ventilation and a quick tweak, and then the wheel went back on. Joe's watching.
Well, let's go down to Joe Bradley now.
I'm just going to have a look at this left rear. This is the one that's taking all the bashing round here.
Good point.
And we'll have a look at the tread wear indicators, if I can get a quick look at that. Doesn't look too bad. If Seb comes over, we'll give the viewers a look at the tread wear indicators. The tyre man's going to take it away from me. So, can I just... Hang on, where's Seb gone? Oh, he's gone. He's creating art. That tread wear on that left rear wasn't too bad.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure. Right, get a word with the driver.
Right the way across.
What's going on
Right
here?
the way across, Joe, because it's obviously it's going to be the outside of that tyre that takes the hammer.
Yeah, that's right. I was mainly looking at the inside, which is where the camber on the straight, the inside edge of the tyre wears, and pretty much, yeah, we've got typical wear on the inside edge. But nothing too bad.
Let me give you some.
A bit of rubber.
Let me give you some penalty news. No VAR required here. Track limit infringements. I reckon it's 30 seconds for the number 91, and it's in the pit lane now. Jürgen Herring soaking that up.
Hilarious scenes, however, because Jürgen Herring has stopped in another box before the penalty box, which is, there is a box made of cones, and he stopped there. One of the Renaulters down there trying to guide him into the correct box and getting very animated and frustrated, trying to attract his attention. Finally, Jürgen sitting in the correct box, and then the door is opened by Renault to say, "What are you doing? Why were you in the wrong box? You should be looking at me." Either way, a little bit wasted time there from Jürgen Herring, but
right.
And they're up to 12th position now.
Right, so the next one we've got to talk about is the... Which car is that? The number 26 is the Santalot car. I reckon they've got a minimum of 30 seconds.
40.
Now 40, is it? Right, okay. Oh yes, 2 there and 2 there. The 903 has just got its last warning.
Oh, and Kaffer's just got one too.
And Kaffer has got one as well. Yeah, absolutely, Pierre Kaffer. Let's go down to the pit lane and to Joe Bradley, who is down at the RD Signs Lamborghini Huracan pit with that interesting look at the left rear there. I wonder if Andreas had reported something, Joe.
Andreas, how were the tyres? We were looking at your left rear tyre.
This is little, not very bad. All good.
So it was clearing well?
No, it's okay.
Yeah, everything good?
Yes, everything good.
How are you?
Yes, I'm good. Little bit hot, but it's more not same as in the morning. A lot of more better.
How much rest will you get now?
I will have, I think, 4-6 hours about. We are 5. Why? Maybe we are 4 drivers.
You make it 8 hours. Yeah. Thank you for talking to us, Andreas. That answers the question on the rear tyres, guys. So yeah, the car was good.
Yeah, the issue was, Joe, that we had a mechanic in there with 2 screwdrivers wiggling the left rear disc and caliper assembly around before he put the wheel back on. He was clearly worried about something there, and it was almost like it was
the bearing.
Yeah, testing the bearing or something that wasn't seating correctly. So maybe you can ask the crew what they were doing there.
Don't forget that disc's a floating bell.
Yeah, I know, but
an element of movement, but he might have been looking for play.
Yeah, I think he was. We'll keep an eye on that.
I'm looking forward to seeing Floating Bell play at the Oxford Arena next week as well.
Yeah, very good. A quick update from Palmer at Motor Racing UK. Igor Skuts and the Speedcaster team using their mechanical skills to repair damaged vehicles for the emergency service in the military in Ukraine. They know how to make one good vehicle out of several others very acceptable in the circumstances. Mick, I'm so pleased to hear that. I was very moved by what you wrote, what you were writing about a few months ago with the Ukraine guys, and as I said, I thought it was a super piece of journalism and using the medium of motorsport, the sport of motorsport, to illustrate the situation in Ukraine. It's not been forgotten. Plenty of other things going on in the world, and it hasn't been forgotten. And thank you for keeping it to the forefront of people's thoughts over the last few months. Thanks, Mick.
Right at this second, we've had a change for the GTX lead with the BMW M4 concept machine. Max Hesser aboard that, moving ahead of RD Signs.
That's after the pit stop from RD Designs, correct?
Yes, but does the BMW owe us a pit stop still? And is that therefore a bit of a faux piece of information?
And the Leipert car is still leading GTX with Tyler Cook at the wheel in 8th position for the 710 now.
Yeah, Max Hesser owes us a pit stop in the next 5 minutes, so that is a little bit faux. And RD Signs will get themselves back up to the head of the GTX category.
I'm impressed with the Leipert car. They've been all the way up in the top 10 there, and now has got laps between itself. Only a lap, but a full lap between itself and the other two. But presumably that will change again when Tyler Cook has to come in. How long's he been in the car?
Oh, I didn't see them, so they're the leader. Cook's only been in there for 20 minutes,
okay.
So actually they are well ahead of the other two. Considering all the issues they had in the first 2 hours with about 3 punctures and, well, a fake puncture, wasn't it? They thought they had a puncture, but they didn't, and then there was all kinds of weird and wonderful pit stops, and it didn't really work out for them, but they are right now in 8th position, and Tyler Cook doing the best laps of that car is done at the moment in time. Good kind of slightly cooler temperatures right now to get the best out of the machine.
Yeah. At RSL Studio, Brian has sent me a note. How many warnings do they get before a penalty? I would love to get my local police to give me 9 warnings before I got a speeding ticket. It's 3, and after the 3, from the 4th one, and every 3 after that. So 4, then 5 and 6, and then another one, and another one.
Look, they're trying to fix this windscreen situation.
Leader is in the pit lane, and the tear-offs, they're having to go down through the tear-offs, and now they've already taken 2 off. That's getting worse. That is getting worse. They've taken 2 tear-offs off, and they've had a bit of a squeeze of those blisters on the front, and it hasn't made that much difference.
I think, as the guys said, it's the glass to plastic, so it's the very last one.
Yes,
They've got to take them all off.
And you can't just put another set on. That would take ages.
Ooh, yeah.
Prepping a windscreen. Might be better actually to just put a new windscreen. Oh, drama! Drama from 3rd position. Jochen Krumbach's brought the WTM Ferrari in, and it's just been pushed backwards into its garage.
And one that's already in the garage is the Lestrop 110 TCR car. I think you are down there right now, Joe Bradley.
I'm with Friedrich Lestrop. A lot of work going on in the engine bay. What's happening?
Yeah, we've had a little intermittent turbo pressure failure, or it shuts off the turbo power, so the turbo pressure. So we've done a few power cycles and the failure is gone, but it keeps coming back, so we need to find the root of the problem. We think it's the wastegate that's causing the problem. So we're changing the complete turbo just to be sure, with all the sensors and everything, and then we go again.
Just to give people an idea of the reality of that, it's not a simple thing. That turbo is absolutely glowing hot, isn't it? So those boys are burning their hands and everything, aren't they?
Yeah, they've. I mean, it's cooled down a little bit now, but they had to wear heat protective gloves in the beginning, and we tried to cool it down with some high pressure air. But I mean, this is the name of the game. This is the business. This is racing. So it's unfortunate to be in the pits during the race, but I mean, we'll have all of this. We'd rather fight on the track, but you know, we have to fix this. We still got plenty of hours to go, so there's still a big chance to progress in the race, and I'm sure the others won't have a fault-free race. There will be issues.
Exactly. I'll leave you to go back to work. Thank you for I intruded there, and Frederick was kind enough to give us that explanation. We'll head down to Ferrari now, boys.
Yeah, that's
back out onto the apron.
Right. Okay. Well, that was very... I wonder if that was a brake change then. Still 17 hours to go. I wonder if they just took it into the garage so that more people could work on it. It's still not quite finished yet, but they have got engine running, and now they're in the passenger side, which tends to be where things like ECUs and control bits live.
Only 2 minutes and 30 seconds since that car entered pit lane, so it's been a very, very fast fix, whatever it is. And we have had a change for the lead, as Pierre Caffer has now given over to another driver. We're not quite sure who that was yet, and Charles Putman therefore moves into the lead of the race. Yellow flags at turn 14, the penultimate turn of the lap. No car, so it's a 4-2-1. Oh no, Wim Spinoy, Team ACP, hasn't made it to the end of the lap this time. Does he need to be recovered, and therefore do we go code 60? It's been nearly, if not over 2 hours. Yes, it has. It's been 2 hours, over 2 hours since we last. And there he is, parked up at the top of the hill of the turn 14.
He's got to be able to roll down from there. Just 1 second, Joe. He's managed to get some forward motion. This is Wim Spinoy we're talking about in the 4-2-1. Team ACP, Tangerine Associates have now more than tripled the laps that they did in the first 6 hours of the race.
And this time he's got a red warning light, whether that is...
that's pit speed.
If that's pit speed...
Yeah, that says pit speed.
Well, in which case he has got his pit lane limiter stuck on this time.
I don't understand why they're not using the F1 pit lane entry, unless they've been told not to. But he's coming around now. We'll watch him into the pit lane. Meantime, let's pick up this from Joe Bradley, who is down at Ferrari.
Yeah, the Wochenspiegel team, Munchout pit garage. Jochen Krumbach has just brought the car in. Jochen, your team lost a bit of time with the Ferrari there without having to come into the pit.
So now I had to come in the pit because I was stuck in the third gear, and I couldn't do anything. So when we came into the pit, we could do gearbox reset, and now I don't know. But yeah, I hope it's working again. Huh?
That was your face on that screen there.
Yeah, I know.
bit startling. So hopefully the driver's gone out. So far so good, but it's early days. Hopefully the problem won't... did it just come upon all of a sudden the car wouldn't change gear?
Yeah, it came half a lap ago. It was just boop. I thought, okay, something wrong. Then I could go some corners, but then I stuck.
Was that the downshift or the upshift?
Both. Both. I couldn't even upshift nor downshift.
Up until then, the car, the tyres, temperature's beginning to cool off. I would imagine that you were hoping that the car was going to come back to you and you had nothing to worry about.
No, I think that's good. I mean, it's not good just for us, it's good for everyone. Because as you know, many cars are struggling with the tyres. And so also we are really driving very carefully. So we could not push, or we are a little bit afraid to push. And so, but at least we hope that with our soft running now, we hope that we don't have any more punctures. I think this would be the key to be in front at the end of the race.
Thanks, Joe.
See, that's the attitude, isn't it, Ben? We've had to change our driving style, and we've got.
And that's exactly where, when we talk about this 499, I feel like they're missing a trick. Because we can see from the onboard what they're doing with their driving style.
This is the Car Collection GT4 car.
And we were describing how arms and elbows they've had to be with that car. Change your driving style and nurse the car. That's what endurance racing is all about. It's not supposed to be a 24-hour sprint. There are many times that it is, and more increasingly that's what Le Mans has become. But it should be about nursing your vehicle to the finish.
Yeah, but Le Mans... is a different challenge, because effectively what you've got for Le Mans in some classes is 48 30-minute sprints.
Yeah.
Which to me doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And I think actually there's a safety concern there for how hard you work in the mechanics, because they're not getting any rest at all.
Yeah,
in
this year's Le Mans was incredible for LMP2, wasn't it?
49 pit stops for one of the LMP2 cars with no issues.
Yeah.
No issues. Ollie Jarvis's team did 49 pit stops, 32 minutes between pit stops for the LMP2s. It's crazy, it really is. We've got some TCRs in the pit lane at the moment, Ben.
That leader in class in the back of the shot, which is the older Cupra, 159, championship leader. And ahead of them, 4th in class, is the AC Motorsport machine with the all Hong Kong driver lineup. Usually that's a car that we are familiar with Stéphane Perrin driving, Mathieu Dutré alongside him. Long-time stalwarts of the championship. We do expect to see Stéphane back in the championship in Barcelona. I thought we'd lost the Phoenix car for a moment there.
No, still out.
He
Still out front.
drove out of shot and never returned back into it. So Stéphane Perrin will be coming back into the AC Motorsport squad in Barcelona, and after his recovery from quite a hefty shunt in the 24-hour series race at Spa, what was that, April time. He is racing this weekend. He's doing the 25-hour Fun Cup to get rid of all the cobwebs and make peace with Spa once more.
I was going to say, yes, confront the ghost, get back on the horse, plenty of the cliches. Audi coming round to the end of the lap is Sven Herberger. Crosses the line now. Phoenix, and a full lap in arrears now to the number 85, who is at turn 9, the Craig Jones corner, whilst that number 18 is just heading down towards turn 5. So it's a lap and a third, maybe, between those two cars. And by the way, 2 minutes ago, it was officially sunset.
Oh, really?
6:22 in the morning is officially sunrise. So the lights on note been given to all the teams from about 10 minutes ago. And as ever, as we look out of the commentary box window, it looks much darker than it does on our feed from the cameras around the circuit. Opportunity to say thank you again to all of our camera operators today. They've been up and around with the support race. They'll be doing in excess of 14 hours today in very, very trying conditions. As of our marshals. Great to see Nadine Lewis on the podium presenting a trophy at the British Grand Prix. She's the chair of the British Motor Racing Marshals Club, and very well-deserved recognition for the Orange Army in the UK and worldwide. Now we've got the two battling 992s together here, with Fabian Dans in the number 909, 4th position overall. Now, is he gaining a lap?
Now,
or is he being caught by Yannick? I think he's being caught by Yannick Redant, isn't he?
Now there's bang on, no, there's a huge amount of laps, so we're not quite on the same strategy yet, are we? Because 903 has just pitted. So Bert has handed over to Yannick Redant, whereas Fabien Dans still owes us a pit stop. And actually, the cars he can go another 10 minutes.
He's got through. Yeah, he's got through. I don't think Fabien was fighting too hard there as they came out of turns 10 and 11.
And actually, Joe, that was an early stop for Bert Redant. Just 54 minutes in the car after a full service. So maybe an issue for either him or the car. Should have been able to go an hour and a half, I reckon. Good news for the team, though, getting Yannick back into the car. There should be a better pace, because Bert Redant's average lap time was a 1:52.9, whereas Fabien Dans was doing a 1:59, so 2 seconds a lap. And maybe that's the reason why the 903 crew got Bert Redant out of the car, because they want him to don't want him to do too much in terms of driver time. Either way, I would say it's a slightly